Chapter 20, Roundabout Way. Soren's eyes opened as the light of his room blinded him and gave him a headache. Ow! He said to himself, feeling his wounds from the fight with Doflamingo. He turned his head to the side where he saw everyone else on the crew and the woman that he and Yasaku had met in the bar there as well. Naruto walked forward and looked down in his bed at him. So he's going to be alright, isn't he, Murit? The woman blinked at hearing Naruto speak to her, but quickly recovered. Yes, Uzumaki-sama, he should be fine with bed rest, a lot of bed rest. You will still need a doctor to see him through his recovery in case of any complications in the meantime, but he's fine for now. Naruto frowned at her. She was scared of him because of the bounty and the marine backstory. No, Uzumaki-sama. Don't call me that, just Naruto will be fine. The pay is enough, right? Murit nodded. So how much would it take for you to come with us? Yasaku blurred from his spot to right in Naruto's face. Are you serious, Naruto Aniki? You'll really bring her along? Naruto stared at the uncomfortably close swordsman before making a one-handed tiger seal. Weight increase, few in. Naruto shouted before Yasaku's weight bands turned blue and crashed into the ground. I can't do that too many more times. He said, talking about Yasaku's weights, but yeah, if she wants to she can. She needs a job, we need a doctor, we have money, she can heal us up. She did a good job with Soren. Murit looked at him long and hard, 1 million belly up front. She finally said. Done. Naruto said in return, extending his hand for Murit to shake. She looked at skeptically. Did he really have the money to pay 1 million straight out like that? I'll get it to you once we leave so you don't try running off with my money. Noji-chan, did the log pose reset yet? It's been a day. Nojiko shook her head. Nope, it's still acting up, Naruto-kun. We might as well take this as a short vacation of sorts, I guess. Nojiko looked at Murit with a friendly smile. Well, I guess she can get used to all of you lunatics in the meantime and see if she still wants the job when it's time to leave. Well, now that that's settled. Naruto said before moving over to Soren and punching him on top of the head. You moron. That's for getting your ass kicked and not telling me you went off to fight one of the strongest people in the world. Soren glared at Naruto as a bump formed on his head. It wasn't your problem, Uzumaki. Doflamingo is my mark. If you kill him and I don't, I will never forgive you. Naruto crossed his arms and stared at the injured devil fruit user. Fine. But killing him won't solve a single thing, I'm telling you. If you kill him you'll just push your problem onto something else, I guarantee it. They always do. The only way he could stop Soren was by force though, and that wouldn't solve anything, it would just make Soren resent him in the end. Look, there are some people in the world that just need to die dashed. And Doflamingo is one of them. Soren said resolutely. Naruto ignored him and continued, but actively hunting them out and making it your life's mission to carry out some vendetta makes you bitter, cynical, and jaded about life. Naruto said before realizing who he was talking to. Well, more bitter, cynical, and jaded about life. You'll just look past everything in front of you now, looking ahead to taking Doflamingo out in the future, no matter how long it takes. No matter what passes you by in the process. Then when you actually do finish him off, what do you have to go back to? What exactly will you get out of all that time you spent? Nothing but one man's blood on your hands? Soren looked away from Naruto and up at the ceiling. I need to finish him myself, Uzumaki. It's the only way I can live with what that bastard did to me. He needs to pay. I want him to feel just as helpless as I did, to feel the pain that I felt. Yeah. Naruto said sarcastically, because the only thing I know that could possibly make someone feel better about a traumatic experience is to hunt down the actual person that did it and proceed to try and make that person feel the pain that you felt. Ignoring the fact that the entire time you'll be thinking of the pain that the person caused you as fuel to fight and harm them, and when the fight is over and you actually kill them, you'll have finished your life's goal and gotten absolutely nothing but years of wasted money, physical and mental scars that the person you killed didn't give you, and a lifetime's worth of missed opportunities. He noticed everyone in the room looking at him strangely. What? I've seen a lot of stuff in my life. Vivi decided to interject and break the awkward silence. Okay, negative stuff aside, can I please leave the ship now? I'm bored here and everyone else is free to leave. Naruto looked at the princess, who he could tell was starting to feel cabin fever, and he couldn't really blame her. All he had been making her do was train and, well, that was it. All he made her do was train. That would have to get monotonous and boring really quickly. Okay, Vivi. But you do know that people think I kidnapped you. If people realize who you are, you do know that the Marines are going to be on our asses so fast we'll be pinned down before Noji-chan's log pose resets. Miss Valentine waved Naruto's paranoia off and draped herself around the blonde captain. Oh, calm down, Naruto. Say that someone here actually does recognize that she's the princess of Alabasta. What is anyone going to do? Do you really think that anyone in a town full of what? Say it with me, Naruto. Pirates. Do you really think that anyone in a town full of pirates would run off to the Marines just to tell them they saw her? Naruto looked at the cheerful blonde woman that had detached herself from him before looking back at Vivi. Fine, you can do what you want, just stay armed, and if anyone tries to grope you feel free to kick their ass or come to one of us so we can kick their ass. Other than that, have fun. Vivi happily ran up to Naruto and gave him a massive hug before seemingly vanishing from everyone's sight due to moving so fast. Naruto shook his head in amusement before forming a Kage Bunshin, follow her, stay out of sight, and make sure she keeps out of trouble. The clone quickly followed its creator's instructions. So now what? Johnny asked from where he had been standing. We've got another day here? What's there to do in this place anyway? Yasaku looked at his most prolific partner and started listing things. Well, from what I've seen, we can drink, fight, drink, sleep, get into stare-offs with other pirates, gamble, and drink. He turned to Murat. Is that about right? She sighed and nodded. That's pretty much it. It's all I've seen happen around here anyway. I've been here for a month. I don't think Bellamy was ever going to leave. He liked the attention that his bounty got around here. Everyone was scared of him and did pretty much whatever he said. Johnny looked over at Naruto. Can I take a day off, Naruto Aniki? Naruto stroked his chin and thought, I don't see why not. I mean, we can't leave until the log pose resets or else we won't know where we're really going, so go ahead. Everyone can do whatever they want as long as they all stay out of trouble and are all ready to leave at a moment's notice. Before he even finished his sentence, he noticed that the room had been entirely vacated with the exception of the bedridden Soren and Murat, who herself was sitting there blinking in shock at how fast everyone left. They could have at least waited until I was done. Shortly thereafter, Naruto left the room, followed shortly by Murat, who stood up and looked back at Soren. Stay in bed and don't move until dashed. Yeah. Soren cut her off testily. I know the drill. I'll just sleep while the rest of them do stupid things. I've done enough drinking and fighting to last me a week anyway after yesterday. Good luck surviving out there though. Murat stopped at the door once she heard that. I've been on this island for quite some time, I think I'll be alright. Soren chuckled slightly. No, I mean good luck surviving the crew. Between Yasaku's crush on you, to everyone's manic quirks, you might not make it long enough to even leave Jaya with us. He took a moment to think before adding something else, and that would really be a shame because you're damn good. I can barely even feel anything. Oh, that? She said, disappearing from the doorway, her voice getting louder yet fainter as she walked away. Surgery is my specialty. If you were still in relative pain after I was done with you, I wouldn't think my skills were up to snuff, definitely not worth 1 million belly. Just go to sleep. Soren looked back up at the ceiling. Will do. He shouted down the hall at her before doing it again. Hey, can I get some more morphine? XXX. With Vivi. Perverts. Vivi thought to herself as she walked through the town with Karu at her side. So far, since she had entered the town from the docks, she had counted 156 wandering pairs of eyes on her, 253 odd grins from the men looking at her, and 75 dash. Hey baby, how'd you like to travel the Grand Line with a real pirate captain? I'd give you some real pleasant experiences, little girl. Make that 76 veiled and not so veiled propositions from pirates that thought that getting that far immediately went to mean that they were great. The only good thing about it all was that no one seemed to know who she was. She even went as far as believing that they thought she was local. Maybe because she was very young, she was only 16, so they must have thought she was local or something. When Naruto hit on her, she knew he was joking and he was always respectful to her. She knew not to take him seriously. As a matter of fact, she actually enjoyed his comments. Except for the ones he would make when he ensnared her in his little obstacle course and manipulated her body with the wires. Those were somewhat uncouth, but she trusted him. However, these pirates were nothing like the ones she had grown accustomed to. The ones she had gotten used to, both of the foxhound and straw hat variety, were good people with quirks and grandstanding issues that prompted them to take up the pirating lifestyle for whatever reason. Hell, Naruto claimed vehemently and loudly on a regular basis that he did not fit the description of a pirate, and he didn't. The pirates that infested Mock Town and the island of Jaya in general were the pure stereotype of what she had been conditioned to believe pirates were when she was a girl. She was debating taking out her weapons and cleaning some house, but she was still a princess, whether or not she was recognized as one or not. Want some company? She heard from Karu, though she didn't look at her faithful companion. You're already here, Karu. Vivi said, grateful for something taking her mind off of the aggressively violent acts she was thinking of. Then she realized that Karu was a duck, and ducks don't talk. Well, as far as she knew, they didn't talk. I mean, she didn't think reindeer talked either, and then she met Chopper, but that was beside the point. She turned to see Naruto sitting on Karu, grinning at her. Naruto? What are you doing here? Naruto pointed at the men on the side of the street who had once been leering at Vivi, now diverting their eyes away from their general direction. They know who I am and they're scared of me. So as long as I'm here no one should mess with you, unless they're trying to mess with me and pick a fight, and if they are I can deal with it. What about me? Vivi said indignantly, I'm training to handle things like that. Naruto shrugged before looking down at her from the dock he was seated atop. People won't want to fight you. People will want to do other physical things to you because you're cute. So if anyone thinks you're cute enough to risk an ass-kicking they'll come out onto the street and challenge me to a fight. Hey seed of war. You don't look so tough. Why don't you bring that pretty little lady over? A man shouted, pushing himself from the side of a building and drawing a cutlass. In the blink of an eye he was pinned to the wall by his clothes, outlined by shuriken. Just like that guy did. Naruto said, still riding Karoo, but with his arm outstretched from throwing the weapons. So what are you looking for out here, Vivi? Vivi looked up at Naruto with a smile. Well, you said that Luffy and his crew had been here. I just wanted to know how they were doing. Someone around here has to have met them and talked to them for a bit, right? Naruto was just a clone of the real deal sent to escort Vivi around and keep her safe and out of trouble. He didn't care where she went or what she did, so why not just go with it? Sure. All I know is that Luffy beat up some guy named Bellamy. He had to have done more than that since being here. He reached down and grabbed Vivi's arm before pulling her up onto Karoo to ride as well. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Yasaku had his sword in its scabbard on front of him as he sat on the deck. He took a deep breath and pulled it out of the sheath before placing it back inside with tears in his eyes once he saw where the blade broke off. Oh man. Why does this keep on happening to me? He asked himself desperately. First I gave my sword to Zoro Aniki when he left after the stuff with Arlong, then my other sword gets melted by Soren, and now this. You broke your sword again? Yasaku jumped to his feet fearfully as he turned to see Naruto standing nearby with his arms crossed. You have a seriously bad habit with those things. What am I going to do with you? Yasaku immediately bowed at Naruto's feet. I'm sorry, Naruto Aniki. Just don't do anything rash. I'll pay for my own new sword. Naruto rolled his eyes and grabbed Yasaku, jerking him back to his feet. Get up? You're embarrassing yourself. Murid is right there. He said, pointing over towards the helm where she had been leaning against the railing watching with an amused face. Yasaku started stammering before Naruto snapped his fingers and got his attention. That's it. I know what to do for you. And this could be one of the gifts I plan to get everyone anyway. He pulled out a scroll that Yasaku thought he was quite familiar with. Naruto Aniki, are you going to give me Samahata? Naruto blanched at that notion. Samahata? Hell no. Samahata would devour you whole if you tried to use it. But I'm giving you something related to Samahata if that sounds right to you. Naruto unsealed the scroll to reveal 6 more scrolls on the ground. He picked one up with a grin on his face. Let's see you try to break this one. In a puff of smoke Naruto then held a large broadsword, the blade almost as tall and wide as he was, that resembled a butcher's knife. It had a hole carved into it near the top of the blade and a smaller semicircle looking like it was meant for an exact purpose down closer to the handle grooved into the blade itself. Murid looked at the large blade in utter shock. What kind of weapon is that? It looks completely wicked and hard to use. She was even more shocked at how it seemed to appear out of thin air. Naruto held the large sword out at Yasaku with a pleased look on his face. Yasaku, say hello to a sword that I am very, very familiar with. This blade belonged to a group of swordsmen known years ago in my land as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, the best and most powerful swordsmen on the continent, maybe in the world. Now in order to use the others properly you need to know how to use chakra. You don't, so I'm giving you this one, and I think it will suit you rather well, especially since I already have you using a sword that would qualify as oversized. Yasaku nervously took it from Naruto. He had never held a sword so fine before. He noticed that there were still even more scrolls on the deck that Naruto sealed back up into the singular one. How did he come across such weapons and why did he have them? Naruto Aniki, I can't accept this. Yasaku said. Naruto grinned at him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't give me that. Yes you can, yes you will. The fact that you can actually hold the damn thing up is a good sign that I made the right choice. Now, meet Kubikirabuchu, decapitating carving knife. It has a special ability that you're going to find very useful. I would love to see you try to break this thing for good. I would never let this amazing gift break, Naruto Aniki. Yasaku said frantically, thank you so much. Naruto waved it off. Meh, don't worry so much about it. I wanted to give this to you at some point. But now I've got to get something for Johnny too. He can't use any of the other swords I have. They either don't fit his style or wouldn't work for him right because he can't use chakra. You don't need chakra to use this one, you just need to be strong. You're way stronger physically than Johnny is and this sword is just your style. Not to mention it will scare the shit out of someone that doesn't know anything about combat with swords. I know it scared me when I first saw it as a kid. Murit crossed her arm at the ongoing scene. You're a generous person, aren't you? She said to Naruto. She didn't see how anyone could mistake this guy for a ruthless killer. So far, other than the skill he had shown by pure speed, which actually was very scary, she had to admit, he had only seen an effective leader figure. Not the blood-soaked warlord in his poster, but it was undoubtedly him. What made him go off like that? Because it was obviously real. Naruto shrugged as Yasaku was still marveling at his new gift. Well, Yasaku is a strong guy. If this Yasaku fought the Yasaku that existed when I first met, it wouldn't even be funny to watch, it would be so one-sided. If Luffy beat your old captain with one punch, I'm sure that Johnny and Yasaku would be able to beat him. Murit's eyes widened as she saw Yasaku give the giant sword some test swings that he seemed to find satisfactory. To say that this goofy-looking guy could beat someone with a bounty of 55 million was a big boast, but there was no posturing on Naruto's face when he said it, and Yasaku didn't respond one way or the other. So he either knew he himself was that strong off of experience, or he believed in Naruto so much he accepted it as fact. Either way, it was seriously something to think about as she watched Yasaku skillfully go through his motions with the sword. Naruto watched and nodded in appreciation. Yeah, you see, a few months ago that would have looked so clunky and uncoordinated, and that's with a regular sword. I'm not even talking about trying to swing that monster around. Naruto was forced to turn around when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Nojiko was standing there with her hand outstretched expectantly. I want my pistol back, Naruto-kun, that is unless you broke it. Naruto grinned at her and reached inside of his sage coat. No way. I know what I'm doing, Noji-chan. He handed her the gun back, watching as she quickly inspected it. Now shoot it to make sure I didn't mess it up because you know that you want to. Nojiko finished her inspection and pointed the gun over her shoulder without looking to shoot a bottle sitting on the railing, not even turning around to make sure she hit her mark. It's fine. What did you even do to it? She asked him, ignoring Murit's rather slack jaw at Nojiko blind firing without even actually aiming and hitting her mark. Naruto led her back to the mast where he had set up a target on the one behind it. You know how I told you to hit the target behind the mast while standing right here, still? She nodded. Well, I want you to try it again. How in fuck's name am I going to pull that miracle off? Nojiko asked, trying to figure out what motion would even get a shot around the mast to even give the bullet a fighting chance at hitting her mark. Naruto moved behind her and took her hand that was holding the gun, much like the way he did when he first taught her how to shoot. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Naruto drew Nojiko's arm out wide to the side and readied her finger on the trigger before swinging it inward and pressing down on her finger, forcing her to fire. Nojiko's eyes widened when the bullet seemed to curve and strike the side of the mast the target sat on. It was nowhere near hitting the mark, but the fact that it didn't just fly out into nothingness or hit the mast in front of her. How did you do that? What just happened? Naruto chuckled and let go of her hand. I put a wind seal in the barrel. It's very precise. Since you can't use chakra, I made it so that it works just off of kinetic energy. Depending on how hard you swing the gun when you fire it, the bullet will curve at a sharper angle as it's coated in wind chakra. My own personal touch. Nojiko turned around and gave him an odd look. So let me get this straight. I can curve bullets. Naruto nodded. Yep. Nojiko looked at her pistol. I have to learn how to shoot again, don't I? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Oh, don't be like that, Noji-chan. It was getting too easy for you anyway. Look at it this way, when you get this way down pat you can shoot around cover. And you can still shoot normally, it's just an option. The move you need to make to fire the curved bullet is so specific you can still shoot normally until you get it down. Nojiko kept staring at the gun in her hand before pulling her other one out of the holster and handing it to him. Do it for this one too. I need to learn how to shoot this thing. She turned back towards the mast she was attempting to fire around and attempted her curved shot, only for it to miss miserably and take out quite a bit of wood. Ugh, Vivi was right. We tear this ship apart. Nojiko moved back to Naruto and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll have this down in no time. I know you will, Noji-chan. Naruto said honestly, and now that I know it works on your pistols, I can see if some other things like that will work, on the cannons. Because eventually I'm going to want to fire them at something and I just want them to rip whatever we shoot at to pieces on the first try. Bang. Crazy. Nojiko chimed in a sing-song voice while reloading her pistol to keep practicing. I need to go grab some more ammunition. I think I'm going to be here all day. Murit looked over at Yasaku, who had discarded his old sword and used the strap around his old sheath to keep Kubikirabuchu attached to his back through the circle. What am I supposed to think of all of you? You have to be the weirdest pirate crew I've ever seen. Yasaku shrugged and noticed Naruto about to open his mouth to address Murata on the matter, thus he decided to do it himself. We are not pirates, really. We just find ourselves in situations that either place us in a ridiculous amount of danger, put us on the opposite side of people in power, or both. You'll get used to it. She pointed to herself with a deadpan face. I'm not going to pick up any weird quirks like the rest of you if I wind up taking Naruto's job offer, am I? I rather like being normal, thank you. Yasaku gave her a smile and laughed reassuringly. Oh my dear Murata, of course you are. You probably won't even have a choice in the matter. He pointed at Nojiko, who was busy working on her new shooting style. Nojiko Inu was normal too, and now she can shoot a bird out of the sky behind her back with her non-dominant hand and constantly shoots at our feet and pistol whips us to make us behave. Murata looked at Yasaku and crossed her arms. Well, what about you and the guy with sunglasses? You seem like the most normal people on the ship besides that teenage girl. Yasaku laughed. Johnny and I regularly get smashed and get into violent fights, mostly with each other. And Vivi isn't really that normal. She's a princess. Yasaku then cringed at the sound of a gunshot and the feeling of a bullet whizzing by his ear. He turned and saw Nojiko giving him a scolding look, shaking her head. Yasaku. Naruto yelled at him as he walked up the side of the mast to the crow's nest to take a nap. You give out information like that on a need-to-know basis, not just because you feel like it. Stop telling the pretty doctor lady stuff to impress her. Murata shook her head and walked away as Yasaku started yelling back at Naruto something about demanding respect, and how he wasn't afraid of him. She pretty much tuned it out as she went inside, but the last thing she heard was Naruto shouting a command of sorts and a loud thud where Yasaku had been standing. Arriving inside in the common area, she sat down on a couch to find Miss Valentine doing the same, only with a newspaper in her lap and a glass of lemonade in her hand. You're all crazy. Miss Valentine let out a laugh. It's fun. Trust me, I assume that being crazy is the only thing keeping half of us from going insane. She looked up at the doctor and gave her a large Cheshire grin, but you'll understand that soon enough if you come with us. Murata looked at the blonde woman. I'm wondering if 1 million belly all to myself is really worth the headache this is going to give me in the end. Miss Valentine turned a page in her newspaper. Well, that much money can buy you a lot of aspirin. She then blinked in confusion before turning the paper towards Murata. Hey, I've got my own listed bounty now too. It was a rather grainy picture of her with Naruto cut out of the picture after their conflict with the pacifista she wound up finishing off. It's not much though, just 14 million. But how did they get it? She wondered to herself. Oi, Dr. Lady. Soren yelled through the depths of the ship. I can't get back to sleep. Give me some more drugs. No. Murata yelled back at him. Too much and you'll overdose and die, you idiot. Fine. He replied before going silent. Hey Valentine, can you steal some drugs from that doctor lady and slip it into my lunch? I can try, Soren. Miss Valentine yelled back at him, not taking her eyes off of the paper, ignoring Murata's glare on her. You're a real sweetheart, Valentine. XXX. Marineford, Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku abruptly hung up the den mushi he had been using to speak with Doflamingo, as he had called him after his short run-in with the man in question. In truth, Naruto just seemed to be floating about doing whatever he felt like. But power enough to repel the attack of an admiral the likes of Kizaru and enough to put down 2 of the incomplete pacifistas on his own could not be ignored. Until him, they had never been reported having been defeated. Something on your mind, Sengoku? Sengoku's head snapped up in surprise as he looked at the large muscular man standing in his doorway. He was an older-looking man with gray hair and a beard along with a scar on his left eye. He wore a white suit underneath his marine captain's coat that he kept his arms out of. Sengoku grabbed his head. Ugh, I really don't need this right now, Garp. What are you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be training those 2 recruits you decided to randomly snatch up right now? Meh, they're all burnt out right now. Garp replied offhandedly, but it's always a good time to come in here and see you about to burst a blood vessel over something. So who's the unlucky victim this time? Sengoku sighed and calmed down to explain how things were going. This new guy. Uzumaki Naruto. Ah? Garp said, cutting him off. I've heard of that kid. He looks like a little pretty boy to me. Don't really see what the big deal is about him. He seems like an upstart to me. He's more than just some flash-in-the-pan Garp. Sengoku said, or is everyone going around these days getting the best of my admirals? Garp let out a laugh. Are you still upset that he sent Borsellino to Kamabaka Kingdom? Laughs, I figured he'd be more pissed off about that than you. And he's actually upset. Borsellino's never upset about anything. Kizaru, Sengoku said, stressing that that was his name, not Borsellino. Kizaru is an admiral. For a pirate to even be a challenge to him is a big deal. For him to actually be bested is something else altogether. I don't see what you're so worried about, Sengoku. Garp insisted while picking his ear, as far as I've seen, as long as you leave the kid alone he'll keep to himself. It's not like he's one of those pirates out there looking for trouble. That's unacceptable, Garp, and you know that. Sengoku said, slowly losing his patience with his old friend. You know that as a pirate, it's our job to find him and bring him to justice. Garp blinked and pointed at Sengoku. About that, what exactly makes him a pirate anyway? The fact that he has a ship? Because I've never heard of him looting anything, or killing anyone except for Nezumi, and after his death we got nothing but complaints about Nezumi's conduct. I don't think it's as straightforward as you think. Sengoku rolled his eyes. Yes, because your judgment is so fantastic. What are those 2 grandchildren of yours up to these days? Oh, that's right. Ace is Whitebeard's elite. And your other one, Luffy, is out there fighting my Shichibukai for the hell of it. Garp stared at Sengoku long and hard before a grin came across his face. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Sengoku, did you just say something? Damn it, Garp. Sengoku roared at his laughing friend. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto stopped fiddling with Nojiko's other pistol and looked up and thought, someone just tried to be incredibly hip. He shrugged and continued inscribing the seal inside of Nojiko's gun barrel. Oh well? I wonder where Vivi is. I hope she isn't lost on the road of life with my clone. XXX. With Vivi and Naruto clone. Naruto and Vivi left Mock Town due to the information on the Straw Hat Crew's activities while on Jaya to head towards the other side of the island. Vivi had trouble believing what she had heard the crew trying to get into, but it didn't surprise Naruto too much at all. He was actually kind of jealous, because he just knew that they managed to pull it off. So now Naruto and Vivi, the girl still riding Karoo, traversed the deep forest covering much of the island so that they could reach the other end. Karoo was fast enough on the ground to keep pace with Naruto through the trees, who looked like he was having the time of his life jumping from branch to branch effortlessly. This is so great. I haven't gotten to do this in forever. I thought I would have forgotten how by now, but I guess I didn't. While she was confused about what she was seeing and how he was doing it so effortlessly, seemingly at home among the trees, Vivi just chalked it up to being another thing she didn't understand about Naruto. For every question he seemed to answer, 3 more seemed to pop right back up in its place. Eventually, they reached the end of the forest and saw a massive castle sitting at the edge of the cape. Naruto, look, what is a castle doing here? Naruto jumped from the trees and landed at Vivi's side. I don't know. Do you know if Jaya actually has any royalty or anything? Vivi shook her head as the two walked to it. The closer they got to the castle, however, the more they realized that it wasn't a castle. Getting right up against it, Naruto knocked on the castle and sweat dropped when a hollow plywood sound echoed out along the cove. The two walked around it to find a house that looked recently repaired. Who is this guy supposed to be, Vivi? Naruto asked. No one in town told me anything, they just ran away when I asked stuff. She pointed at the house. This is where Mont Blanc Cricket is supposed to live. Apparently Luffy and the others came here to ask him how to get to Sky Island. Vivi shook her head. It's hard to believe they actually went to do something like that. Not really. Naruto commented as he rapped on the door a few times. Luffy seems like the kind of guy to get himself into this kind of stuff regularly. I know he pulled it off. The door abruptly opened in Naruto's face before he could knock again to see a very muscular middle-aged man with blonde hair, sideburns, and a large chestnut on his head. He had purple pants with no shoes or shirt and had a chestnut tattoo on his left arm. What do you know about Monkey D. Luffy? He asked abruptly. Naruto and Vivi looked at each other before speaking simultaneously. He's a friend of ours. Vivi stepped forward to talk to the man. Sir, are you Mont Blanc Cricket? We heard that you know of what happened to Luffy and his crew. We haven't seen them in quite a while. Yeah. Naruto added after she finished speaking. All we know is that he beat the crap out of some guy named Bellamy and was looking for Sky Island. Then people told us to come to you. And from your reaction you obviously know him, so how's the kid doing? We haven't seen him since Alabasta. Cricket smirked. Well, I just saw him the other day. He noticed Vivi and Naruto paying rapt attention to him for the remainder of his comment. Up there. He said, pointing at the thick clouds overhead. The kid proved that Sky Island existed. My ancestor was right. He noticed Naruto and Vivi uncomfortably close to him and backed away. What's wrong? Tell us everything. Vivi said, in awe that something like Sky Island actually existed, let alone the fact that her friends actually went up there. XXX. With Johnny. Fill me up again, bartender. Johnny shouted loudly at his table surrounded by others with a massive grin on his face. Right in front of him was a mass of poker chips and random winnings. I'm on a gravy train and it's never derailing. It's never derailing. This can't be real. One of the unfortunate victims of Johnny's ongoing hot streak said in desperation, that was all of my pay. Johnny raked in all of his winnings. Well, at least now I know that Naruto Aniki's dumb luck rubbed off onto me, at least as far as money goes. He reached his hand forward to grab the rest of his wins from one person until a large, heavy, curved knife stopped just short of impaling his hand. Johnny looked at the man that had attempted to drive his weapon through his hand and through the table for winning with a deceptive smile. I really wouldn't do that if I were you. The man that had tried to keep him from winning pulled his knife away from Johnny's hand. Why didn't he go through with it and drive it through his hand? Because Johnny just had an intimidating aura? No. Because Johnny saw it coming and drew his sword. By the time he stopped his stab attempt, Johnny had placed the blade of his Uchigatana against his throat. Do you know who I am? The man said. The man had long blue hair, an open furred coat with a crossed-out smiley on his chest, purple-tinted sunglasses, red and white striped gloves, and red and white striped pants. Johnny stood up, blade still at the man's throat, and walked over to his side of the table to retrieve what he won from this man. I don't know, a sore loser? Johnny pocketed his money and moved his sword away from the man's neck, resheathing it while grabbing his refilled mug of alcohol. I'm taking this, all right? He yelled to the bartender as he left. I'm Big Knife Sarquis, you son of a bitch. He seethed at Johnny's back as he drank down his drink without a care. My bounty is 38 million. I don't even know who you are, you nobody. He pulled up his knife that resembled a kukri and spun it a few times for aesthetic effect. Johnny didn't turn around, he simply placed the mug on an empty table. Never mind. I finished it before I got to the door, huh? He said to the bartender, ignoring Sarquis. Sarquis didn't take too kindly to being ignored and leapt at Johnny, going into a vertical spin to cut into him like a buzzsaw with his weapon, Kyokiru, Big Chop. Johnny flicked his sword loose with his thumb and grabbed a hold of it once he felt Sarquis launch himself at him. Yosen Ixen, primary flash. A blur surrounded Johnny's body as a silver flash circled around him once in the blink of an eye. Sarquis flew past Johnny out the door, blood trailing from where he would have clashed with him. The bar stared at him in silence, waiting for him to fall until a click signifying him resheathing his sword sounded out, followed by him walking out of the bar. Everyone ran to the door to see Sarquis laying on the ground outside, blood pooling around his body. Did Bellamy's first mate just lose in one move from that random guy? Who the hell was that guy? I think his name was Johnny. Yeah, it was Johnny, he told us right before he took all of our damn money. Sobs, I'm broke. What am I going to do now? They all watched Johnny walk towards the docks as the sun set in front of him. What they didn't see, however, was Johnny's face, which had tears of joy cascading down it from under his sunglasses. I'm badass. I'm badass. People know my name now. Triple X. With Vivi and Naruto clone. As night had fallen, Naruto and Vivi, now walking beside Karoo instead of riding him, walked away from Cricket's house as the man himself stood out front laughing at the shocked faces that they bore. Vivi pointed up into the air. Luffy shot the entire ship into the air and rode on clouds? Naruto rubbed his eyes and looked up. Okay, I'm torn between being upset that he might have gotten Nami hurt, and believing that he's awesome for pulling that off. I wish I could go up there. Maybe dash dot. No. Vivi shouted at him to break his train of thought. You are not going to that knock-up stream and shooting us into the air. You don't even have the stuff on your ship that Cricket said you needed to get up there. Naruto scoffed. Who needs that? I'll just blow us up the rest of the way with a wind jutsu or 2, or 3. He looked up at the sky and tried to gauge the distance from the ground to the sky. You know what? Never mind. I'll leave that little adventure to him. Sighing in relief, Vivi rubbed Karoo's head as they continued to walk. Good. She looked over at Naruto. So when do you think I'll be able to go home? Naruto looked over at her and saw the hopeful look in her eyes that he didn't want to have to break, but leaving her with a hope he couldn't readily support wasn't his style. Honestly, I don't know. All we can do is keep our ear to the ground and wait for any word on it. Don't worry, Vivi, I made a promise to you and Pell that I would keep you safe for as long as you were with me, and I'm not letting either of you down. What if I have to be gone for years? Wouldn't that be inconvenient to you? Vivi asked him desperately. Naruto shrugged. That would be terrible for you, but I would still keep you with me. Time isn't that big of a deal to me. And how would having you with me be inconvenient? You're one of my precious people, Vivi, and a member of my crew. Vivi looked at him awkwardly as she didn't expect him to say something so kind. So, am I officially on the crew yet? Naruto grinned at her. Nope. Sorry, Vivi. You're close, but for now you're still on probation. Vivi threw her arms out outrageously. Again with that. What exactly does it mean that I'm on probation? Naruto laughed at her reaction. It means that you need an actual job on board the ship. I thought Noji-chan told you this already. So what exactly can you do that could qualify as a job? Vivi furrowed her brow in thought. I'm not sure. Naruto tried to help her out as they began walking through the forest to get back to Mock Town. Well, let's think about it. Let's go with your practical skills. What exactly are you good at that doesn't qualify as fighting? Vivi thought long and hard, and Naruto watched her rack her brain trying to answer him in amusement. Well, if you can't think of anything, I have a job that I know for certain that you can do. Vivi had been thinking for quite a while and drawing a blank, so hearing that Naruto had come up with something came as a pleasant surprise to her. What is it? Is it something important? Naruto nodded. Yes, it is very important to me. Vivi, you can be the ship's dancer. It's perfect, because you're really cute, and everyone else knows to look and not touch. 1 second later found Naruto flying through the woods before landing against a tree, Kuru's footmark on his face. That really hurt, he said before bursting into smoke. Thank you, Kuru, Vivi said to her foul companion as she climbed back onto the duck to ride back to the ship, fuming the entire way. That asshole. He was being so deep and helpful, and then he goes and says something so stupid. Why is it every captain that I'm friends with is so stupid? And I'm not a stripper, I'm a princess. She shouted to no one in particular before stopping to think about what she said. Wait. I'm a princess, and that's an occupation, isn't it? I'm all kinds of things, but most importantly as a princess I'm a diplomat. And a crew that gets into this much trouble might need someone that can talk them out of it as opposed to just running through it like a brick wall. That's it, Kuru. That's my job, official diplomat of the Foxhound Pirates, she said to Kuru with a smile. XXX. 2 days later. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked down from the crow's nest to see Nojiko yelling up to him to get his attention. The log pose reset. We can finally leave now. Naruto smiled and jumped down right next to her to see that the log pose had indeed reset. Good. Now we can finally leave. And we have that eternal pose that Johnny won off of those guys in the bar. We're good to go now. Nojiko found Naruto's smile to be infectious and soon joined him in his good mood. So where is that thing pointed at anyway? She asked. Naruto started walking back inside to tell everyone that they were about to depart. Apparently it's supposed to take us right to Water 7. Vivi, Miss Valentine, and Soren all said we should go there next no matter where the log pose tells us to go, so for the next leg we're going off of the eternal pose. Nojiko bumped up against him playfully. Well, everyone's aboard, and we're all ready to leave. I already told them the log pose reset, so don't worry about that. Naruto shook his head. Nah, I'm not, I'm just going to see if our potential new doctor is having second thoughts on coming with us. Naruto found his way to Murit's room and knocked on the door. The woman in question was sitting on her bed reading a book when they walked in. So are you still coming with us? We could really use you on the ship. Do you have the money? Murit replied audaciously, not looking up from her book, because that's all I'm really concerned about right now. Naruto laughed to himself. Murit, the money's been in here the whole time, check your desk. She dropped her book and scrambled over to the desk where she opened a drawer and saw it stacked full of grouped bills and a note on top of them that said welcome to the crew, with the crew's Jolly Roger drawn on. She shook her head and shut the drawer with a smile on her face. These people are going to be the death of me, I'm sure, but I can't bring myself to care right now. Oi, Dr. Lady. I'm not in a pleasant haze of semi-consciousness here. I demand more drugs. Murit sighed to herself and grabbed her supplies to acquiesce to Soren's request, if only just once. XXX. Naruto had a smile on his face as he was currently steering the ship back on the open seas. He was glad to get away from Jaya and back out traveling. He needed to see more of the world and understand it for even a fighting chance at making the dreams of his sensei come true, and there was no way that was going to happen by staying stationary for sure. He had more than a few good friends that he believed in and believed in him, and allies out on the seas that he could trust as well. His crew was getting better and better in combat, more and more confident in themselves, and more knowledgeable alongside him. It was a learning experience for them all. As far as the crew was concerned, Soren was the most knowledgeable of the Grand Line out of all of them. They had their problems. Soren's ongoing vendetta against Don Quixote da Flamingo, the crew's ever-increasing notoriety attracting some unwanted attention from freaky cyborgs and the world government themselves, the blame for kidnapping the princess of an important nation, and the hits just kept on coming. Yes, they had problems, but with time everything could be solved. Hey, they had just solved one problem while they were in Mock Town. They got themselves a doctor. A doctor that Yusaku seemed to have a crush on, and maybe soon they could solve another problem of making him look cool enough on a regular basis that he would have a fighting chance of sleeping with her. Unlikely? Yes. But easy goals aren't worth having. What the hell are we going to get into next? Naruto wondered to himself. As he thought to himself, a sound of a bell ringing filled the air, seemingly from the sky, a beautiful sound that sounded divine. Naruto looked around to see if there was a ship coming up on them from anywhere when he finally looked upwards and saw a massive shadow of a familiar figure on the clouds, familiar in the straw hat kind of way. Naruto let out a loud laugh as the shadow was moving about excitedly in a victorious fashion. Okay. I've got to find some way to top that. Chapter 21, I'll hold them back myself. A Shichibukai. Naruto thought to himself as he absent-mindedly manipulated the wires for Vivi's training while sitting in a meditative posture. He had been thinking on this ever since he had his little run-in with Don Quixote Doflamingo and had been weighing the positives and negatives of accepting. The negatives: it could be a trap to sucker him into an ambush, Soren would be completely pissed and would probably leave the crew if he had to be associated with Doflamingo in any way. He didn't really want to listen to anyone tell him what to do about anything, and from what he had seen of the world government thus far he didn't particularly want to side with them. The positives: he wouldn't have to worry about Marines coming after his crew, he might be able to steer interest away from the elemental nations if he had some stroke with the higher-ups in the chain of command, he might be able to convince Soren that being closer in this way to Doflamingo would help him in the long run towards his ambition, and if he decided to leave, what did he care? He was already a pirate with a monster of a bounty. What would they do, send Marines after him? They were doing that anyway. Penny for your thoughts, Naruto? Miss Valentine asked him, coming up to him with a smile. You usually don't seem to be the type to think so hard about things. Naruto looked up at the bright blonde woman before blinking in confusion. What do you mean? What makes you think I'm wondering about something? Pointing towards Vivi in the midst of springing, jumping, and rolling through Naruto's rapidly shifting wires, Miss Valentine answered his question. Because normally by now you would be all fired up to finish Vivi off in there. She's been going at the same pace for about 5 minutes, she's got to be exhausted in there. Naruto looked and began paying attention to the ship's resident princess and was actually impressed. It had been over 2 weeks since Vivi had begun and she was showing marked improvement. Her reaction time and reflexes were utterly impeccable. With a grin, Naruto stopped his finger's movement and allowed the wire obstacle course to go slack. That was great, Vivi. It looks like I'm going to have to start using my dominant hand and start paying attention when we do this. You weren't even using your strong hand? Vivi said in exasperation. I thought I was almost done. Naruto grinned at her. No, you've been doing great, but you're not done yet. You still have to learn to do this blindfolded. Then you're done. Or have you forgotten? Blindfolded? Who does he think I am? She wanted to say that, but then again she was the one who asked him to train her in the first place. He didn't want to do it, she more or less pestered him into it. Who was she to complain about it? A nod came from the blonde captain. But you're not that far along yet. We'll step it up next time around, for now you're done for the rest of the day. Go get something to eat. He looked up at Miss Valentine. I think I heard you call for lunch, didn't I? Yeah, lunch is ready, Miss Valentine said, backing up Naruto's statement. Vivi went inside, leaving Naruto and Miss Valentine alone on the deck. So are you going to tell me what's wrong with you today, or do I need to start withholding meals from you until you cough it up? She said playfully. All right, there's no need for that. Naruto said, laughing slightly. Actually, you might be able to give me some feedback on this. That had firmly gotten her attention. Doflamingo said something about inviting me to be a Shichibukai when we met. What do you think about that? I've been mulling it around in my head for weeks. Miss Valentine's visage took on a thoughtful expression as she sat down next to him. Well, I guess I have to ask you, why me? Why not ask someone else about this? Naruto sighed. Because I already know what Soren would say. I know Nojiko is already biased against most things involving the world government. After that Nezumi guy that I killed, Johnny and Yasaku would go with me no matter what I did. Vivi's still supposed to be off of their radar, and Murit hasn't been around us long enough for me to actually value her opinion. And what about me? Where do I fit in with all of this? Miss Valentine asked, eager to know what he thought about her. Naruto looked at Miss Valentine and smiled. On the other hand, you've more or less earned your spot on the crew. The only bias towards them you have is that you just now got a decent bounty, and you actually worked under an actual Shichibukai before this, so if anyone had anything decent to say about it, you would be the one. Ah? Miss Valentine gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek. Naruto values my opinion, how sweet. Wrapping her arms around him and thinking about his dilemma at the moment, she finally started giving him her view of it all. Well, if you want to keep a lower profile, you'd be better off going as you are. The second you become a Shichibukai, you're basically at the world government's beck and call when it comes to certain things, or else you'll lose your status and they'll get you back somehow. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Get me back? How in the hell are they going to get me back for anything if they can't even beat me? They know where you're from, Miss Valentine said, scooting up close and nuzzling his cheek as she savored her Naruto time. That's why most pirates break all ties with their original homes most of the time when they leave to begin their journeys and take everything with them, because when you get famous that becomes a liability. There are exceptions, of course, obvious exceptions like Jimbei of the Fishman Pirates, or Boa Hancock of the Kuja pirates, but the entire reason they became Shichibukai in the first place was for their homes. Naruto nodded in understanding. I have no idea who either of those people are, but I'll take your word for it. He looked up in thought, so I'd basically be their proxy soldier if I accept, but if I don't accept then they'll start targeting the elemental nations. I can't let that happen. Miss Valentine let out a sigh as she continued to think, well, there is another thing that you can do if you're really that worried about it. She felt that she had his whole attention on her and she started to speak again, but it's going to be a really out there circumstance. You're going to actually have to work, not just go about like you have been, traveling and surviving. What do I have to do? Naruto asked determinedly. Miss Valentine answered that with a question, what do you know of the Yonkou? She saw the blank look on his face. Okay. They're one of the 3 great powers of the world, the others are the Marines and the Shichibukai. The thing about these people though, they're pirates. Not government-sanctioned pirates like the Shichibukai, just pirates. The strongest pirates, period. She put up 4 fingers and started ticking them down, red-haired Shanks, Big Ma'am Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The 4 most powerful pirates in the world and the ones that have made it the farthest along the Grand Line. They have the power to declare locations as their own or as their own protectorates. Mostly in the second half of the Grand Line. I'm not from the Grand Line. Naruto commented, the elemental nations aren't on any part of it. It's just really far out of the way and treacherous. If they really feel the need to go there, I don't think that a little thing like that is going to stop them. You say all the time that there isn't any world government influence over that place. Miss Valentine started again, that's all that needs to be known. If you can prove that you're as strong and as influential as one of the Yonkou, maybe even take one of their places, then you can claim the elemental nations as your territory. The thing about it is, the elemental nations pretty much did belong to him, he just didn't run the place. He could have, but he would have been ruling with fear, as a living weapon of mass destruction. It would have defeated the purpose of trying to bring peace if the only thing keeping things peaceful relations in the land was the threat of one man coming through and making you do it. Eventually that would have sparked another war, with him as the target once again. However, as he was, claiming the elemental nations publicly would do nothing since clearly he wasn't considered a power in the level of the Yonkou if they were sending people after him to recruit/kill him. Damn it! Naruto suddenly exclaimed, surprising Miss Valentine, you said I have to go far into the Grand Line and assert myself among these people, right? Miss Valentine nodded, well that basically means I'm going to be gunning for One Piece at this rate, or I might as well. He shrugged his shoulders, if you're going to go for something you might as well go all the way. Miss Valentine felt her heart start beating faster at what he was beginning to imply, so you're going to be going for it? Trying to affirm yourself as the level of the Yonkou or beyond, on that of Gold Roger. Naruto gave her a wry smile, I kind of have to, don't I? Miss Valentine stood up and started pacing, these pirates all have fleets. Fleets filled with ships with tons of powerful warriors on par with that of the Marines. Fleets full of pirates willing to fight for them. A veritable army of sorts. And you're going to fight them? Is that the most straightforward way to prove it? Naruto asked her, I mean I could just bypass them and go straight to One Piece, couldn't I? Miss Valentine shook her head, no, eventually you would have to go through their territory. They're not just going to let you beat them to One Piece, that's the entire reason they're there too. The reason they've spent the bulk of their lives out there. If you go through there you might as well be prepared for a fight, because no one is going to just let you pass. Naruto stood up as well and wrapped an arm around Miss Valentine's shoulder, well then I guess you're just going to have to get stronger, and I'm going to have to set up some countermeasures. How much weight can you lift with your powers? 1,000 kilograms per limb. She said proudly, I've got one hell of a punch on me now and I think I've come up with something cool that I can do as well. Naruto smiled at her and hugged her with one arm, you're going to wind up being stronger than me soon. Hell, you're going to be stronger than the strongest woman I've ever met. I'm excited for you. Thank you, Naruto. She said, laughing slightly and blushing, if I'm doing well can I kiss you again? Naruto gave her an odd look before letting out a short chuckle, Valentine-chan, a kiss shouldn't be a prize, it should be a show of affection. If you want to kiss me go ahead and do it. You think I would get mad? He said before planting a kiss onto her himself, feeling her quickly melt into the display of fondness and return it vigorously. She pouted slightly when he pulled away, Don't be afraid of anything, Valentine-chan. I'm not afraid. She insisted when Naruto pressed a finger to her lips. He frowned at her, yet. You will be, it's inevitable with our luck that we're going to run into some strange stuff, some scary stuff. Just remember, I would never make any of you do anything I wasn't sure you could do. I believe in all of you. Miss Valentine smiled and kissed his finger, we believe in you too. Now go get something to eat. I'm fairly certain that we're all out by now, but if we are I can make you something else, Captain. Naruto paced around in thought. I think I'd rather have you, he said, lunging for Miss Valentine before she jumped off of the railing and floated out of his reach on her umbrella. Damn it. Maybe soon, Naruto. She taunted from where she floated up to in the crow's nest, just not today. XXX. 3 days later. Soren sat outside on the deck of the ship as everyone else trained down in the designated training area, or as most would see it, the area around the mast. We've got a beautiful day for this, don't we? He said with a grin. How's it going, Dr. Lady? Murat was busy taking the bandages off of his body. Yeah, sure, you big idiot. She said before moving back to his front. Okay, I'll take your cast off and then we're done and you can be as stupid as you want to be again. Won't that be fun? A blast. The acid-spitting fighter said, eager to get back to being able to go around, doing what he wanted again. This damn thing is itchy. Are you sure you didn't make it too tight? A slap to the back of his head was the response. Oi. Do you want me to make you the prettiest puddle in existence? You're not going to do anything. Murat said as she began cutting the cast off of his arm. You guys are all bark and no bite. If you tried anything you would have 2 people trying to separate your head from your shoulders and 1 trying to put a bullet in your head. Soren rolled his eyes. Yes, because we all know who has the more valuable skill set here. Well, Murat commented glibly, while you're pretty good at destroying things, I'm the only one here that can put the broken down pieces of all of you back together when you bite off more than you can chew. Yeah, it's great. Johnny said as he and Yasaku walked up to them after finishing their spar. Now that you're here, Naruto Aniki lets me and Yasaku fight full out a lot more, though I think he lets me cut him sometimes on purpose, because that big-ass sword he has should never let me get past his defense that easy. Yasaku was holding his right forearm as blood was flowing from between his fingers. Liar. Why can't you just admit that you're faster than me and be okay with that? Johnny lowered his sunglasses and looked at Yasaku in a contradictive manner. Because you stuck your arm out for absolutely no reason other than just to take a hit. I should have cut it off to prove a point. Yasaku waved him off. I'm sure that Murat could put it back even if you did. He said brightly as he sidled up next to the petite doctor. I have this cut on my arm, can you help me out? It's pretty deep. Because you made it deeper on purpose. Johnny chimed in, rather displeased with his partner. Shut up, Johnny. Yasaku mumbled before turning his attention back to Murat. So can you fix me up? Murat frowned and rolled her eyes as she finished taking Soren's cast off. Yes, Yasaku. She said in an exasperated manner, just be careful. I could put a newly severed limb back, but you really don't want me to. She smirked cruelly. You have to be awake for the entire procedure. I have to know if your arm is reattached to the nerves and all of that, and then there's the dashed. Okay, thank you, Yasaku said, cutting her off and standing abruptly. I'll just be inside until you're done with Soren, okay? As he hurriedly scurried away, Murat let out a laugh at leading him on in such a way. We have to be awake for something like that? Johnny said, not looking forward to anything even close to being that similar. That really sounds like it sucks. I will now take greater care to not get my arm cut off in the future. Murat stood up from helping Soren and began walking away. Oh, calm down, you shouldn't be letting yourself loose limbs anyway, but I was just messing with him to get him to leave me alone. Maybe with that idea stuck in his head he'll stop letting you cut him and keep from hurting himself. I've wasted way too many supplies on him in just a few weeks. I don't really feel like buying more so soon or bothering Naruto-sama for anything. Naruto-sama? Soren said disbelievingly as he flexed his arm out and smirked at her. No one here calls him Sama. Nobody here respects that clown enough to call him that. Why are you scared of him and not me? I'm way more terrifying than him. Not really. Murat said dryly. Naruto-sama scares me because I've never seen him angry. I can't even imagine what it would be like if he lost his temper. Have any of you really seen him upset before? What's it like? They both looked at Johnny, who took on a pondering stance. I've never really seen him angry. I've seen him wound up by Arlong before, but he was calm the entire time he was tearing him and his crew apart. I don't think I want to see Naruto Aniki in a foul mood. Murat nodded, and that's why I'm afraid of him. She said as she started walking towards the door to the ship to go assist Yasaku. He always feels like there's some barely restrained power inside of him that if he let it go for even just a second it could suffocate me. You all are fighters, so you probably don't feel it like I do, but it's definitely there. Weaker people can't stay in his presence for too long when he decides it's time for a fight, I'm sure of it. Sometimes when he's just walking around the ship and he passes me, I lock up, I can't help it. Johnny frowned. You shouldn't be afraid of Naruto Aniki like that. He wouldn't hurt you, he wouldn't really hurt any of us. I'll think about that, she said before disappearing inside. Johnny just watched her leave and scratched his head. Why would she be afraid of him? That's not the important question here. Soren said as he began stretching up and going through his martial art katas. The important question here is why in the hell is she afraid of Uzumaki, but she isn't afraid of me? Johnny smirked and began walking away. Maybe because for the last 2 weeks you've been pissing and moaning about how much your arm itched in your cast. Hearing you whine like a baby kind of takes away your intimidation points. He ducked an acid loogie aimed at his head. Oi. If that had hit me I would have been pissed. You would have been dead. Soren said with a smirk as he continued going through his motions. I don't really think I would have cared too much if a dead guy was pissed off at me. XXX. A few days later. Naruto leaned on the steering wheel of the ship in a bored fashion. Ugh. Noji-chan, give me an ETA. When are we supposed to be getting to this Water 7 place again? I'm starting to get bored again. Nojiko was leaning on the railing nearby reading the most recent newspaper. Then why don't you just train? I hear you talk about being bored all of the time but you never train. Okay, first of all, Naruto said in a lightly offended fashion. Train what? I know how to do pretty much everything I ever wanted to learn how to do. I'm not going to get any faster, stronger, or anything like that. At this point it's just maintaining it. Second of all, I do train, I just don't do it around you guys. Everything I'm training is way too destructive for me to use on this ship, so I don't. When? Nojiko asked, you should never have time to train. You're always either training one of us, or all of us, or you're steering the ship, or you're sleeping. Clones don't sleep. Naruto said offhandedly, ignoring Nojiko's surprised face as he thought about what he had just said. Actually that's not true, it depends on how I'm feeling when I make them. When I send them off and there's some kind of landmass nearby the lazy bastards will just sleep there from time to time. So I need to be wide awake and away from land when I make them. Nojiko walked up to him and pinched his cheek. Are you insane? Naruto shook his head. No, your clones can train in your place? This time Naruto nodded. I don't like that. That's not fair. Naruto grinned at her. I'm a ninja baby, a lot of the things I do aren't fair. He finished by giving her a peck on the lips. Besides, when I'm not learning anything new they're really not that useful to use training en masse. They're meant to use to learn things far faster than I could by myself. So when I don't have anything to learn they really don't serve any purpose to train with. I have to keep coming up with stuff for them to try out for me. Like mixing chakra types, that's a really slow-going process. I can't do it yet. Nojiko ran a hand through her hair. What are you, a god? Who can do these things? Naruto pointed his thumbs at himself. Uzumaki Naruto can. I think. And I'm not God, even though that's what I had you screaming last night. Nojiko fought the urge to pull a gun on him seeing as no matter how fast her quickdraw was, he was still always faster than her. She was never going to shoot him so she might as well have stopped trying at this juncture of their relationship. She was sure it wasn't all that healthy to be firing at her boyfriend at her leisure anyway, even if he never openly complained about it, it was unladylike. About your question. Nojiko said, getting back to the original topic at hand, we should be there in a few hours. And remember dash dot. I know. Naruto whined in vexation, no picking fights and no wanton destruction. Why are you pushing it so hard though? You're never really this stern about this kind of stuff. You just mention it in passing and then we disregard it and end up blowing something up anyway, and then I apologize later. Nojiko shook her head and patted him on the cheek. Not this time. We're too close to a huge marine base for you to start acting up, Naruto-kun. We really don't need or even want any kind of trouble here, it's not going to end well if you do. Can you please behave? A fight wouldn't work out at all. Giving Nojiko a hug, he hastily agreed to calm her nerves. Okay Noji-chan. I'll make sure everyone knows not to go around looking for trouble here. If it's too close to a base of marines then fighting for the hell of it won't help anyone. XXX. Water 7, Scrap Island. Naruto hopped off of his docked ship and looked around, satisfied at his placement of the ship. There. And you said I couldn't find anywhere to hide the ship. Who are you to doubt Uzumaki Naruto? Vivi? I'm a jam-up guy. Fine. Vivi agreed as she was one of the last to descend from the boat, leaving only Naruto's clones and Karoo as a source of security, but remember, you still have to look for a shipwright to help fix the natural disaster. You really don't want it to be all beaten up in the middle of the ocean, even I know that. Naruto waved it off. Yeah Vivi I know, don't bite my head off princess. Geez, you aren't the den mother here, Noji-chan is. Hey! Nojiko said with her hands on her hips, I need help keeping all of you weirdos in line, the more the merrier in that case as far as I'm concerned. Vivi can nag you all she wants to. I allow it. And if Murit proves to be even the slightest bit normal or stable compared to you, Johnny, Yasaku, Soren, and Miss Valentine then she can nag you too. Boo! Naruto said lowly, being seconded by the entirety of the aforementioned, unstable, crew members, you normal people with your well-balanced, logical thought processes. The world is shaped and molded by the insane and the unstable, because we have the lack of common sense to fall into line and deal with the world the way it is. Without people like us nothing would ever get done. Vivi and Nojiko looked at each other strangely before the princess voiced their shared thought. I haven't seen you do anything other than fight, sleep, and eat. I am a man of action. Naruto yelled loudly, it's just that I need the action to find me first, or I usually don't know what to do with all of my awesome. It will usually build and swell and then spontaneously explode in a cloud of victory and win. Murat sighed, victory and win means the same thing, Naruto-sama. Whatever. He exclaimed in return, now how are we splitting up, because we're using the buddy system here. Murat blinked in confusion, buddy system? Why? Naruto crossed his arms and took on a wise stance, because in the best and worst situations teamwork can save lives. Yasaku immediately jumped to Murat's side, in that case I volunteer to protect Murat while we're here. Of course you do. Everyone else said in a deadpan tone. Naruto waved it off and proceeded with his issue of splitting the group up, fine whatever. Johnny, you're with Noji-chan. Soren, you're with Valentine-chan. Vivi, you're with me. Let's go. Everyone shrugged, having no problems with who they were paired with the exception of Murat, and went off to head towards the main city of Water 7. Vivi walked up to Naruto's side and looked up at him with her curious eyes. Why am I with you? I'm not complaining, but I just want to know. 2 reasons. Naruto said as everyone split off and started going their own way. 1, in case anyone recognizes you while we're here. I'll be the one dealing with the heat in that case. 2, you were the one that insisted that we find a shipwright, that means you're coming with me when we find one, mostly because I have no idea where to start looking. He scratched his head with a frown. Vivi gave him a reassuring smile, I'm sure it can't be that hard to find one. Apparently shipwrights are supposed to be famous here. My father talked about something called the Galila Company and how they were supposed to be the best. Naruto grinned at her and grabbed her small hand, well I know what we're looking for first. He made a hand seal and disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. XXX. With Yasaku and Murat. The pair walked through the beautiful city, taking the sidewalk next to a canal. One had a significantly better mood currently than the other one, so what do you want to do, Murat? Yasaku tried to say in his smoothest voice, is there anything that you want to partake in while we're here? Murat let out a disgruntled sigh, no, not really anything that I want to do. I have to stock up on more gauze and needles and thread for stitches because someone keeps letting himself get stabbed and cut up by the captain and the other swordsman with sunglasses so that he has an excuse to hang out in my office/room. He finished, glaring at Yasaku. He backed away slightly before recomposing himself and trying again, so, do you want to go for a ride on one of the Yagura bowls? Yasaku suggested, pointing towards the canal they were walking beside where in the water was a creature that resembled a horse with the tail of a fish that a small boat for 2 people sat atop of, my treat. No. She said, getting more and more disgruntled as the seconds dragged on, I want to find a small supply store and get what I need. That's it. I don't want to go for a ride with you, I don't want to go to a restaurant or anything. I have a job I need to be prepared for. Naruto-sama has paid me a lot of money, in advance by the way, something no one's ever done, to ensure that I keep you all alive. I'm worried about that first. You're worried about me. Yasaku said loudly with hearts in his eyes as he started running around to different people on the street exclaiming that Murat was worried about him. She palmed her face, no stupid. Get back over here and stop embarrassing me. She said with tick marks beginning to form on her head, why did I get paired with this lunatic? I'm going to kill him before the sun even goes down. Take a hint, damn it. XXX. With Johnny and Nojiko. We're going in here. Nojiko yelled, pulling on Johnny's arm roughly trying to get him to go in the direction she desired. Johnny was pulling back just as harshly, locking them in a stalemate of sorts. No, Nojiko Inu, we're going over here. Another grunt of exertion that got him nowhere followed that statement, I need a new badass sword. Yasaku got that huge thing Kubikirabuchu, I need something cool. Something that'll make fools crap their pants without me even doing anything. No. Nojiko shouted back at him as people passed by them, staring at the growing spectacle, we're going in here, damn it. The standard marine issue ammunition isn't going to cut it for going any further on the Grand Line. I need hollow points for the pistols, I need full metal jacket shells for the rifle, I need sabot slugs for the shotgun, not to mention a new shotgun altogether. Grapeshot isn't going to do a damn thing later on. Excuse me. A man came up to the 2 of them and got them to pause in their tug of war. The 2 shops are right next door to one another, so why don't you just go into one and then the other, or split up and meet each other outside? Nojiko and Johnny stared at the man before looking at each other and back at him, stay out of this please. They both said at the same time before continuing their argument/test of strength. Come on Nojiko Anu, it's my birthday soon. How soon? 3 months. Fine, I'll care in 3 months, now come on. God. Why are you so strong? You're a girl. XXX. With Soren and Miss Valentine. So where are we going? Miss Valentine asked Soren cheerfully, seeing as how he was walking with some serious purpose in his stride, and anything like that should have been very interesting for her. The look on Soren's face was one of complete seriousness, to get very, very drunk and perhaps get very, very late if all of the stars align correctly for yours truly. He looked over at the brightly smiling blonde woman. Do you have any problems with this? Nope, I'm good with it. She said before laughing a bit, and I will watch you get drunk and make an ass of yourself, and perhaps take pictures of the monster you end up straddling while other poor saps buy me drinks all night for being sexy. She then tapped Soren on his head, and then I will drag you back to the ship, drop you on the deck, and go inside to perhaps see if Naruto will have sex with me when I'm drunk. Soren looked at the woman floating and circling around him, as she was now excited by the game plan of the evening, and what if Nojiko is in there with him when you show up like she is sometimes? Miss Valentine stopped with a blank look on her face before her smile came back full force and she started floating around Soren eagerly. Yay! Threesome with Naruto and Nojiko. And with that, every man within earshot flew backwards 10 meters, propelled by the blood gushing from their noses. Yes? Soren said, smirking and holding his own nose lest he share the same fate as all of the others around him. Hooray for threesomes. XXX. With Naruto and Vivi. Naruto suddenly started looking around rapidly with an unexplainable feeling of excitement in his belly that brought a massive smile to his face for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Something tells me to leave the door to my room unlocked tonight. Something wonderful will happen. What? Vivi said in response to her captain's seemingly nonsensical rambling. Never mind, we're here. Naruto said as they arrived at a massive door with the number 2 on it. Now you tell these guys what we need done because I haven't the faintest idea about how to describe it. Vivi gave him a sly smile. Oh, I know exactly how to word it, Naruto. You guys have done obscene amounts of damage to the deck of your ship to the extent that sunlight actually peeks through when we're in the hold sometimes. The deck of your ship has more potholes than a gravel road. Take your pick for your favorite. Naruto gave her a dry look as they walked into the shipyard. Well then, Miss Pretty Princess, would you like to foot the bill with all of your lucid observations? No, I'm good. She said happily as she bounded alongside Naruto in an upbeat manner. You torment me hours at a time with what you call training. The fact that I can get the better of you at times like this makes me feel better about it all. A few chuckles escaped Naruto. Well. Someone's getting a little too used to me if she thinks that it's okay to talk to the captain like that. Vivi rolled her eyes as they continued to walk through the shipyard. Everyone on the ship thinks it's okay to talk to the captain like that, because we aren't scared of the captain because we know the captain loves us. She pinched Naruto's whisker-marked cheek, and we love the captain right back. Such a sweet little princess. Naruto said in return as they found themselves in the very middle of the shipyard, with multiple workers scrambling about around them. Oi. Can we get some help around here? Anyone? I? Naruto and Vivi both repeated in confusion. What? I said I can help ye. A man that didn't top out over 4 feet in height came from around a corner into Naruto and Vivi's view. He was a middle-aged looking man with extremely tanned skin who had a huge grin on his face, bringing notice to a golden tooth in his mouth. He had a fuzzy black beard and mustache as well as a bald head. The man had baggy black pants with a blue sash, and no shirt, which made the ridiculous amount of muscles on his frame that much more noticeable. Hello there. My name is Stanley Bulford, one of the foremen of Dock 2. Genie. Vivi said quietly, almost in an excited fashion like a little girl. She had to fight down the urge to grab the small man and order him to give her 3 wishes. Holy shit. Was the eloquent summary from Naruto before he regained his composure. Hi there. I was wondering if there was anyone around here that could help us out. We'd like our ship to be repaired. The man stroked his beard. Ship repairs, eh? He started pacing around Naruto and Vivi. So what are ye? Ye don't look like any kind o' marine I've seen, not with a coat the likes o' that. Ye didn't come in here raising all sorts o' cane, so that makes you either civilians or the most well-behaved pirates I ever seen. Naruto's head drooped. I promised I wouldn't make any trouble for no good reason. I'm usually a much better magnet for trouble. Honest. Vivi's eye twitched at Naruto's downtrodden expression towards being civil. Don't be proud of being a troublemaker, Naruto. Pirates then. The man said, stopping in front of Naruto and looking up directly into his eyes. Ye have some terrifying eyes there behind them bright blues, lad. He said almost gravely. What kind of things must you have seen? Naruto and Vivi both gave him puzzled looks. Alright, now where's this ship? he said brightly, switching tones once more. Really? You'll help us out? Vivi asked anxiously, excited that someone would actually fix the wrecked-up deck that Naruto claimed as his own. That's great. How much do we owe you, sir? Calm down, lass. The man said, I still need to see the ship before I start charging. No sir either. I already gave you my name, understand? Vivi gave him a nod. Great. Now let's see this ship. Oh, yours. Naruto blinked at how easily it was to convince him. That's it? It's that simple? Really? Vivi looked at the blonde captain who seemed to be stunned at the shipwright who so easily accepted to see their ship. You say that like you were expecting something different. What did you think was going to happen? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I kind of figured that we would have to travel to some faraway place and get something, or fight some strange enemy that's troubling these guys. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. You should hear some of the stories I have. Well, not today, you won't. The diminutive foreman said, it's enough that I haven't heard ye spouting about Dock 1 and how you wished you had been able to get the ship checked there. I'm plumb tired of hearing about them. I am. Supposed to be the best they are, Faye. Naruto gave the man a grin. Who cares about what other people think? Listen, I'm the single most powerful warrior that ever came out of my village. Would you like to know what my rank was by the time that I left? I was a genin, the lowest level that a person could be in the system. I'm trying to say that it shouldn't matter what other people try to place you as, just as long as you know you have the talent. Stanley looked at the prideful and honest smile on Naruto's face and began laughing. Wahahaha. I like you, lad. I think I made a good choice in helping you out with your issue. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. So where's this ship? Oh, yours. Vivi pulled a map of the city out. We're stationed at Scrap Island. Is that okay? Stanley let out a groan. That's a very long walk, lass. It'll take me at the very least 3 hours to get there. 3 hours, my ass. Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed a hold of both Vivi and Stanley. Say hello to one of the coolest things I know how to do, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The three suddenly vanished in a flash of yellow, leaving behind no trace of their previous position. XXX. With Soren and Miss Valentine. Sitting at the main bar, Soren took a long swig from the mug in his hand and sighed in contentment as Miss Valentine broke away from the pack of men she had previously surrounding her and made her way to his side. So how are you feeling, Soren? She said with a slightly inebriated blush on her face. The acid-spitting pirate looked over at her and smiled in an even-tempered manner. I'm good, I'm feeling very good. This is a relaxing place, you know? Where are we again? Blueno's bar, sir. A man cleaning glasses said from behind the bar, a tall man with a black beard and black hair resembling the horns of a bull. You've asked that question 4 times in the last 3 hours alone. Have I? Soren asked with a small smile on his face. Sorry, post-concussion syndrome and all that. Anyway. He slammed his mug lightly. Go ahead and fill it up again. I've got nothing but time, I've got money, and I've got a need to lose full control of my motor skills, so let's do this. Go, Soren. Miss Valentine said as she leaned against the bar right beside him. He turned to look at her with an amused look on his face. You are so lucky I'm here, little miss. I can't hold my liquor. I thought you were supposed to be the responsible one tonight. What happened to that plan of action? Miss Valentine waved him off. Who needs to have one of us be responsible? I'm fine, you're fine, I'm fine. I'm fine. We're all fine. So does it really matter? She turned towards the others in attendance. Who hasn't bought me a drink yet? A series of hands went up around the bar. Shaking his head, Soren turned back to the bartender, and once again, against my better judgment and desire, I will be making sure she gets back to our ship without some strange guy in tow tonight. He let out a laugh. If she wound up with anyone other than Uzumaki, she would probably kill the poor sucker. You're a really good listener, mister. He said, trying to feel out his name. Blueno. The bartender replied evenly. I've told you this already, about 4 times. He passed Soren back a refilled mug. Right. Soren said slightly apologetically. Sorry about that. He looked around. This is a nice place though. Where are we again? He asked pleasantly. Blueno sighed indignantly, getting Soren to laugh a bit at that. I'm just kidding. I know where we are. He pointed his thumb to the side. That guy obviously doesn't though. He was pointing at a large muscular man in a white suit with gray hair and a gray beard who was out cold, fast asleep. That guy's been out of it since we first got here. Is he that smashed? Soren asked Blueno, who shook his head. He looks kind of familiar. Kind of like. Soren's eyes widened horrifically and started slowly moving away from his seat. Yeah, I'm going to go now. Later. It's so hard being so pretty. Miss Valentine confessed to the men around her before Soren grabbed her by her forearm and pulled her out of the bar, moving quickly. Soren, what the hell? I was just getting loose. He didn't turn back towards the bar they had just left as he continued running. We did not want to be there. Well, I didn't want to be there. Why? Miss Valentine asked as she lightened her own weight to make herself easier for him to drag. And can you slow down? You're moving so spastically, I think the alcohol is going to be coming back up at this pace. Soren stopped and let her get her balance back. I just saw Monkey D. Garp. He saw Miss Valentine's eyes widen. Yeah, you'd better know who that is. If he saw me and recognized me, he would kick my ass and drag my ass off to impel down, never to be seen again. No thank you. Miss Valentine hissed lowly as if it were some kind of secret. What the fuck is Garp the Fist doing here? Isn't he supposed to be the hero of the Marines? Soren and Miss Valentine began walking again. We are really close to Eni's lobby, but still, guys like that never come out in the open, except for Admiral Kizaru that one time. I would have expected Garp to be stuck at Marineford with the rest of the bigwigs. This really sucks. It should be okay though, Miss Valentine said, her stomach for the situation slowly improving. It's not like we have a reason to draw attention or anything, right? All we have to do is lay low and everything should be fine. It's easy. Yeah, sure, Soren said, not really that convinced that things were going to go smoothly. I mean, I'm decent at staying out of sight, and I'm sure Uzumaki is too. And we're the most likely to cause trouble and blow something up, so if we stay out of trouble everything should be aces, right? I mean, it's not like anyone else is going to just show up and start something stupid that we're going to get sucked into in a few days' time. Miss Valentine nodded and thumped him lightly on the shoulder. There you go. We'll be fine. We're not that unlucky. XXX. With Johnny and Nojiko. Johnny walked back through town dejected as night had fallen over the city. I can't believe we fought for so long, both stores closed down. He turned his head towards Nojiko, who was looking just as downtrodden as he was. If you had just let me go into my shop I'd have been in and out in 5 minutes and then we could have gone into yours. Same right back at you. Nojiko mumbled lowly. We wasted the entire afternoon doing nothing. I made Naruto-kun convert all of that treasure to actual money in Mock Town for no reason. Man, that store looked so cool. She perked up when she saw 2 more members of their seafaring group. Hey, it's Yasaku and Murat. The 2 in question were still walking, Murat carrying a few bags of medical supplies, and Yasaku trying to get her to rely on him, either by letting him carry her stuff, or her herself. Murat then noticed Johnny and Nojiko walking towards them and could almost cry in relief. Thank the gods. I knew they wouldn't leave me in this purgatory forever. Nojiko walked up to the 2 of them with a smile. Well, how was your trip around town today? Murat gave Nojiko a deadpan face devoid of humor or goodwill. Never again. Never leave me alone with him again. I don't care if I am afraid of Naruto-sama or not, I will bite, kick, scratch, or whatever if I'm ever paired with him again for anything. Johnny meanwhile, spoke to his sword-toting counterpart. So how was your day going around with Murat? Yasaku sighed wistfully with hearts in his eyes. I'm sure she's thinking about me right now. I think we really hit it off today. It's only a matter of time. Murat and Nojiko walked a short distance in front of the men as the female doctor sounded off again about her thoughts on the day. I will sew his mouth shut if I'm ever left alone with him long enough to ask me out 83 times in a row again. And then if he learns to speak with his eyes, I might do it to those 2. He's not that bad. Nojiko insisted, trying to get her to warm up to part of the crew. Yes, he is. Murat asserted firmly. Why are all of the men on the ship certifiably insane? Nojiko patted her on the back. We're all a little bit off-kilter. I think it's Naruto-kun, hanging around him disproportionates you. Don't worry, soon enough you'll start to lose it yourself, and you won't know when. Someone else will have to bring up the point for you. Murat rolled her eyes. I'm sure he's not that bad. She said, referring to Naruto. Yes, he is. This time it was Nojiko's turn to assert her point. If you stay with us, you will develop a personality quirk of sorts just to deal with all of the things you're going to see and come into contact with. Frowning, Murat slumped her shoulders in defeat. I'm really not looking forward to that, but he's paying me so much money and I already agreed. I'm honor bound, yep, bound by what little honor I have. It's so beautiful out tonight, Murat. Yasaku suddenly exclaimed, would you like to take me up on that earlier offer for a ride on the Yagura Bulls? On second thought, Murat said, with her eyebrow twitching, I don't think my personality quirk will kick in fast enough for me to deal with him without complicating simple procedures on him. XXX. Geez lad. Stanley yelled out as he walked along the deck of the Natural Disaster. What have ye been doin' to this ship? Do ye practice swinging a sledgehammer about or what? No. Naruto said slightly embarrassed as Vivi smirked in the background. Yeah, Vivi, go ahead and get your laughs of correctness off of this. Vivi shook her head as she sat off to the side, stroking Karu's head. No, I think I'll save them for when my self-esteem starts feeling low. She stood up and walked over to the two men. So Stanley-san, do you think you can help us out? He said in return as he kept looking about the ship. Is there anything that you want done special? Naruto's face lit up and he placed a hand on Stanley's shoulder. I'm so glad you asked that question. I have tons of ideas that I want to know if I can do or not. Stanley nodded and gestured for him to continue speaking. Can I section off a spot at the back end of the ship as a training spot, 40 by 40? There's enough space. The two walked back around that area and looked around before the shipwright nodded. That can be done. But ye need some very sturdy, specific supplies that ye need custom ordered. Is money an object? Nope. Naruto chirped cheerfully. I'm loaded. What do you need? What do you think the ship can use? Come on, give me some input. No one on this ship knows how to fix this thing or keep up with maintenance, so this is golden for me. Ye actually want my opinion? Stanley asked, almost in disbelief, getting eager nods from both Naruto and Vivi. The man lowered his head before gleefully smiling at the two. I'll need to look the ship over from head to toe to come up with things. Can I come back tomorrow, mister? He said, trying to remember Naruto's name. I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, extending his hand until Vivi elbowed him in the side. Oh, shit, I forgot. He forgot that they really weren't supposed to be letting people know who they were while they were there. Stanley nodded, not particularly registering Naruto's name as one of overt fame. And the lass here? Vivi cut in before Naruto could potentially blow that cover as well. My name is Nafatali Vera. She elbowed Naruto again when he gave her an odd look and distastefully tested the name in his mouth. And of course you can come back tomorrow, Stanley-san. We'll be right here. Naruto-kun, we're back. The attention of the three people standing on the deck was attracted to the return of Nojiko, Johnny, Yasaku, and Murat. Who is this? Nojiko asked once they caught sight of the short, burly strange man aboard their ship. Naruto walked over to the others and gestured towards the person who had attracted the interest of the others. This is Stanley. He's going to help us get our ship in order tomorrow morning. Stanley started waking his way towards the ladder that would have him climb off of the ship. Well, I'll be taking my leave now. I'll be back bright and early in the morning, Mr. Uzumaki. Till then, farewell. Nojiko watched the strange man leave in curiosity. What an odd little man. Naruto shook his head and started walking inside the ship. Odd nothing, I think he's awesome. He's going to help me turn the ship into a floating slice of awesome. Chapter 22, Water Under the Bridge. Damn Doflamingo, wasting my time. Garp said to himself as he stood in front of a rather large marine ship, with all of his men giving him a rather wide berth. He said that the Uzumaki Naruto kid that has Sengoku gnashing his teeth would be out here soon. He punched his fist into his palm. It's been days. He isn't here. He saw two young marines coming up to him. Kobe, Helmeppo, do you have anything on an Uzumaki Naruto from around town? Both stopped in front of Garp and saluted as Kobe spoke. No sir, nothing. No one matching any description of Uzumaki Naruto at all. Damn it. Garp said again, I wanted to take that bastard down myself. There's something about that guy that seems like he could be a threat. He already kidnapped the Princess of Alabasta and he's a rookie, just like my grandson. Apparently they're accomplices as well. Meanwhile, nearby, Soren and Naruto stood crouched stealthily atop a rooftop with a pair of binoculars for each man as they looked at the ship planning to disembark. So this is the hero of the last era? Monkey D. Garp? Soren nodded, not that Naruto could see it from how he was looking. Garp was walking around flanked by two young men, one in a marine outfit with pink hair, a scar on his forehead, and glasses placed on his forehead. The other was blonde, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a green sweater vest and purple pants. Yep. And it looks like he's leaving. Thank God, because 3 days of not getting drunk or going where I wanted to in this town was getting irksome. Naruto smirked as he kept looking through his binoculars. Amen, brother. But it's all right now, because he's gone, and I can officially act a nuisance again. Naruto held up his hand that was quickly slapped in a high five by Soren, and that's our good luck bad luck exchange for the time being. You got your ass whipped by Doflamingo? Naruto ignored Soren's angry growl at being reminded of his defeat, and in return we dodge having to fight a hero that you seem somewhat scared of. You don't even know who that guy was. Uzumaki. Soren said, not disagreeing with Naruto's statement of saying that he was somewhat afraid to fight Garp. That man is a monster. He could be the fleet admiral of entire marine force if he wanted to be, I'm sure of it. Naruto watched Garp and his two young trainees board the ship as the crew began making preparations to leave Water 7. I'll take your word for it. You know more about the world at large than I do. A grin came to Naruto's face as the shouts of Marines preparing to leave rang out. So many strong people in the world, and I'm going to take my spot at the top. I have to. Soren nodded contently. Good. You're starting to take my advice sometimes. I was wondering if you were just asking me stuff so that you could figure exactly the opposite of what you wanted to do. Now what's going down with the ship? Naruto and Soren stowed the binoculars away and stood up, stretching their legs from being crouched down for so long. Alright, so check it out. The entire deck needs to be redone. The masts need to be relayered because of all of the damage we do to it. The nicks and dents in the walls and railings need to be fixed up. Our hull is actually in great shape. We never take any damage to the hull. So how long are we going to be here? Soren asked Naruto. I'm in no real rush and I don't think you are either, but having a timetable helps me stay calm most of the time. Naruto shook his head. I don't know. Stanley checked the exterior yesterday and gave me a rundown of what he was going to do to fix it up. Today is supposed to be the interior, like our rooms and stuff. Rooms? Soren said with a laugh. What about them? We have a marine ship Uzumaki, we have 6 times the rooms that we need. Do we really need to do anything with them? Naruto rolled his eyes. Duh. What are we going to do with that many empty useless rooms? We're keeping a few, but the rest are going to be turned into something cool. Like a dojo so that we don't have to tear up the deck unless we feel like getting fresh air. Soren said as he actually started thinking about it. Okay, that sounds cool to me. Can we afford it? Naruto grinned at his bald ally. Of course we can afford it. Between the money we were given for helping Alabasta, and the money I got when I first started sailing with Nami-chan, we have more than enough. I was always thrifty with our funds. Why do you think I just handed over 1 million so easily to Murit? Soren grinned as he thought up his retort. Because you think with your dick and it was pointed right at hot doctor lady? Wallet be damned. You're a funny guy. Naruto said with a dry look. Why don't you go find that chick with the sword that you kept taking it easy on? What's her name again? He asked, grinning again when he got a rise out of Soren. I am not into that Tashigi woman Uzumaki. I just want to see if I can change someone's point of view in the world to something a little less black and white. Soren said, trying to defend himself as far as his last few encounters with said swordswoman went. Naruto looked ahead as the two kept roof-hopping in order to get back to their current base of operations. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Soren, I'm not going to judge you. XXX. Natural disaster, Scrap Island. Nojiko took the initiative and finished leading the shipwright that Naruto and Vivi had conscripted into helping them with their ship, and that's everything. She said with a sigh, signifying that she was happy to be finished with the tour of the ship. It's really pretty Spartan around here. We don't go much for anything lavish. Naruto-kun usually destroys any town where we can hang out and buy stuff. Accidentally of course, but still. Stanley was writing down his observations in a notepad. So he's Uzumaki Naruto, is he? The seed of war? Nojiko nervously nodded her head as her right hand slowly drifted for one of the pistols around her waist in case he wanted to make an issue of it. Calm down, lass. I'm not going to start a fight over something like this. I do plenty o' work for pirates and your boyfriend seems like a good person, high bounty or not. Nojiko raised a delicate eyebrow as she moved her hand from her guns. How did you know that Naruto-kun and I were together? I don't think I was that obvious with it. Stanley smirked. But you were. When we walked about this ship of yours you stopped at everyone's door except 2 rooms that belonged to you and him. You went right into the captain's room as if you were walking into the common area. You must be quite comfortable there, lass. Blushing at his insinuation, Nojiko tried redirecting the conversation. Well, Naruto-kun isn't back yet and you're done with your evaluation of the ship. Do you have anything that you want me to tell him or inform him of when he gets back? Stanley exited the ship and threw a wave back at Nojiko. No, that won't be necessary. Just tell Mr. Uzumaki to come back Doc 2 and talk to me when he gets a chance. I still have things I want to work into the schematics of the ship. I'll see if there's anything in particular he wants. He then started snickering. I wonder if I can sell the soundproofing process on him for his room. For the lady's benefit. Nojiko watched the raucously laughing man leave with a twitching eye. You are so lucky that I can't shoot you or I'd be a hypocrite. She muttered to herself before moving to a couch in the common area and taking a seat, looking at the log pose on her wrist. 1 week at least before we can leave. Damn it, Uzumaki, I hate that damn move. Chill out. It was either use Hiration or we run all the way back. Garp isn't far away enough for us to be heightening our profile yet. Nojiko got up and walked into Naruto's room to see both Naruto and Soren standing there, one with a rather disgruntled look on his face, the other smiling at her before he walked over and gave her a kiss. Hello, Noji-chan. What's going on? Nojiko smiled and pointed her thumb. You just missed Stanley. He finished checking over the ship and said for you to drop by later at Dock 2 with whatever ideas you wanted for him to try and fit into the new design. Fun. Naruto said as he jumped back and landed on his bed. I'll head out in a bit. Does anyone want to come with me? Soren shook his head as he walked towards the door to leave the room. Nah, you can go Uzumaki. I need to keep training. Now that we're somewhere solid that I can cut loose a little on, I have some techniques that I want to test out. Naruto shrugged. Suit yourself, but go around and spread the word to see if anyone wants to head out with me. Soren gave him an okay sign as he left the room. Naruto looked back over at Nojiko. So are you going to come with me? Nojiko nodded. Yeah, it should be nice. Footsteps rapidly pounded on the ground leading towards Naruto's room. Yusaku apparently is coming with us too. Right on cue, Yusaku burst through the door, Kubikirabuchu on his back ready to roll. Are we going somewhere, Naruto and Ikki? Huh? He asked excitedly. Nojiko started laughing hard enough to require the wall to keep her balance. He's like a dog or something, laughs it's so good. Naruto jumped out of his bed and landed in front of Nojiko and Yusaku. Alright then, let's go. We should get there in 15 minutes if we move fast enough. 15 minutes? Both Nojiko and Yusaku said at the same time before Yusaku realized what he was implying. Oh, I get it. Naruto and Ikki's been running on the rooftops to get everywhere. We can't do that, Aniki, we had to take the long way. Nojiko thought for a moment. Well, we could rent a Yagura bull. We won't be getting there in 15 minutes like you say, Naruto-kun, but it won't take nearly as long as it would otherwise. It's not that expensive, especially to us. Fine. Naruto said in defeat. He really wanted to take the rooftops to get there. He had seen the system of streets and canals and he wanted no part of it. He would probably get himself lost if he tried navigating his way around on the ground level, but Nojiko was smart and she sounded like she knew what she was doing. XXX. 30 minutes later. Board, 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 board. Naruto kept repeating as he walked along the street, the water street to be more exact. He was walking on the water as Yusaku and Nojiko rode on the back of a Yagura bull nearby. Nojiko let out a sigh of exasperation as people from all around looked at Naruto in utter awe. Naruto-kun, stop showing off. I don't see why you didn't just rent another Yagura bull and be normal. Because being normal sucks. Naruto said blankly as he kept walking on the surface of the canal, and I'm not going to rent something to ride on when I can just walk. I'm not a lazy-ass Noji-chan. He pointed at the area where the large doors saying, 2 were, and that's where we're going. Go put the Yagura bull up and meet me inside. Nojiko and Yusaku marveled at the size of the entire place, seeing as how they had never been that far into the town before. They had to take a large water elevator to get to the shipyard, and Naruto wasn't that patient as evidenced by him sticking to the wall and running right up the side to the top. Naruto quickly made his way from the water to the shipyard where he quickly found the diminutive foreman. Stanley, you wanted to see me? He turned from overseeing the shipyard to see the familiar blonde who had asked for his help, Mr. Uzumaki. Right on time. I cut through these plans like a hacksaw, so tell me what you think about these ideas. I think they'll suit ye and everyone on your ship. Stanley handed Naruto a small notebook with everything he had put down as potential for his ship. Naruto took it and looked at it closely, taking his time and going over every page provided before he looked at Stanley with absolutely no expression on his face. He reached into his pocket and handed him a slip of paper. Sir, here is a blank sheet. You write any amount of money whatsoever on this parchment and I will produce the necessary funds to foot the bill. I do not care, money is no object. Stanley grinned at Naruto. The most expensive thing will be the wood needed for everything. I assume you would like the best wood available. Naruto's face slowly morphed into a smug look. I have the best wood available. Wood made with the power of chakra. He looked around sheepishly. I just need an open vacant spot to use it in because I can't really control that power yet. It's pretty wild and unrefined, but the wood is top-notch. Fire even has a tough time causing it any harm. He then waved all of that off, but right now I have some killer ideas. I need a sturdier sail design so I can put a little something special on the back to make the ship go faster. I also need a more aerodynamic hull so I can tear ass through the sea faster. Ooh, and then dash. Lad. Stanley finally cut him off. Why don't you just write down everything you want, and produce the lumber that you said you could provide, and we can get started. Naruto pointed at him in acknowledgement. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm so on it. This is going to be awesome. Can you really do all of the stuff you put in that notebook? Wahahaha. Can I do it? Stanley laughed at Naruto's questioning comment. Of course I can do it. I wouldn't have even drawn M up as plans if I couldn't do it. He thumped Naruto on the shoulder good-naturedly. Now, you should go find Iceberg. He's the one that ye negotiate the price with. If ye tell him you're supplying the wood ye can hammer out a lower price. I said you might be stopping by sometime today. He pointed in a direction. There was a ruckus at Dock 1 not too long ago. Iceberg should still be there. Naruto started walking away and gave a two-fingered salute to Stanley. Alright then, I'll be back after I work out all of the details. Later. XXX. Naruto landed in front of an area designated with a massive 1 on a large door, signifying Dock 1, and opened it up, letting himself inside. Oi. Is there an iceberg around here? Naruto said as he landed from running atop the buildings around him. Stanley said that you might be expecting an Uzumaki Naruto. That's me. Naruto? Naruto heard him name called loudly and rather angrily, which confused him. He had taken great care not to piss anyone off since he had arrived in Water 7. Nojiko made him promise her. So who in the hell dash? Gomu Gomu no pistol, Gum Gum pistol. Luffy? Naruto said to himself before getting nailed with a fist and bursting into smoke, leaving a log behind in his place. Naruto showed himself again standing on top of a pile of lumber. Luffy. What the hell? It's been months and the first thing you do when you see me is try to knock the hell out of me. Luffy had a rather angry look on his normally good-natured face. Don't act like you don't know what you did. You kidnapped Vivi. Naruto face-faulted before standing up angrily to see Nami and an unknown group of people in Luffy's company. I did not kidnap Vivi. Those are slanderous lies of a slanderous nature. He then disappeared in a shunshin and reappeared at Nami's side. I did miss you a lot though, Nami-chan. Nami quickly gave him a kiss before slapping him. Ow. What the hell? I say I miss you and you hit me. Nami put her hands on her hips. Well, why do the papers say that you kidnapped Vivi? There has to be a reason for it. Naruto sighed and opened his mouth to answer before ducking a kick from Luffy. Luffy, chill out so I can explain. Don't make me kick your ass. Give Vivi back and let her go home, you bully. Luffy shouted at Naruto. He had forgotten how strong Naruto was, and that was before then. They were all well aware of Naruto's bounty now, and it couldn't have been just because of one thing. Luffy had to start stepping it up now if he wanted to beat Naruto. Gomu Gomu no Gatling, Gum Gum Gatling gun. Luffy began throwing rapid-fire fists at Naruto, who somehow danced his way around each one. Hold still. Like hell, I'm going to let you hit me. Naruto shouted back at the rubber man as he kept slipping Luffy's punches. I've seen what that move does to people. Now chill out or I'll make you. For Kage Bunshin popped into existence on all sides of Luffy before taking advantage of Luffy's tunnel vision on Naruto and kicking him into the air, stopping his barrage. Zu. Ma. Ki. Naruto jumped into the air and dropped an axe kick on the top of Luffy's head. Uzumaki Naruto Rendan, Uzumaki Naruto Barrage. The kick deposited Luffy hard into a small crater in the ground. Now will you shut up and listen to me? His answer came in a pair of hands reaching out to grab him and missing. I guess not. Did that last one even hurt? Gomu Gomu no Rocket, Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy's body shot out of the crater at Naruto after his outstretched hands found something firm to grab a hold of and pull with. Naruto grinned ferally as he saw Luffy's body flying at him in proverbial slow motion. He made 4 quick hand seals, Doton, Doryuhiki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A large wall quickly rose from the ground in front of Naruto with the Uzumaki swirl on the front as he heard the dull thump of Luffy bouncing off of his temporary construct. I know that hurt. Are we done, Luffy? He heard Luffy growl and run around the side of the wall to deliver a punch to his face that revealed that Naruto to be a Kage Bunshin. Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu. A pair of hands latched down around Luffy's ankles and tried dragging him underground, but Luffy's legs stretched, keeping him from being trapped. Naruto reappeared from the ground with a deadpan look on his face as Luffy pulled his legs free and snorted like a bull about to charge. What's going on, Ma? Califa, do you know? A man with blue hair, a 5 o'clock shadow, black suit pants, and an orange and red striped suit jacket said as he watched Naruto and Luffy's ruckus. Califa, a blonde woman with glasses and hair tied into a bun who wore a yellow, long-sleeved jacket, high-heeled black boots, and a black tight miniskirt spoke as she adjusted her glasses. The other man is Uzumaki Naruto. Bounty of 245 million belly. I'm not quite sure what the issue between the two is, Iceberg-san. She saw Naruto take notice of her and point and wink at her for identifying him. That's sexual harassment, she said, getting Naruto to gape at her in disbelief. Gomu Gomu no Stamp, Gum Gum Stamp. Luffy's foot stretched straight out and caught Naruto, who was still recovering from Califa's comment, right in the stomach, driving him hard into a storehouse right through a shut door. Luffy grinned at having finally caught Naruto with an attack as he heard him groan from inside of the storehouse. Ugh. That was such a sucker punch, Luffy. Naruto's voice echoed out from within the storehouse, mice running away from the clatter he had caused inside with his body. Luffy rotated his arm preparing for more of a fight. No, I didn't punch you, I kicked you, stupid. Now get out here so I can beat you up some more. He didn't expect to hear Naruto start to laugh from inside of the storehouse. What's funny? Naruto stopped laughing as he had still remained to have been seen emerging from the storehouse. You're a few years too early to say you can beat me, Luffy. One of the mice who had run out of the storehouse ran past Luffy, before transforming in a puff of smoke back into Naruto, who had a wild grin on his face and his hands held in a tiger hand seal, Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ugi, Senin Goroshi, Konohagakure's most secret and sacred technique, 1,000 years of death. Too fast for Luffy to register a defense for, Naruto's pointed fingers, held in the seal, found their way to the most vulnerable spot feasible from the rubber man's backside. Adding a little wind to the humiliating technique sent Luffy rocketing off, screaming and holding his rectum. Naruto stood up out of his attack stance and looked at Califa. Now that could actually register as sexual harassment. He looked in the direction that he launched Luffy. Okay, he's going to be right back here in a moment, pissed off to boot, so I'll just say I didn't kidnap Vivi. There were reasons that Cobra needed her smuggled out of the country, and he decided to scapegoat me since I'm supposed to be an outlaw anyway. You can ask her yourself later, she's actually with me and my crew. Nami still had her hands on her hips before relenting her stern look. Okay, I believe you, Naruto-kun, and don't touch me for a while, at least until you wash your hands, please. Naruto looked at his hands and blinked. Deal. He turned to Iceberg. So how much do I owe you if I supply the lumber for all of the work to be done on my ship? Califa showed him her notes in her ledger and he addressed Naruto on it. Let's see. Not a lot of guys can supply their own lumber for the work that needs to be done. That's a significant portion of the billing right there, building supplies. If you already have that, then you can be cut a break in the price. I would say that after going through the intended plans and being told that you can supply your own, the price will be around 55 million belly. Naruto nodded. Alright then, sweet. I was expecting way more than that. Yeah, I can pay that right now. Naruto said, extracting a scroll from his coat. This has 100 million in it, just let me split it up and I'll hand it right over. Naruto grinned. Me and Johnny cleaned so many fools out on Jaya, you'd think they would have stopped trying to gamble with us. Nami draped over his shoulder with money signs in her eyes. Yes, Nami-chan? I don't know why you're so up for this money, you seem to have more than this right there. He pointed at suitcase she was holding. While he was doing that, a hand tried to grab into his coat pocket that he wound up stopping. Don't do that. The hand belonged to a blond man with a yellow shirt and denim jacket who had a pair of goggles on his forehead. The man grinned at Naruto. You wouldn't mind sparing some of that money for someone down on their luck, would you? Naruto gave him a deadpan look. Someone that says that gambled their money away. No. Besides, you wouldn't even know how to open one of these scrolls of mine. Naruto let go of his arm. I don't even know who you are. The name's Polly, he said before looking at a man with a nose similar to Usopp's wearing a white cap and orange shirt with blue sleeves that appeared as if he had just gotten through running from somewhere. Hey Kaku. Where did you go? The man pointed a thumb in the direction he had come from. Oh, I just came back from checking out our customer's ship. And Iceberg-san is here too. Damn it, Naruto. Luffy roared as he stomped back angrily over to where everyone was. This time you're not pulling any of your sneaky, weird ninja stuff on me when we fight. He then noticed Kaku and his mood changed. Oh hey. How much will it cost? I have tons of money to pay, and if you can, could you put in some cannons and make it super strong and make it go faster? Nami interjected as well. Please also do some decorative remodeling on the exterior and some remodeling for the rooms too. She then looked around and saw 2 suitcases laying around nearby. Where's Usopp? Oh well, at least he left the rest of the money here. Kaku started speaking on the condition of the ship. Well, you must have had quite an eventful trip to get here. Luffy grinned. Yep. We climbed a mountain and then we went into the sky. Naruto pointed at him in realization. I fucking knew that was you. You bastard, I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'm seriously going to top that one. He was honestly upset that he hadn't gone up there. He actually probably could have, but it would have been by himself and he wasn't leaving the rest of his crew behind just to get his kicks. Kaku let out a sigh at hearing about the fond memories that Luffy had of his ship. The truth is, even we aren't able to fix your ship. That got surprised reactions from everyone around within earshot. Even if we patch it up as much as we can, the probability of you making it to the next island is 0%. Polly put a cigar in his mouth and lit it up. Is there something wrong with the keel? Yes. Kaku admitted, it's severely damaged. The fact is, the ship can't be repaired no matter how much money you have. It's honestly a miracle that you made it this far. Naruto turned his head to see that Yasaku and Nojiko had finally made their way over, but the hello that Nojiko had for her sister died in her throat when she felt the grave atmosphere abundant. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Naruto scratched the top of his head. The going merry can't be fixed, apparently it's really messed up from all of the time on the Grand Line. That really sucks for them. What exactly is wrong with the going merry? Nami asked. There had to be something that could be done to fix it. Don't you know anything about ships, girl? Polly asked as he began to explain. The keel is the most important part of the ship, the support that goes from the head to the tail of it. It can't just be fixed like that. Every piece of wood on a ship is centered at the keel. It's the lifeline of the ship. Replacing the keel is the same exact thing as building a whole new ship. He shut his eyes after he made his point. It can't be repaired. Your ship is nothing more than a pile of wood waiting to be scrapped. Nami was outraged. The Going Merry was their ship, they couldn't just get rid of it. How could you say that? I know it's bad, but it's the truth. Polly said. Luffy jumped back in at that point. Then just remake it from the start. Remake the Going Merry. A pigeon on the shoulder of a man with curly black hair, a goatee, and a top hat answered him. That's not possible either. While it is possible to build two identical ships, it still won't be the same. There are no two same ships in the world. It all depends on the wood. Even if we had the blueprints, we can't build an exact replica. The ones who will feel the change most of all will be all of you. You'll all know it's not the same ship. Nami's mood sombered at the implication. So you're saying that the Going Merry will never sail again? Kaku nodded. That's correct. What Lucci said was true. You can either take it apart now or let it sink and die naturally. Iceberg decided to give his own opinion at this point, as everyone around with an attachment to the ship were stunned to silence. The ship has lived out its life, but if you think of it another way. With your old one gone, you can buy a brand new ship. Luffy visibly bristled at this point, and Naruto palmed his face at the coming explosion. You have the money for it. I heard about your ship's caliber. It's a very old model. The sea beyond this point is too rough for it, even if it wasn't broken. No. Luffy finally shouted, having had enough of this conversation. I don't want a new ship. If you just fix it, it'll definitely keep going. We got here perfectly today, so who says it can't go on? I just can't believe you. You have no idea how strong our ship is. A small white mouse emerged from Iceberg's pocket that he rubbed on the top of its head. Then you can just sit in that ship and sink with it. You little punk, you call yourself a captain? He then let out a sigh and began walking away. That's enough talking for today, just think about it. Come back when you want to buy a new ship. With your 300 million belly, you can easily afford the best ship we can make. He turned to Naruto. Come with me if you want to pay in advance for your ship's repairs. Naruto nodded and formed a Kage Bunshin that he handed the scroll containing the money to. Go with him. Divide it up and pay for everything up front. If you need more for some reason, dispel and tell me. The clone nodded and followed Iceberg and Califa away. Naruto walked over to Nami and Luffy, as did Yusaku and Nojiko, who was currently listening to her sister run down the situation. Hey you guys. Iceberg called out, you're going to want to hide. There's people from the world government here. Naruto and his clone with Iceberg quickly used henge to transform into generic-looking dock workers while everyone else hid behind a large pile of lumber. Luffy took a hold of the 2 extra suitcases that Usopp had apparently left behind and frowned. These feel light. Nami started laughing nervously, as if that would actually keep what she knew had already happened from being real. Don't joke around, there's 100 million belly in there, how can it be light? She hesitantly opened the suitcases and let out a scream of horror. The other 200 million we had is gone. When you look at the 2 cases, they aren't even ours. Hey, weren't you with the Frankies earlier today? A man asked Kaku that the shipwright denied. I could have sworn I saw your long nose. It seemed like they were carrying you too. Wah! Luffy exclaimed. Usopp was kidnapped by those Frankie people? Luffy, go find him. Nami yelled frantically, prompting the straw hat-clad pirate to take off rapidly to do so. Wait. Do you even know where to go? She turned to Polly. Hey, do you know where the Frankies live? Polly quickly answered. Go from where you all docked your ship, and then go northeast along the beach. You'll see the Frankie house. Nami immediately took off towards the Yagura bull they used to get there so that she could get back to the Going Merry and get Zoro as well as stash the rest of their money. Iceberg turned to Naruto. Aren't you going too? Naruto started feeling around on his person. Damn it, where's the Hirashin kunai? I swore I had one with me in case I needed it. No. Now I've got to find Nami-chan again to get her one. He turned to Yusaku and Nojiko. What should I do? Yusaku gripped the handle of Kubikirabuchu defensively. I'll stay with Nojiko Inu. You're faster than the both of us and we'd only slow you down, Naruto and Ikki. Nojiko gave him a reassuring smile. Yes. We'll look around here and go to Dock 2 to find Stanley and see about our ship. You go. We can get back to the natural disaster just fine on our own, okay? Naruto nodded and gave Nojiko a kiss before taking off to find the Going Merry. Everyone watched as Naruto started running atop the roofs of the buildings and finally jumped off of the edge of the elevated position of the Galley Law Company, surprising many, especially Kaku. He can do that too. Nojiko nodded, yeah. You get used to it after a while. Triple X. Come on, how hard could it be to find a ship with a ram figurehead? Hell, I'm lost. Naruto thought to himself as he tore around the outlying area on the outskirts of Water 7 trying to find the Going Merry. While doing this, he found a rather massive brown frog with hair in a samurai style and numerous scars on its body. Maybe this guy could help me out? Naruto stopped and shouted out at the amphibian in the water, Oi. Can you help me out really quick? The massive animal swam over to Naruto and looked at him rather impatiently. Man, this guy reminds me of Gamabunta. Can you tell me which way northeast is? I need to get there to help some people out really quick. The toad lifted a webbed leg and pointed directly behind Naruto, getting him to sigh in exasperation. Damn it. Okay, thanks a lot. I'll come back with a treat or something nice for you later. Right now I've got to go kick some ass. Naruto once again took off at high speed, cutting through town to get directly to the northeast edge of the island. After running for a while, Naruto found Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Chopper, all hovering over a badly beaten Usopp. He looked forward and saw a rather gaudy-looking house that basically advertised itself as the hideout of the gang. Naruto walked over with a frown on his face as he looked over the injured marksmen. He tried getting them back by himself, didn't he? Sanji nodded and took his cigarette from his mouth. We're going in to kick their asses right now. Naruto nodded and cracked his knuckles. Do you mind if I start? This would be killing two birds with one stone in this instance, seeing as how this move is kind of wild, and I really don't care too much for these Frankie guys right now. I need the practice. Sanji gestured for him to proceed and Naruto moved ahead of the rest of the Straw Hats, forming two hand seals before calling out the name of the jutsu. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Kuten, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. The ground began to rumble and large roots began to sprout up from the ground, trailing away from Naruto and towards the house before finally fully surfacing and forming a series of trees that punctured the structure of the building thoroughly and on multiple sides. In some cases the branches forming from the trees punched through the other side. Naruto grinned as the Straw Hat members took that as their cue to head up and kick in the door. Who the hell had the balls to do that to our place? Someone must have a death wish. Everyone inside, dressed in the uniform of wearing strange overalls and goggles, took note of the 5 people that were standing at what used to be their door. You're that Straw Hat, Luffy? A massive man in body armor said, not frightened after learning that Luffy was the one leading the charge. Are you here for the money? Look at how many people we have here. You're only 5 little guys, we outnumber you 10 to 1. We'll take the bounty on your head and get even more money. He patted his armored torso. A weak guy like you. I'll give you the first free hit? Naruto cocked an eyebrow and looked at the other Straw Hats. Is he serious? Did they not just pay attention to the giant trees I made that tore this place a new one? Luffy immediately started throwing punches that didn't hit the large man, prompting him to begin laughing. That's enough, boy. I'll show you how to fight. Gomu Gomu no cannon, Gum Gum cannon. Luffy shot both of his fists into the body of the man's armor, piercing it and destroying it, knocking the man out with one attack. The quick defeat thoroughly freaked out all of the Frankie family, who tried begging off and talking it out with them before pulling out a set of cannons and firing them off. Zoro pulled out all 3 of his swords and cut right through the cannonballs that had been sent at them, as well as the cannons themselves. You should have done your homework when you picked people to rob. They all began hightailing it to the back door when Sanji jumped over the lot of them and cut them off, landing on the head of one of the enemies in a handstand and delivering a series of vicious kicks to the surrounding people, taking them all down. Chopper even got into the action as well, transforming into his horn point form, using his horns to throw the men up into the air, forcing them to land on their heads, sticking straight up. Rosio Colonnade, Cherry Blossom Colonnade. We don't have to fight. The outmatched group of thieves yelled, trying to reason with the angry Straw Hats and the amused Naruto, who was just fine with sitting back and letting them handle their own business. The 200 million we got from that Pinocchio guy isn't here anymore. Our boss Frankie already took the cash and went shopping. He's probably already on the C train and we have no idea where he's going either. You can't get your money BA-. He was cut off by Naruto pelting him in the head with a piece of debris, knocking him out. Naruto pulled his outstretched arm back in place. You guys talk way too much. Just give up or fight, we don't have anything to say to you. Sanji put a new cigarette in his mouth. It's not just about the money anymore, you morons. Zoro had his bandana on his head and no look of giving any quarter in his eyes. That's right, you pissed us off. Luffy flexed his fists with a look of intensity on his face. "We're going to pulverize you all." "That's our line, you idiots." One of the men yelled back as they pulled a large cannon out. "There's still only 5 of you and tons of us left." Unfortunately for them, their more powerful adversaries apparently couldn't care less about the numerical odds as they all began beating the daylights out of the remainder of the gang effortlessly. XXX. Sometime later, what had remained of the Frankie house had been destroyed when Naruto used his Mokuton powers again to form more trees for lumber intended for building, turning the area into a veritable forest. "So what are you guys going to do now?" He formed a mass of clones and had them take positions all around the trees. "I want nice even clean cuts, like the lumber we saw in the yard." Sanji sat on some of the wreckage they had caused when they thrashed the thieves. "So should we actually go after that Frankie guy? Where would we go?" Zoro asked as Luffy stood off to the side, a look of intense thought on his features and Chopper off treating Usopp's wounds. "These small fries don't know where the money is and we can only take care of the guy after he gets back from shopping. He isn't coming back anytime soon." Sanji sighed. "We're just wasting time here. Let's go back. Nami is alone on the ship, we can't find Robin, and the ship itself is breaking down too." Naruto turned his attention away from his clones who were working on using their wind chakra to section up the trees. "Where are you guys keeping your ship?" "I'll swing ours over nearby right now, then I'll help you look for Robin-chan." Zoro and Sanji pointed over in the general direction of their ship, implying that it was on the outskirts of Water 7 in that direction. Naruto nodded and prepared to leave when Luffy abruptly spoke. "I've finally made a decision." He took a deep breath. "I've decided that it's time to say goodbye to the Going Merry." Naruto looked at the Straw Hat crew solemnly and let out a sigh. "I'll see you guys later," he said before vanishing in a yellow flash. XXX. Hours later, nightfall. "How terrible," Vivi commented from her spot at the helm. After he, Nojiko, and Johnny had returned, Naruto had allowed her to take over steering the ship to allow her some practical instruction. For times when he wasn't there, someone else would need to know how. Why not her? "I loved that ship. I had some wonderful times on that ship with the others." Naruto was watching over the front of the ship as it traveled. "I know. I had a decent time on it too while I was with their crew, but there's nothing they can do. If it's done, it's done." That iceberg guy seemed like a straight shooter. I don't think he would have lied to them about something like that. Vivi's frowning face turned into a smile once the Going Merry came into view. "It's going to be so good to see everyone again though. I missed them all." Naruto allowed himself a grin. "You'd better, and I know they miss you too. Luffy tried to beat me up earlier because he thought I really kidnapped you. He jumped on the front railing." "Okay, I'm going to go drop in and say hey really quickly." He pointed back at her. "You don't run the ship aground or run into the Going Merry, or I'll terrorize you tomorrow during training." Vivi rolled her eyes and sent a dismissive gesture Naruto's way. He grinned and blew her a kiss before disappearing in a swirl of water, prompting Vivi to blink at his shunshin. "That was new. I thought the only thing he could do with that was use leaves and wind." Naruto reappeared aboard the Going Merry much the same way that he had left his own ship, with a grin on his face and a Hirashin kunai in his hand. "Oi. Guess who's back? And I've got something special for all of my Straw Hat people." He looked down on the deck where he saw Usopp lying on his back, beaten up just as badly as before, and with a somber look on his face. "What's wrong? What happened, and where are the others?" "They left," Usopp said. "They decided to leave the Going Merry behind and I kicked their asses off. You should have seen it." Naruto crouched down by Usopp with a dry look on his face. "Yeah, you sure look like you beat all of their asses." He poked Usopp on the forehead. "So you're just going to ditch everyone because of this ship? From what I heard when I was at the Galley Law Company, this thing is on borrowed time here. What are you going to do with it?" "I'll keep sailing it," Usopp exclaimed vehemently. "I'll fix it up just like I always have and keep sailing on." A brave warrior of the sea never turns him back on his comrades, and the Going Merry is a comrade. A nakama, a member of the crew just like any of us. Naruto let out a sigh and sat next to Usopp on the deck, just letting the silence of the night wash over them both. After a while, Naruto finally spoke. "That's true, but you did kind of turn your back on your comrades." "Oh well, it's not my place. You're going to believe what you want to. I'm weak, Naruto," Usopp said rather tearfully. "I lost the money. I always need someone stronger like Luffy or Zoro to handle fights for me. I can't protect anyone." "Then get stronger." Usopp sat up and looked at Naruto, whose tone had quickly turned from one of understanding to one of confident assertion. "If you don't think you're strong enough, then just get stronger. If you don't like being protected all the time, then make it so that you're the one that does the protecting." Naruto turned his head towards Usopp. "I remember the time we met when we fought Kuro and all of his pirates and you didn't back up a step. You fought even past the point of you being able to stand up. That's the kind of drive a guy like you should cultivate." Use that to go past your limits again and again. Naruto flexed his arm. I used to be weak too. So many people lost their lives or lost things important to them by trying to protect me. I never wanted anyone to ever have to do that again. That's one of the reasons that I keep trying to improve, so that I can protect others close to me instead of needing to be protected. And you can do it too. Usopp looked back up at the sky. I'm not sure. I still think that without me dragging the crew down everything will be better. Like I said, there's nothing special about me. Let me tell you a little story. Naruto said, when I was 12, my village was attacked by 2 others that were intent on annihilating every one of us, and I wound up being swept into the fight as well as my teammates. I wound up having to chase one of my teammates far outside the village and wound up going against this guy named Gaara, and I thought he was going to kill us all. XXX. The next day. Earlier that morning, the Foxhound crew had taken the natural disaster in to be worked on after the plans were finalized the previous day, and through a combined effort of every male on board, Naruto had been dragged from the ship to a nearby hotel still in his sleep. Not nearly as easy as it sounded, as Naruto fought anyone trying to disturb his slumber. After the rather violent transport and upon awakening, in the late afternoon, Naruto was immediately hounded with the news that the Straw Hats had attempted to kill Iceberg the night before. More specifically, Nico Robin, the only member of the crew he hadn't seen since their arrival in Water 7. So only sparing time to get dressed, Naruto headed back out towards the main town to figure what had happened and find Robin himself. How hard could it be? With this firmly in mind, Naruto found himself and Johnny for backup and support at the Galley Law Company for clues. What the hell happened here? Naruto asked when he arrived to the area in front of Dock 1. It looked like it had been hit by a typhoon. It was that Straw Hat Luffy guy. Yeah, he shot Iceberg and then got away from the strongest Galley Law members when they tried to bring him down. It's fine though, with Aqua Laguna tonight he isn't going anywhere. I don't like this Naruto Aniki. Johnny said rather hesitantly. Do you really think that any of them actually did this? Naruto shook his head. No. It's not anyone on the Straw Hat crew style to use guns except for maybe Usopp, and he was on the going merry all night. None of them did a thing, I'm certain of it. Nobody was going to help the crew out, he was sure of it. They were pirates, they had no one to turn to in case of injustices done to them, so Naruto had to do it himself. Now hold on a minute here, I know all of those guys and I'll say, staking my own word on it, that they would never pull anything like that. Straw Hat Luffy just broke into Iceberg's mansion and tried to finish the job. Naruto's face quickly fell from one of confidence to one of a man walking to the gallows. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you so much for proving my words right. I appreciate it. Naruto said sarcastically. So you're the Straw Hat Kid's ally? Polly said, flanked by 2 muscular men, shirtless with tattoos, as well as Kaku and Rob Lucci. You should have just stayed quiet and let us handle it. Do you really want all of Water 7 as an enemy? Naruto frowned. No. All I wanted was my ship to get fixed, I just paid for it yesterday. But if you're calling out the Straw Hat crew for something I know they didn't do, then I'm going to support them. Killing anyone at all isn't Luffy's style. He noticed the people around the scene moving in with angry looks on their faces and flared his chakra intensely enough to cause a small windstorm. The real question is, do you want to make an enemy out of me? Because I'll actually hit you back. Johnny held his hand on his sheathed Uchigatana, and I don't really care if I kill any of you during the fight. I'm not going to try to, but if it happens, it happens. You were the ones picking a fight with us. We're just looking for our friends. Polly narrowed his eyes. Well, then we can haul you off to jail just like with the Straw Hat crew. Johnny whispered to Naruto, this is bad, Naruto Aniki. We already brought the ship to Dock 2 to start being worked on. We don't have an escape route. We need it to leave the island, and there's supposed to be a huge storm tonight. We're stuck here. Naruto shrugged. There's always an escape route. He punched the palm of his hand. You just beat up enough people for you to run and hide to lay low. Johnny sighed and readjusted his sunglasses on his face. This isn't going to be fun, is it? His answer came when the weights on his legs deactivated and dropped to the ground. He looked over at Naruto and saw that he had his hands in the seal release position. I didn't think so. Naruto saw the larger of the shirtless tattooed men pull out a large handheld cannon. You're going to want to move, Johnny, now. Demi cannon. The cannon fired at Naruto and Johnny as the two rushed away from the target area, one moving in a faster blur than the other, in opposite directions, splitting the two up as the nearby crowd roared in approval of the Straw Hat sympathizers getting theirs at the hands of the strongest members of the Galley Law Company. XXX. Johnny vs. Peeply Lulu/Tilestone. Another cannon blast that landed in front of Johnny stopped the fleet-footed swordsman in his tracks. Stop shooting at me, you maniac. What the hell do you want? Leave us alone. Tilestone, the larger of the two men with brown hair and a ponytail and a gray beard, took aim at Johnny again. Iceberg is a great man. To let the people that attempted to kill him go on about their business is a slap in the face of this town, and if you're going to defend them you're going down too, because no one's going to help you. Johnny felt the urge to facepalm were he not in a fight. It's times like this I feel like slapping myself for naming our crew as the Foxhound Pirates. We could have avoided tons of trouble. Hey, where's the other guy? Johnny's answer came in the form of a kick that caught him in the side of the head and sent him rolling across the ground. There's no sanctuary for pirates like you who decide to do as they wish in this town. Peeply Lulu, the other man with short black hair that had a cowlick sticking from the side of it, said. He walked over to a nearby carpenter's table and grabbed 2 saws. Johnny picked himself back up with a grin on his face as he felt the bruise rising on his cheek. Heh, is that the best you've got? Naruto Aniki hit me harder than that in his sleep. His thumb flicked his sword loose in its sheath. That was the last time I've ever volunteered to wake him up. The massive man fired his cannon again and Johnny quickly rushed from his spot to attack him directly. His quick slash at Tilestone was blocked by the cannon that prompted Johnny to grit his teeth in exasperation. Damn it. I still can't cut through metal yet. Even Yasaku can now. I need to stop working on speed and get more strength. XXX. Naruto vs Polly/Rob Lucci/Kaku. Naruto stood atop a crane and looked down at the 3 men who had decided to come after him. This is stupid. I like fighting every now and then but not for something like this. His ship was pretty much in Galileo's custody. A fight with them was the very last thing he wanted. He crouched down and tilted his head. Can't we just talk this out? Why do you think that they had anything to do with what happened to your Mayor Iceberg? He said that Nico Robin was the one who had attacked him. Polly said to Naruto, are you still on their side? Naruto immediately nodded. Fine, then you can go down with them as well. A rope flew out of his sleeve up at Naruto, forcing him to jump into the air to dodge. While in the air, however, Kaku appeared above him with a series of chisels in his hands that he threw at the prone Naruto. Upon being hit by the chisels, Naruto's body turned into a log, signifying a kawarimi. On the ground all around Polly, several of Naruto's clones suddenly appeared and rushed him from all sides, bringing a smirk to the man's face. Rupwakashan, Zuhachi Nato, rope action, figure of 8 knot. 8 blunted ropes flew from places inside of Polly's clothes and hit all of the clones with ridiculous accuracy. These are specially woven Galila ropes, they're unbreakable. I doubt that. Naruto said as he rushed from a hidden position at Polly while dodging the projectiles thrown by Kaku. However, he wound up being corralled towards a hidden Rob Lucci who had a fist cocked back and heading right for his face. Naruto averted his focus to Lucci and threw his own punch that hit Lucci's head on. Damn. He's just as strong as Luffy is. Thank Kami for my healing ability. I think that broke my hand. I know that hurt him too though. Naruto's still outstretched hand was tied up by another of Polly's ropes as he was caught off guard, abruptly pulled off of his feet and into the air. Polly attempted to slam Naruto into the ground as Naruto reached the apex of elevation. Rupwakashan, Moai Musubi, rope action, Bolin knot. While he was being hurled up into the air, Naruto slid a kunai into his hand from his sleeve. Hien, flying swallow. Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blade, making it stronger in its cutting power, and freed himself from Polly's rope. However, Naruto wound up being flung high into air with the momentum used to get him up that high. Kaku took aim at the airborne shinobi and tried picking him off with more projectiles. Naruto batted away the offending tools with his kunai and threw it at Kaku, getting him to dodge and move towards Lucci, who springboarded off of his hands into the air at Naruto. Naruto made a quick Kage Bunshin while still in the air and had it throw him at Rob Lucci, Bunshin Tayatari, clone body blow. Naruto hurtled through the air like a rotating high-speed missile and plowed headfirst directly into Lucci, who crossed his arms to block the attack. The impact sent them both flying off in opposite directions. What's this guy made of? He's super tough. Naruto landed on the top of a building. Stop it now, damn it. I'll tear this place apart if you don't leave us alone. The shipwrights continued to advance. In response, Naruto made 3 hand seals. Fine, you asked for it. Suetun, Koku no Jutsu, water release, black rain jutsu. A black cloud rose from Naruto's body into the air and began raining all over the area, alerting the others. However, it seemed to do no damage. What was that supposed to be? Polly taunted Naruto. That didn't do anything. He stopped talking when he began smelling what exactly the black fluid Naruto had produced was. You wouldn't. Naruto's face was deadly serious. Try me. He said, making more hand seals. I'll send this whole place up in an oil fire, and then I'll stop the flow of all of the water coming up here so you can't put it out. Read my bounty profile and tell me I can't. He waited for someone to call him out on it. They never did. That's what I thought. Now I'm going to leave. You're all going to stay there. He then created a Kage Bunshin that started making hand seals before holding the last one. His one job is to set this place on fire if you chase me. Do not fuck with me. Polly grit his teeth in anger at Naruto's threat. You're making an enemy of an entire town, you know. Naruto shrugged. So? I already have an entire country at my throat for no reason. Why not add one more place to the list of areas I can't come back to for stupid reasons? Later. I'll be back for my ship. I paid you. I still expect Stanley to finish working on it. He said, vanishing in a swirl of wind and leaves, leaving his clone behind. Polly glared at the clone, who had a no-nonsense look on its face as it continued to hold its hand seal. TCH, there's nothing we can do without losing the whole dock. He'll get away for now, just like Straw Hat Luffy. XXX. Johnny vs. Peeply Lulu/Tilestone. Johnny traded strikes with Peeply Lulu's twin saws, getting the better of the man, leaving a shallow slash across his chest before focusing back on Tilestone, who had him firmly in his sights. Oh, like hell, I'm letting you shoot me again. Johnny dodged the hand cannon blast as Tilestone kept quickly reloading and refiring. Johnny pumped more and more effort to his legs as he felt his muscles pushing well past their limits. He started getting tunnel vision. Wait, this only happens when I use that move with Yasaku. Can I do it now without his help to gain the speed for it? Hold still. Tilestone shouted before letting off another thunderous blast. Demi cannon. Johnny jumped onto the side of a wall just as the cannonball hit the very same surface, bringing a satisfied smile to Tilestone's face. Dodge that, you little pest. Hanakeru IQ, rebound impact. After Tilestone started to speak, Johnny immediately shot out of the cloud from the explosion directly at him, so fast that he didn't even have time to grab a new cannonball to reload. Johnny slashed Tilestone across the chest and flew past him, the speed of the attack sending the large man stumbling back before Johnny bounced off another surface and cut him across the back. This repeated itself on all sides of his body as Johnny's momentum picked up and forced him to move faster and faster. The only thing denoting his presence were the sounds of his sword cutting through the air as he slashed at his enemy. Tilestone finally had enough and dropped to the ground in a wounded heap. Tilestone! Peeply Lulu called out as he ran over to his comrade when Johnny, still moving at high speed from his last technique, appeared in front of Peeply Lulu with his sword sheathed once more. No. Yozen Ixen, primary flash. A silver flash appeared in front of Johnny, the only sign that he had even pulled his blade loose to cut at him opponent, as his sword seemed to have never left his sheath. He stood straight up and walked past an unmoving Peeply Lulu. You were the ones that picked the fight. The sound of his blade's guard clicking against the top of the scabbard echoed out as he walked away. Peeply Lulu seemed to have nothing wrong with him until the sound of Johnny's sword clicking rang out. He let out a groan as a vertical wound from his shoulder to his hip began spraying blood as he dropped onto the ground. Naruto landed in front of Johnny and looked at the downed shipwrights. Don't tell me you dashed. Johnny shook his head and cut him off right there. They're not dead. They're not even hurt that badly, Naruto Aniki. I cut shallow, they'll be up in 30. He frowned. I don't really like killing too much. If I could go all out without killing anyone, I would never do it at all. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. If you can win without killing anyone, then you're the better person for it. They didn't deserve to die. Now let's get out of here. The swordsman nodded and quickly followed Naruto as they discreetly tried leaving the area. What are we going to do? Johnny asked as Naruto planned to jump down to the lower levels with him on his back. They think we're accomplices of Zoro Aniki's crew and that they attacked Iceberg-san. Naruto jumped down onto a roof in the lower section of town and was rather proud of Johnny for not yelling in fear at their descent. I have a bounty and you look normal enough to blend in with other people. I'm going to be the one put out in the cold from this. Go find everyone else and tell them to drop off for the time being. Soren is in charge since he knows how to make himself scarce. Johnny nodded and prepared to leave when Naruto grabbed his shoulder. And good work. Johnny smiled and nodded before leaving Naruto to himself. He took the Hiraition kunai out of his pocket and flipped it around intently before looking up at the sky and sighing. Ugh, maybe Noji-chan is right, I just can't help but to get into trouble. Only one thing to do now. Naruto threw the kunai into the air and disappeared in a yellow flash. XXX. Nightfall, Galila headquarters. The tide around Water 7 had risen to alarming heights by this time as everyone had gotten themselves geared up for the coming storm. Naruto kept a decent berth away from the mansion as it was surrounded by Galila workers. Okay, the place is locked down tighter than the room of a crime lord's virgin daughter. He blinked at what he had just said. Kami, I'm such a deviant. Damn you, Erosenin. A sudden explosion rang out, alerting Naruto to a series of figures that for the most part stealthily infiltrated the mansion during the panic. They're decent. Of course, getting in without causing a ruckus would have been much better. One of the attackers on the mansion defeated many of the workers guarding the place with swift use of a thorned whip. What in the hell is going on? Should I do something? He then saw Zoro, Nami, and Chopper run right up to the front door that was still heavily guarded, and thus the chase began. Well, that answers that question. Naruto began running along rooftops and wound up running right alongside the miserably outnumbered trio before jumping down in front of them all. Naruto? Nami called out as she ran past him. As she and Chopper did so, Zoro turned alongside Naruto to face off with the crowd, his swords drawn. Zoro? What are you two doing? Saving your asses. Tajuo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu, Naruto called out, flooding the street with clones that formed a wall. Zoro, you're going to want to close your eyes for this one, trust me. The swordsman was confused, but did as requested as Naruto had his trust. As the green-haired man closed his eyes, Naruto grinned ferally and formed a series of hand seals. Transform. A large puff of smoke clouded the street that the shipwrights charged into. Harem no Jutsu, Harem Jutsu. The smoke cleared and every one of the men that were close enough to get a view of the mass amounts of beautiful, naked blonde women standing in the street provocatively flew backwards into sweet unconscious bliss as torrents of blood gushed from their noses. Damn, I've still got it. Naruto yelled in victory, I'm an army killer baby. Zoro opened his eyes upon Naruto's declaration of success and looked around to see the beaten shipwrights, a grinning Naruto, a mortified Chopper, and a blushing Nami who looked ready to strangle Naruto. What? What did he do? I didn't see anything. Yes, Nami-chan. Naruto said, trying to intentionally provoke her, tell Zoro how I beat all of those guys in one move, he wants to know. Nami glared at him and huffed before walking up to Naruto and poking him on the chest. You're making it up to me for using that move in front of me, understood? Naruto nodded and Nami grabbed his chin, getting close to his face. I'll deal with you after we're done with all of this. You owe me one hell of a date after all of this time. Zoro shrugged at the little spat between the two and began running towards the mansion to get inside like Luffy had. Nami then realized what they had been doing. That's right. We need to get in there to find Robin and help Luffy. She and Chopper began running after Zoro. Naruto-kun, can you find Sanji for me? We don't know where he is and he's been missing all day. Naruto nodded and yelled back to her, can you all handle this? Are you sure you don't need my help? Nami turned back and winked at him. We can handle this, Naruto. We've done just fine so far since you left us. We should tell you sometime. We're way stronger. She then turned towards the mansion and kept running along with Chopper. Naruto frowned and formed a Kage Bunshin. Go find the others and tell them what's happening. Tell them to get to Iceberg's mansion and watch the Straw Hat Crew's backs. I'll be back with them soon enough. The clone nodded and took off as Naruto reached into his coat and pulled out the Hirashin kunai he carried with him. Damn it. I still haven't managed to give this to them yet. He scolded himself before taking off in search of Sanji. XXX. 10 minutes later. Nojiko arrived at the scene on the back of Soren, who had deemed it necessary to carry her to arrive faster. Oh my god? What happened here? The entire mansion was burned to the ground and the people were out front gathered around Nami, Iceberg, Polly, and an unconscious Chopper. Nami? What happened? Naruto-kun told us to come here in case you needed help. Miss Valentine landed from the sky with her umbrella in hand as Johnny and Yasaku arrived shortly thereafter on foot. Nami ran up to Nojiko and grabbed her shoulders. I need to find Luffy and then Naruto-kun. We need to go save Robin from the government officials that took her. Nojiko blinked in confusion before her face hardened. Tell me everything, and what we might be able to do to help you. Soren walked over to a wounded Chopper. I think we're going to need Murit's help to fix the little reindeer guy. He rubbed his bald head. She's going to be pissed about working on an animal though, but it can't be helped. Yasaku formally saluted as if he were a soldier as he spoke. Well, if Nico Robin is being taken from the island, then the next and last train out of here leaves in 20 minutes. We're going to have to move if we're going to make it down there. We need to go now then. Nami said, we have to go convince Robin ourselves. I need someone to check over in the directions that Luffy and Zoro were thrown. Johnny and Yasaku volunteered, as did the newly reawakened Chopper just as Polly sat up. Ugh, hey everyone. He said, speaking to the galley law workers, help them all out. The workers started spouting off about how they were Iceberg's assassins, finally pissing him off. The assassins weren't the Straw Hats, we were deceived. They were framed by the actual killers and fought against them, they fought for us. They're the only reason that Iceberg and I are still alive. He stood up and motioned to Nami. Hey, I'll lead you to the station, you shameless woman. He pointed at her and Nojiko. I still think you should wear something to cover yourselves better. XXX. Blue Station. Sanji watched from the nearby shadows as Robin walked in a crowd of people over to a bunch of government agents. Bingo, you see? I told you she'd come through here eventually. Naruto appeared behind him with a smirk on his face. You were right after all. And here I was, about to knock you out and drag you off to the mansion. It looks like I owe you that next volume of Ika Ika once this is all over. Sanji let out a chuckle. Now let's see. Government officials, some marines, and Robin-chan. Now how do we get on board so I can rescue this lovely princess? He was about to move when Naruto grabbed his shoulder. Sanji turned to find Naruto grinning at him. Let me handle this part. I'm an old hand at it. He then frowned and pointed out at what he had seen. Crap, this is getting more and more troublesome. Let me go, damn it. A bound Usopp yelled as he was carried aboard the sea train by Blueno, who himself was walking behind Califa, Kaku, and Rob Lucci, all dressed in black outfits with stern looks on their faces. This isn't a game, brace yourselves. Lucci ordered the marines and officials who were standing and saluting the passing group. All hands board the train. Sanji laughed humorlessly as Usopp continued being carried away, and he said he wouldn't cause us any more trouble. Well, this still feels like trouble to me. Huh? I fought half of those guys not 7 hours ago. Naruto shook his head and schooled his features. Alright, you can bitch at him for getting himself caught later. Right now we've got to get on this train. I don't think anyone else is coming to help us on this one. I've got your back. After all, I can't let a loyal reader do something like this on his own. Chapter 23, Head First Slide into the Lobby. Water 7, Blue Station, aboard the sea train. The conductor of the sea train entered the car housing the CP9 members Rob Lucci, Kaku, Blueno, and Califa before speaking. Lucci-san, we will be departing a little early. Is there any problem that you have with that? No, let's leave. Lucci said firmly without any thought to the contrary. For 5 years I've lived on this island. I don't regret leaving this place. The conductor nodded and left the room, heading to another car as he got on the Den Den Mushi that acted as the speaker system in the train. This is the sea train's last departure for today. We are now leaving Water 7, destination, Eni's lobby. The brakes of the train released as it began to power up. We are now departing. XXX. Nami and Nojiko hopped off of the Yagura Bull. Both girls were riding as it quickly pulled into Blue Station. Let's go, Nami, we're here. Nami nodded and looked back at the animal they had ridden to get there. Thank you, Yagura-chan. She said to the Yagura Bull before following her sister, who seemed to be in better shape than Nami did from the way Nojiko was running. Where do we go, Nojiko? Polly pulled up on his own ride and quickly answered her. Take the stairs down to the middle entrance. That's where you want to go. Both girls immediately followed his instructions and rushed around the station workers, warning them that it was dangerous to be there at the moment, before finally making their way to the platform to see the train taking off and leaving Water 7. Nojiko stopped running, catching her breath after the spirited rush that wound up failing in the end. However, Nami refused to give up and chased after the train for as long as there was platform to run on. Robin, get off the train. Wait. Robin will fight them for you, you don't have to go. The sound of the train easily blotted out her yells for Robin, if they would have gotten through to her anyway. Nami dropped to her knees in sorrow. Damn it. I was too late. Nojiko and Polly walked over, with the shipwright feeling for the girl a bit. I'm sorry. Nojiko looked down the track covered by the ever-rising water level. So now what? There's no way we're getting on that thing now. What are we supposed to do? Hey! One of the station workers called out. You're Polly of the Galley Law Company. What in the world are you doing here with wounds like that? Nojiko laid her eyes on them and decided to get some information out of them. What was with the train's early departure? I know we made it here in time. That was not 20 minutes. She said charily. One of the men nodded. Yes, well, we had finished loading all of the passengers, and this sea storm is going to be incredible. It looks as if the Aqua Laguna is going to come through here any second now. It's dangerous to be here right now. Polly nodded and looked at Nojiko, resting a hand on Nami's shoulder as she cried at missing her chance to stop Robin. Hey, I know it's hard to accept, but that train is going to Eni's lobby, and once it leaves it can't be stopped. What he said had absolutely no effect on bettering Nami's mood, getting Nojiko to glare at him. Are you crying? Seriously? Geez. Nami suddenly jumped up and shouted, scaring all of the men and even Nojiko with her shift in attitude. I'm following her. I won't forgive those stupid government officials for strong-arming Robin like this. She turned to Nojiko. Nojiko, can I borrow your ship to go after her? Nojiko shook her head. I can't. We already sent it in to have it worked on. With what Naruto-kun specified to have done to it, it's in no shape to go anywhere at all until it's completely finished, even if we could get it ready to go fast enough. What's with you all of a sudden? Polly asked the seemingly reinvigorated Nami, who ran up to him and grabbed him desperately. Hey, lend me a boat. Nami asked quickly. A huge, strong boat. Polly, however, was having none of that argument. You want to take a boat out in this kind of sea? Don't be stupid, girl, you don't even know how strong the Aqua Laguna is. Nami shook her head. It doesn't matter, I'll cross it. Polly yelled right back at her, "These waves are on a completely different scale than anything you could be thinking of. The sea will be extremely rough from here on out, there's no way any boat would make it out of here in that storm. You'll be sailing right to your death. But Robin is throwing her life away for our sake." Nami replied desperately. Nojiko had been listening to the argument between her sister and Polly closely as she stood behind her, however for a flash of a moment she saw everyone standing right there at the time getting swept out to sea. By now she knew not to chalk this feeling of hers up to paranoia and immediately grabbed Nami, pulling her away quickly. "Everybody move." Polly heard the sound of water crashing and immediately followed suit with the two station workers without a single dispute. "Look out. Don't get swept out to sea or you're as good as dead." Nojiko and Polly carried the others up the stairs to a higher level as the waves crashed along the lower part of the station, receding back into the rest of the ocean with the ebb and flow of the tide. That was seriously close. Nojiko nodded as everyone looked at what the wave had done to the lower section. "Look at that massive pillar with the times on it," Nojiko said lowly. The solid wooden pillar had been torn apart by the wave. "What kind of freaky storm is this? It happens every year? That would have probably killed us on impact." Polly shook his head. "No, that's never happened before, not even once. And the tide is still approaching with the same force. The velocity of the Aqua Laguna is really abnormal." Nami pulled on Polly's sleeve to get his attention. "Hey, will Robin be safe aboard that sea train?" A nod from the blonde shipwright was her answer. "The train should be able to get out of the area just before the surge hits. It would have to be hit directly to do any damage. Normally the surge will just pass it by." "Hey, is one of you Nami?" A galley law worker yelled as he ran down the steps towards everyone with a note in his hand. "There was this letter just sitting in the station square, it must be from one of your friends." Nami raised an eyebrow at the man. "A letter? How did you find something that small?" The man motioned for her to follow him, thus she and Nojiko did so and had to facepalm at what they were shown. "Idiot." The wall had been painted with a specific message surrounded by hearts and an arrow pointing to the ground where the letter was found. "Nami-san, read this. People who aren't Nami don't read it. You're idiots." Nojiko shook her head at the gaudy message as Nami opened up the letter. "So what does it say?" Nami read it with a dry look on her face. "Well, the vast majority of the whole thing is a love letter, so I'm skipping that. Anything important would be at the bottom. P.S. At 11 o'clock I had confirmed that Robin-chan is on the sea train. Naruto and I have decided to board it." "Eh?" "Sanji and Naruto-kun got on the train before it left. And Usopp too, and I think that Frankie guy from before as well." Another of the workers reached into his pocket. "Here." He handed over a small communication snail. There was also a small den mushi with the letter as well. Nami continued to read where she left off. "There should be more than one den mushi on board the sea train, so we'll contact you soon. I hope that you will carry this den mushi with you and think of your beloved Sanji." That was where the letter cut off with a violent skid on the paper dragging down. Sanji probably was speaking out loud as he wrote the letter and Naruto cracked him one for whatever it was he was about to write next. "We've got this one handled, Nami-chan. Me and Chef Boy will have this one handled in no time." That portion of the letter ended with a chibi Naruto head grinning and a thumbs up drawn in next to it. Nami folded the letter up with a new look of determination on her face. "Sanji and Naruto-kun are with Robin right now. We should get going too. We'll find a way to get to Eni's lobby without fail. XXX. Elsewhere in Water 7, Chopper, accompanied by multiple galley law workers as well as Johnny, Yasaku, and Miss Valentine searched all over the city for wherever Zoro and Luffy had landed after their defeat at the hands of the CP9 members that had left with Nico. "Robin, Luffy. Zoro. Where are you both?" Yasaku was helping the little reindeer call out for his misplaced crewmates as Johnny kept his eyes peeled for any sign of either of the two. Either a straw hat somewhere, or moss green hair. Something that would give them a clue of where either of them were. "Man, where the hell are they? You said they were thrown out of the mansion? How fucking far did they fly?" Soren frowned as he got sick of riding in the Yagura bull alongside one of the galley law workers. "You guys can handle this. I'm going to go get Murat and the princess and tell them what we're doing." He jumped up and grabbed a hold of a nearby building with his acid, allowing him to dig a handhold into the wall and climb up. Yasaku started freaking out. "What are you doing, you maniac? If you fall into this water you're going to die." Soren turned back and grinned at him. "Then I guess I'll just have to keep from falling, won't I? I'll find you guys later. Get Straw Hat and Samurai Boy and I'll catch up." XXX. Aboard the sea train, back of 7th train car, out in the open ocean. Sanji was holding himself and shivering in the back of the train, outside in the middle of the powerful storm with a drenched and limp cigarette in his mouth. "I'm totally drenched out here. I can't even fucking smoke." "Stop complaining," Naruto said, a hood on his sage coat pulled down over his head. put it in the back of your mind. We're here now and that's half of the battle. Now all we have to do is find her. Sanji nodded and looked at the train that was barreling through the water. So how are we supposed to be sneaking in here anyway? He looked over at Naruto. Can't you just break the lock and get in or something? Naruto gave him a deadpan look. Breaking the lock isn't exactly stealthy, Sanji. Just wait. We'll get a break or come up with something good. Sanji started snapping at Naruto about how he had a nice toasty jacket with a hood and how he himself was exposed to the elements. Naruto, however, wasn't listening to a word of the perturbed chef's rant as he was alone with his own thoughts at the moment. Come on now, Robin-chan, what did I tell you already? Flashback, Alabasta, 2 days after Crocodile's defeat. Naruto had heard all about the battles that the Straw Hat crew and his own crew had taken part in during the rebellion with the Baroque Works members and had visited the sites of each conflict to get a feel for how the fights went, almost as if he could see the battles in astral projection form. Right now he had worked his way to the ruins outside of the city of Alyabarna where Chopper and Usopp had fought Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. He looked around and saw multiple groundhog holes in the ground. He could almost see the fighting style of the female agent, digging through the ground to launch attacks at Chopper and Usopp. As he continued to look around, he stopped moving about as he caught sight of something that he couldn't chalk up to being a mere figment of his imagination. Well, I know you aren't a hallucination, because you are completely out of place here. Hello, Robin-chan. Robin had a rather sly smile on her face as she sauntered across the sands to Naruto. Hello, Mr. Uzumaki. What are you doing all the way out here away from your crew and the Straw Hats? She shook her head as she got close to him. I guess it doesn't matter since if they were here I doubt I would get this chance to talk to you. Ah? Naruto said in understanding as he grinned at her. You're here to thank me, are you? For helping you out when Crocodile turned on you and tried to kill you? It was no problem at all. I always like helping out people that need it, especially pretty girls. I didn't want to survive that, Mr. Uzumaki. Robin said, getting a surprised look out of Naruto. I've been running and running ever since I was a little girl. I'm used to being betrayed and watching entire groups and organizations fall around me, usually just for my involvement in them. She looked up into the sky with her usual smile on her face. You should have just let me be killed. Don't say that. Naruto said, almost angry at how she spoke of herself, and don't you ever smile around me like that. It's completely fake. Before Robin could open her mouth and defend herself, he cut her off. I know? Don't ask me why I know, and I won't ask you why you think that way about yourself. It's obvious that you don't want to tell me. Robin frowned at him. I don't like talking about my childhood to others. Even me telling you what my real name was when I did was a major leap for me. Do you know who I am? What they said I've done. Naruto shook his head and Robin let out a bitter laugh. I'm supposed to be the demon child of O'Hara, the girl that racked up a 79 million belly bounty when I was just 8 by destroying some of the most powerful parts of the Marines by myself. I'm surprised you don't know who I am. Your bald crewmate knew. Did he attack you? Naruto asked, getting a shake of the head from Robin. Good, but you don't seem like any kind of monster to me, Robin-chan. You're telling me that you've basically been all on your own since you were 8? Robin nodded and looked down. Every time I thought someone was going to help me, or whenever I thought that I had gotten away, I was always betrayed. I'm surprised you aren't trying to take me out now and collect my bounty. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Yo? 55 million belly bounty right here. Like I would really try turning you in even if I was like that. Naruto walked a little bit closer to her and before lifting his hand up. Robin narrowed her eyes and stepped back, getting Naruto to stop moving towards her as a hand formed on his chest and held his arm in place. I'm not going to hurt you. I swear. Please trust me. You're way more like me than you know. I can't trust you, Robin said to him firmly. Naruto shook his head. Yes you can. But I can't make you trust me. A small smile came to his face. Yet. But I'm going to get you to trust me eventually, Nico. Robin. I refuse to have such a beautiful creature like you be so mistrustful, so how about this? You can leave now. I'm not going to tell anyone you were here, and you can do whatever you would like. I'm not going to stop you because I have a feeling we'll meet again, and when we do I hope you'll have a little more trust in me and others. She raised an eyebrow at him. What makes you so sure we'll meet again? Naruto smirked. Well, it's clearly not because I placed a marker of some sort on you that will let me come to your location at any time at a mere whim. Robin began looking around on her person for the mark that he was talking about, so surprised by his comment that the Hana no Mi arm that had been extended from Naruto's chest vanished. Naruto immediately began laughing so hard tears came to his eyes. Oh man, that was good. I can't do that, yet. I'm just playing with you. I just think we'll meet again. He said as he wiped the tears away from his eyes. I like girls like dashed. He took his hands away from his eyes to find that Robin had vanished. You. He chuckled a bit. That's my kind of woman, one that can disappear on you in the blink of an eye. There wasn't a trace of her presence anywhere. Even her footprints in the sand had vanished with the blowing of the wind. Naruto looked around for a moment trying to pick up any trace of her before blowing a kiss into the air, until the next time then Robin-chan. He reached into his coat and pulled out a Hiraishin kunai, and I didn't even get a chance to give her this. He placed it back in his pocket. Oh well, I'll give it to her when I see her again. End flashback. Oh man, this storm is really cooking out here. A voice from inside of the train knocked Naruto back to reality as the back door opened and one of the government agents stepped out between them both, much to both Naruto and Sanji's infinite amusement, especially when he finally noticed that they were there. Kori Shudo, call your shoot. Dynamic entry. Sanji and Naruto both kicked the hapless man, one of them hitting him in the neck, the other in the face. The kick sent him flying into the train car, alerting all of the agents inside to their combined presence, prompting the men inside to stand up and take aim at the two blondes with their firearms. Who the hell are you two assholes? Naruto looked at the men in the room and stopped trying to count them, instead choosing to yell angrily at his and Sanji's odds. How the hell did they fit so many of these guys in the same car? Kami, they're like sardines in here. I saw those kicks. The same agent shouted accusingly, there's no way you two are civilians. Naruto grinned and bit his thumb. Hey Sanji, they don't know who we are, but they seem to think we're special apparently. Sanji was finally able to light a cigarette and wipe the rainwater from his head. Well, if those are their honest feelings, this is rather awkward. He said casually. It isn't praise. The man yelled at the two men who didn't seem to care less that they were stuck in a room full of hostile government agents on edge. Don't make fun of us. Hey, someone go and report this to Lucci-san at once. Tell them of these two suspicious characters immediately. Wait. Another of the agents said calmly, this isn't the type of thing that should concern CP9. Another man picked up speaking as Sanji continued taking drags of his cigarette and Naruto yawned and picked his ear, no matter how unorthodox and suspicious these two are, don't be afraid, because in this car I'm here to keep watch. A very tall man standing behind Naruto and Sanji with his legs framing both sides of the door they entered through looked down on them as he bent over and looked down on them. He had white hair and a white beard and was coughing due to the smoke from Sanji's cigarette rising directly into his face. I am the boxing champion of South Blues Karate Island. Jerry. The other agents on the train car called out in acknowledgement of the man's name. Karate Island, huh? Sanji said before looking to Naruto, who simply shrugged, so do some karate. He said absently, getting gasps of shock from the other agents in the car. The man grit his teeth and began launching rapid punches at the two blondes with his hands, covered with boxing gloves. However, Naruto and Sanji simply moved out of the way and dodged him through his legs, getting behind him. All that Jerry hit with his punches were other agents that were in the way. They escaped. He looked between his legs at the two men behind his standing on the chairs. Youngsters, I'm saying this because I'm a big man. If you think I'm at a disadvantage in this small car, you're mistaken. Sanji didn't seem too concerned at all. This is the first time that I've ever been warned by someone while between their thighs. Naruto grinned over at his fellow blonde. Well then, my friend, you have yet to truly live. Sanji caught Naruto's allusion and grinned lecherously at his implication. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Jerry growled at being ignored by the two. My boxing has the advantage in such a small space. This is yoga style. He sat down and crossed his legs behind his head and began throwing punches that unfortunately hampered the reach of his attacks due to his legs being in the way. Yoga 1 to 2. 1 to 2. Naruto palmed his face and Sanji yelled at the man, your reach just got shorter, you idiot. Jerry narrowed his eyes. Is that so? He launched himself at Sanji in a twisting motion, screw drop kick. Sanji just yelled at him again, the fight just started and you're already ignoring the rules of boxing. He sighed and blew out more smoke. This is a waste of my time. He jumped over the screw drop kick, brochette, skewer. He spun around like a screw and drove one leg right into Jerry's face, defeating him immediately. The remaining agents in the car looked at Sanji in pure fear as he stood up and dusted his pants off indifferently, walking over to Naruto, who had his arm outstretched. Sanji slapped his open palm and walked past him to take a seat and enjoy his cigarette. Tag. Naruto grinned darkly and cracked his knuckles, radiating killing intent at the petrified remaining generic agents. Now who doesn't need to call for CP9 or whatever you call them? XXX. Water 7. It hadn't taken very long for Soren to find Vivi and Murat and link back up with all of the others, plus Nami, Nojiko, and Polly, who had found them after coming from Blue Station to assist in finding Luffy and Zoro. Where are they at? Miss Valentine asked in exasperation. We're never going to catch up to Naruto and Sanji at this rate. How hard could it be to find them? She looked at Nami. You're sure that this is the direction that they flew in, right? Nami nodded as everyone else kept calling out to the two missing pirates, absolutely. I definitely saw them fly this way. Now where are those supplies I asked for? We're really going to need them to find Zoro and Luffy. Chopper was in his walk point with a concerned look on his face. This is bad. Even when it's normal my nose doesn't work well in windy places, and now it's raining too. Vivi looked at the blonde cook of the ship she inhabited. Miss Valentine, why don't you float up and check from the sky? Miss Valentine shook her head. Not a single laugh came from her at the prospect of doing such. I'll just be blown away far from here. You can feel this wind, don't you? I had to increase my natural weight a bit just to make sure I don't lose my footing. Nojiko was atop the roofs with her scoped rifle out in order to search for either Luffy or Zoro as she scanned the lower levels of Water 7 alongside Soren to keep her from falling due to the wind. She gasped at a certain sight she got in her sights. Soren? If the water recedes like all the way, what does that mean? Soren paled. That means that we're screwed, because the water's going to come back in a big-ass wave. Nojiko. He looked around the lower level of the city and sighed in relief. We should be decently safe all the way up here though. And of course as luck would have it we wouldn't be able to stay up here. Nojiko said to him with an annoyed look on her face as she found the Straw Hat Captain in rather dire straits, because Luffy is stuck down there between a building. Hey Nami. She yelled down to her sister, follow me to get to Luffy. She motioned to Soren, take me down there please. Soren rolled his eyes and picked her up piggyback style. Yes Mistress Nojiko. He said, getting a light slap on the back of his shoulder as he took off running on the rooftops before jumping down to a lower lever, sliding down the wall with his acid nails to slow the descent. What? I have a very good chance at drowning once those waves come back. I can afford to be snippy with you. He let Nojiko off of his back as they both ran along the rooftops to reach Luffy. Nami tried to match Nojiko and Soren's pace as she ran down the large set of steps while the galley law workers yelled after them to come back before the wave hit. She jumped from the stairs to a roof and ran along them much like Nojiko and Soren were doing. Meanwhile, the workers and the remaining members of the more or less allied pirate crews watched them head for Luffy. Vivi looked at the other buildings on the lower level and saw a pair of legs in black pants sticking out of a chimney. Look. Legs. Muret looked over as well, trying her hardest to see what Vivi was talking about, and pointed when she did. Yeah, and is that a sash? Who is that? Zoro Aniki. Chopper, Johnny and Yasaku took off to help free the swordsman from his trapped position as well, heading down to the lower level like Nami, Nojiko, and Soren. We'll get you out. They yelled as they hightailed it over to his building, Chopper transforming into his heavy point form and grabbing a hold of Zoro's legs. Chopper was trying in vain to pull Zoro out of the chimney. Ow. You're going to pull me apart, Chopper. Chopper let go of his legs in his human form and began to panic. The wave is coming. How are we going to get him out of here? Yasaku grabbed Kubikirabuchu from his back and moved Chopper away. I wonder how deep down in the chimney he is. Oh well. We're going to find out. What are you going to do? Johnny asked as his oldest friend drew his massive cleaver blade back with intent to swing. That's not going to get him out of there, you know. Chopper looked at Yasaku, who was measuring his shot at the chimney, with a measure of fear as the swordsman spoke nonchalantly. Yeah, but Chopper here can carry him back to the upper level and we can get him out like one of those finger trap puzzle things. Now both of you get out of the way. Wait. Zoro said nervously, what the hell is about to happen? Nothing much, Zoro Aniki. Just hold still. Kubikiri Iktu, decapitating single stroke. Yasaku swung the massive sword and cut clean through the roof of the building and part of the chimney, cutting it off. Chopper quickly grabbed it before it could slide off and fall to the ground. Yes. I'm just as awesome as I thought I was. He said, absently slashing at the chimney again, freeing Zoro with the second vertical stroke. Where the hell did you get that thing? Zoro asked once he got an eye full of Kubikirabuchu, until he was thrown over Chopper's shoulder as he ran away. Wait. I need to get a closer look. Chopper, get off of me. Yasaku laughed and hooked the blade back up on his back before leaving as well. Jerk. Johnny said, I wish I had an awesome, super cool sword like that. He quickly followed Chopper, who was leaving the lower levels with Zoro in tow alongside Yasaku. XXX. With Soren, Nojiko, and Nami. Nami stopped as a massive gap separated herself and the others from Luffy, who was caught firmly between two massive buildings. This is no good. I can't go any further than this and he's stuck. She grit her teeth and began yelling, Luffy. What are you doing up there, you moron? Nojiko tapped Soren on the shoulder. Can you reach him from here? Soren looked at the distance and shook his head. With this distance and this wind I would miss him entirely. The wind would just blow it away before it hit the building. Nami, Luffy said in a muffled voice due to his rubber body being squished by the buildings, is that you? Geez, listen to me. That pigeon guy threw me and so I flew and got stuck in this convenient spot. he said sarcastically. Don't try joking at a time like this. Nami yelled over the storm to him as tears gathered in her eyes. While you were stuck down here, Robin was taken away. For all of our sakes, Robin, she's going to sacrifice her life. Nojiko and Soren looked at her in shock. What? Nami, what are you talking about? Nami began to cry as she explained, Robin sacrificed herself for us. She protected us from being attacked by the world government. Even though she knew she might be killed. So Robin was lying after all. Luffy yelled in realization, thank goodness. Soren looked rather fearfully at the ocean as the massive wave of the Aqua Laguna was getting closer and closer. We are screwed. Come on already, Straw Hat. If you're going to do something, now would be the time. In response, the buildings that Luffy had been trapped between started creaking. What the hell? After a moment, the buildings collapsed as Luffy actually pushed them apart with brute force. Come on Nami, let's go. He reached out and wrapped an arm around her and used his other hand to grab a tall building a distance away, allowing them to slingshot to safety. That's our cue. Soren scooped Nojiko back up piggyback and ran towards the wall, grabbing it once more with his acid claw fingers and climbing swiftly and getting them to the upper level just before the waves hit the wall with crushing force. Man, I need a cold beer and a burger, Soren said, sprawling out on the ground next to all of the others that had made it back to the safe part of the stairs once he and Nojiko were safe. Nojiko gave him a pat on the back for his trouble and a grateful smile. Thank you, Soren. The waves then hit the stairs with intense force, cracking off a segment and pulling them into the water. Damn. Before they could fall into the water, they were grabbed by ropes that wrapped tightly around them that kept them safe. Luffy shouted before the section of stairs they were on started crumbling too. Never mind. Run. They all got up and hightailed it away from the powerful waters of the Aqua Laguna, narrowly avoiding the water dragging them all back into the ocean. Soren turned around once they were absolutely sure that they weren't going to be getting any more nasty surprises from the storm and laughed maniacally while flipping off the sea with both hands. Fuck you, nature. I rule you with an iron fist. You can take your freaky, super strong storms and you can kiss my ass because I ain't getting taken out by a little baby flash flood. Is he alright? Chopper asked the others as Zoro tried to pry the frightened little reindeer who had transformed back into Brain Point from his face. I'm not really a mental doctor so I can't tell. Luffy huffed and puffed in exhaustion. Thanks for all of the help, rope guy. We needed it back there. You're all insane. Polly yelled at them as he caught his own breath. Nami was holding her chest as her heart was still beating rapidly. That was so terrifying. That was Aqua Laguna? Nojiko was checking all of her guns to make sure none of them were waterlogged as her eyebrow twitched in seething anger. I'm saying this once. I haven't complained once about this fucking place since Naruto-kun made us take the comm belt, but it needs to be said right now. I fucking hate. I fucking hate the goddamn Grand Line. I hate this place. All of the weird people and weird shit that tries to kill us every single day. I hate this place. She screamed at the top of her lungs before taking a series of deep calming breaths and standing back up. Okay? I'm good now. Johnny slapped the side of his head to get the water out of his ears. Was that your obligated mental breakdown into Crazy Town, Nojiko Anu? It took you long enough. I am not crazy, Johnny. Nojiko asserted firmly. It needed to be said. That's all. The storm isn't like that every year. Polly explained to the others. If it were, the island would be gone by now. It's abnormally strong this year. Luffy stood up and looked down at Polly. Hey rope guy. Give us a boat to borrow. Your strongest, fastest ship. We need to go after Robin. Polly stood up himself and yelled at Luffy. Are you all brain dead or something? You just saw the storm. Nothing could sail through the normal Aqua Laguna. Even if we give you the biggest ship we have, it'll still be torn to pieces against these monster waves. I'm not giving you a ship so you can die out there. He sighed, relenting at losing his cool. I'll give you a ship in the morning. For now, everyone to the shelters, the search is over. Won't that be too late? Nami asked, concerned. I know what kind of place Enies lobby is. Isn't that where the Gate of Justice is? Luffy blinked in confusion. What's that? Nojiko shivered as she had a flashback. Ugh, don't remind me. Naruto-kun was about to make us try and go through one just to get around faster. She looked at Luffy. Enies lobby is the judicial island of the world government. But no one taken there ever really comes back. Once a criminal goes through the Gate of Justice, they don't come back. Nami nodded and continued. There are only two places you can go from there. The Heart of Justice Marineford, and the island filled to the brim with the most dangerous criminals in the entire world, the Great Prison of the Seas, Impel Down. Soren shivered at the mention of the place, but there isn't going to be a trial, it's a judicial island in name alone. Robin is a criminal and no matter what they're not going to let her go. So how can we possibly wait until morning? Are you done? Polly said after Nami was through yelling, because even if the sea calms for long enough you still shouldn't go there. You're all pirates yourselves. Eni's lobby is the front door to the government. Do you plan to go there all alone and wage war right under the world government's nose? The rest of the gathered galley law workers started voicing their opinions, roughly coinciding with Polly's doubt of their ability to go and survive. Well, in that case, Luffy said lowly before getting into a fighting stance against all of them, we'll just take one by force. We're leaving now. We have friends waiting for us out there. Don't try getting in our way. Before Luffy and all of the others could begin fighting with Polly and the workers, a voice called out. Hold it right there. An old woman in a conductor's outfit said, stopping them all, Polly's right, Straw Hat, you're not thinking straight. If we let you go like this you'll die before you even get close to the island. If anything can survive Aqua Laguna it's the legendary sea train. Miss Valentine had her umbrella out to block the rainfall from coming down on her as she placed a hand on her hip. Well, what exactly can we even do about that? We only have the option of using a ship. The train left already. The old woman turned and began walking away. Follow me and I'll start the sea train for you. XXX. With Naruto and Sanji, inside 6th train car. Sanji finished knocking out the last of the agents stationed in that car with a single spinning kick to the neck, collier frit, fried neck. The force of the kick knocked the poor victim up through the roof of the car, leaving his head sticking out in the storm. Usopp looked at the two in shock. Sanji. Naruto. What are you two doing on the train? Naruto, done beating up agents to his heart's content, noticed Usopp and waved gleefully at him while Sanji spared him a cool glance. Actually, that's what I'd ask you but I don't know your name. He said, lying terribly. Something blatant to Usopp who simply looked at him dryly from his tied-up position. Woo, there's a few den mushy in here. I guess this place doubles as the communications room. I can finally contact Nami-san. A man beside Usopp with a blue pompadourish haircut that looked around 7 feet tall, even completely tied up, his body completely bound, wriggled in his bonds. The guys from before mostly had useless crap like costumes and masks. Naruto looked at the snails meant for communication and grabbed one, placing it in one of his inside pockets. I'm taking one of these things. He said, patting his pocket with a smile on his face. Where did you fit that? Usopp asked, as there wasn't even a bulge in his coat pocket from putting the den mushy the size of his head in there. Naruto looked at him and blinked. Hammer space. No need to tell him that his pockets were lined with storage seals where he kept his weapons and other things. No need at all. Frankie looked at all of them suspiciously. So you're all pirate comrades? Were. Usopp and Sanji said simultaneously before the chef added something else. Who the hell are you? He said to Frankie. Naruto pointed at himself. I'm a friend of both of these idiots. But I have to agree with Sanji. Who the hell are you? I'm the hidden boss of Water 7. The man said, Frankie. He was then flattened by a kick from Sanji and a punch from Naruto. You bastard. Sanji said angrily, you sure did a number on our long-nosed buddy back then. Usopp tried coming to Frankie's defense but was tied up. Hey, wait a minute. A lot's happened since then. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It was yesterday. What could have possibly happened? He saved going Mary. Usopp explained before he remembered something. Oh man? Mary. Frankie looked over at the dejected sniper. Hey, don't get all depressed. Now isn't the time. Could one of you please just get me out of this? Why would I do that? Sanji yelled at him. You should stay that way until you rot for stealing all of our money like that. They began to argue, alarming Naruto and Usopp who could both tell how loud they were. Guys, calm down. Usopp said fearfully, if you don't hurry up and stop it we'll be caught here. He was silenced when he was suddenly cut loose by Naruto, as was Frankie as they were both picked up seemingly effortlessly by Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? Sanji yelled at Naruto before he found himself picked up by one of Naruto's Kage Bunshin who then followed its creator out of the car and onto the roof just as a group of Marines came into the room. Naruto looked at Sanji intently as his clone dispelled and all of the others held on tight to the train car, Naruto sticking with his chakra in a crouch. Call Nami and tell her what's going on. Sanji nodded and called her up on the den mushy. Nami-san? Nami? Can you hear me? Because of two idiots here with us the situation is getting kind of heated out here. Hi Nami-chan. Naruto yelled gleefully, we're fine, Sanji's just getting all dramatic. Sanji waited for a moment as she spoke, I see. So that's why she went with them. To protect us. Hearing Nami explain that Robin went with the government to protect the Straw Hats brought something of a small smile to Naruto's face before Sanji started speaking again. Robin is still with them though. He waited again and smirked, right to the point, aren't you Luffy? Fine, we'll kick their asses. Naruto stood straight up in the midst of the storm, ignoring the wind and the water. Fine then. I don't have a problem with that. Let's go. Frankie smirked, well I guess I'll help you too. If the world government has a problem with Nico Robin then it's my problem as well. After all, I'm stuck in this too. And after that moving story. He trailed off starting to cry. And Naruto and Sanji had to fight off the heebie-jeebies because there was something wrong with watching a grown man in a Speedo and a Hawaiian shirt cry, come on long nose guy. Let's go. I'm not going. Usopp said, it's got nothing to do with me. You guys will be fighting directly with the world government and you're going to meet up with Luffy, right? Besides, you guys have Naruto here. He could probably do this all by himself. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, well, maybe, yeah, I could. Usopp continued speaking, after saying the things that I did in front of everyone I couldn't possibly rejoin you guys. I'm grateful to Robin, but it's not my duty to save her. He started walking back away from them all on the top of the cars, goodbye. Sanji turned away from Usopp, fine. Forget it then. Naruto nodded and raised an eyebrow, where is he going to go? We're stuck on the train. He turned to the side of the car where a Marine was poking his head through the window looking right at them, crap. The man was suddenly hit in the side of the head with a small projectile, he told me everything. A figure said from a ways down the train, I heard you were on your way to assist a defenseless girl, so I'll help you for free. My name is Sogeking. It was Usopp in a masquerade mask and cape. Naruto, Sanji, and Frankie looked at him as if he were insane as he began to sing some strange superhero theme song. Naruto pointed dully at him, what in the hell happened to him? Did he land on his head when he was leaving? He shook off the thought, meh, who cares? Oi! Get over here already so we can do this. He yelled, getting Usopp/Sogeking over to the others, now check it out. I have no idea which car Robin-chan is on, but we still have 5 more to search, and then when we get here there are going to be a ton of people we'll have to fight. He lightly tapped the top of the car, these things are narrow and it's kind of hard to maneuver in them, so we should avoid fights with all of the chumps and worry about the ones that could actually be some trouble. Sanji smiled, I think I have a plan. I heard them talking about the 7th car. So? Naruto said questioningly. Sanji held up a finger telling him to wait a moment and dragged Usopp off with him to go through with his plan. After a moment, Naruto heard the sounds of troops inside charging towards the back car, and then shortly after that he heard the sounds of a distant car detach from the rest of the train, and then the one he was standing on, forcing him to jump off to the next one. At that point he heard the sounds of fighting inside of the car he was on and he jumped straight inside of it to find the agents there already beaten. What did you guys do? Sanji shrugged, a lot of things. Come on, we only have a few more cars left. Naruto sighed at being left out of the loop and sadly followed them into the next car where they were immediately greeted with someone in a kitchen section of the train. A man with fluffy white hair, buck teeth, a yellow scarf, an unbuttoned black shirt, black pants, and roller skates was pushing a cart of food, while he ran on the walls and ceiling yelling his name repeatedly. Naruto's eye twitched, how is he doing that without chakra? He then started sniffing the air as if he had pinpointed a long-lost scent, wait a minute, I know what that smell is. The man stopped in front of them with a stupid smile on his face, hey guys. I'm Wanza. Since I'm the head chef I can make you anything. You want some ramen? He asked. Naruto's face went blank, what? Did I get hit in the head or something, or did this guy just say that he had ramen? Then ramen you shall have. Wanza said excitedly, but before that I've got a bit of something I want you to know first. Naruto finally got back to reality after punching himself in the face hard enough that he had to reset his nose, freaking out Sanji, Frankie, and Usopp. Realizing that nothing had changed, Naruto immediately ran to the cart and dropped to his knees with a massive grin on his face, yes. Yes. Whatever you want to say as long as I get some ramen. It's been over 7 months. You're my hero. Wanza smiled at Naruto, it's my nose hairs. He put a wad of dough in his mouth and spoke, first I put the wheat flour in my mouth, then I knead it well. He said while chewing it before straining hard as he forced it out of his nose in noodle form into a bowl, pouring boiling water in it as well. The look on Naruto's face fell faster than a stone from the sky, well go on, dig in. Naruto stood straight up with the blankiest look on his face before it morphed into one of pure anger, you son of a bitch. I'll kill you. Naruto had to be held back by all 3 of them, had Frankie not been there they wouldn't have been able to do it at all, how dare you. I go for the better part of a year without ramen and then you do this. I don't know what to say about what you just did. Sanji strained to assist in holding his fellow blonde back, God, he's like a bull. Sorry Wanza, but we're kind of in a hurry so we'll have to go, we're keeping someone waiting. Calm down Naruto, it's just ramen. We still have to save Robin-chan, remember. Naruto was still raging, there's no such thing as just ramen Sanji. Let me go. He has to suffer. I'll Raisin Shuriken his ass back to the Stone Age. Naruto finally stopped to everyone else's relief and pointed at Wanza with a shaky arm. You are not getting off that easily. We're gonna come back through here, and I'm going to tear your ass apart. But right now we've got something. He strained to say the next words, more important than ramen to take care of. Wait. Wanza said, if you want to go through this car you have to get through me. And that was all he needed to say as he found a fist in his face from Naruto, who was all too eager for an excuse to go right through him to get to the next car. Naruto had an evil grin on his face. I was so hoping you'd say that. He watched Wanza get back up with a bloody lip from taking the punch. I'm going to savor this beatdown more than I have any other in a long, long time. His face darkened. No one does that to ramen, you barbarians. First of all, it took me forever to find some ramen, and then I see this guy here pulling it out of his nose. It makes me want to puke. Wiping the blood from his nose, Wanza's smile never left his face. Despite being punched in the face not 20 seconds prior, I'm here for just this kind of situation. If you want to get past me and free the prisoners, you'll have to defeat my Ramen Kenpo first. Gladly. Naruto said before turning to the others, stay out of this. This is between me and this guy. A battle for the sanctity and honor of ramen. This is by and large one of the top 3 most important fights I've ever had. Sanji rolled his eyes. I don't see what's so great about noodles and water. He balked at the killing intent from Naruto and backed away. I mean, go get him, Naruto. You can't let him treat ramen that way. Such a scary feeling. Wanza said as he looked at Naruto. He sounded sincere, but with the never-changing stupid look on his face it sure didn't look like he had meant it. Naruto's eye twitched. It was scary. It was killing intent. It was supposed to be scary. All of you go to the next car so I can freely kick his ass all over the place. I won't let you. Wanza said in a sing-song voice as he put more dough into his mouth and covered one nose hole. Ramen beam. He started shooting rapid needles of sharpened ramen at Naruto and the others, who all dodged. This is just pissing me off more and more. Naruto yelled as he kept out of the line of fire. Sanji did the same. Would you believe that it's making me mad too? This guy's no real chef. Naruto pulled out a kunai and channeled wind chakra to it so that it would cut through Wanza's rapid fire attack. Stop doing that already, he said as he threw it, forcing Wanza to stop shooting as he had to dodge. Usopp and Frankie moved towards the window. We'll go to the next one from the top. Naruto nodded and looked at Sanji, who was still standing there. Well? Aren't you going to go too? Sanji shook his head. No way. This guy gives chefs a bad name. If you're going to stay and fight him over your ramen, I'm going to stay over the occupation he's making a mockery of. Fine. Naruto said as he threw a kick at Wanza, who backflipped away and stuck to the wall. Stop dodging and take your ass kicking like a man. And how the hell are you sticking to the wall? Only I can do that. Take this. Wanza yelled. Menkiri, ramen cutting. His bladed skates caught on fire as he jumped off of the wall and threw a flaming kick at Naruto, who growled at the slow attack and grabbed him by the ankle, slamming him repeatedly to the left and right into the dishes and the stoves and the like before throwing him away. Wanza showed some durability by standing back up even though he was bleeding from the nose and mouth. You blocked my attack with one arm and threw me all over the car. Are you secretly super strong? Naruto looked at Sanji and back at Wanza. Well, it's not really a secret. Everyone knows that I'm strong. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Wanza said before his eyes widened. He was about to yell in horror until he stopped himself. Yeah, right. You're not Uzumaki Naruto. The real Uzumaki Naruto would have ripped this train from the tracks by now. He controls the oceans, you know. Naruto got an angry look from Sanji when he remembered that Naruto could do stuff like that. What the hell? That's right, you asshole, you could have done that this entire time. Naruto yelled right back at him. And then what exactly would we do? Do you know how to swim in the shitstorm going on out there? I can't walk on that. And if I knocked the train off of the tracks, then Robin-chan would drown. She can't swim in normal seawater with the devil fruit powers, you moron. While Naruto and Sanji took turns screaming at each other and the attention was off of him, Wanza pulled mounds and mounds of ramen together around his body, finally coming up with ramen battle armor. Now it's time for my awesome, edible battle suit. Ramen Kenpo Ugi, Men Sisu, Ramen Kenpo Ultimate Technique, Ramen Formal Suit. Sanji shook his head. How can he disgrace food like that? Naruto's eyes lit up in glee. It's alright as long as he still eats it, Sanji. Gah! That's so awesome. He thought about walking around in his own personalized ramen clothing before he remembered where the ramen came from. Wait, that's still gross though. Give me the real, formal recipe for ramen so my sweet Valentine can make it for me and I won't beat you ugly. Otherwise kiss your noodle booger picking ass goodbye. Wanza simply laughed. You can't touch me now. In this suit my speed, strength, and special attacks are all drastically improved. Sanji scratched his head and spoke in a puzzled tone. How? Naruto gave Sanji a lecturing look. Ramen is magical, Sanji. Don't ask how, that's not the right question. Very true, brother. Wanza said, ignoring Naruto's righteously angered cry of, I'm not your damn brother, Databeo, and Sanji's laughter at it. Now take this. Tonkatsu Tataku, Tonkatsu Spank. He threw a straight punch at Sanji, who simply sneered at it. The cook blocked the kick with his foot. What's with this? All you did was get bigger. Your punches are still as weak as hell. He then found himself stuck to the ramen arm and wound up eating an actual punch from the insane cook. Surprised by my ramen kenpo, are you? Wanza asked while laughing. Now I'm going to get you two back for earlier. He spoke before Sanji's body disappeared in a puff of smoke and was replaced by an extremely large pot. Huh? Naruto was behind Wanza, having used Kawarimi to free Sanji from the noodled grip of Wanza and was dusting the cook off. Wanza jumped at both of them with his entire body. Men Tamashi o Ashimasu, Ramen Soul Press. Naruto looked at the mass of ramen in armored form flying at him and had flashbacks to the dreams of a similar nature in his youth as he jumped right towards it, arms wide open and intent on living out at least one long-standing dream of years past. He was about to open his mouth to take a huge bite before once again he realized exactly where this ramen had been and what it had been doing. Gasp you bastard. How dare you do this to Ram Dash? He was cut off as he and Sanji were both smashed into the ground with a huge body press. Ow. Wanza stood over Naruto and Sanji's bodies as he did a small victory dance. How do you like my ramen kenpo now? It still sucks. Both Sanji and Naruto yelled from their backs before kipping up back to their feet, looking no worse for wear. Naruto once again had a displeased look on his face. I am going to hurt you, badly. He hissed lowly, that should have been a dream come true for me, and you made it into a nightmare, and an attack. Ramen would never hurt me. You're evil. You're an evil, evil man, using ramen for your twisted purposes. Ramen should be used for all to enjoy, not as a weapon. Ramen is supposed to make people happy, not cause them pain. Sanji put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Food should never be used as a weapon. Naruto pointed at Wanza and repeated after Sanji, food should never be used as a weapon. Least of all ramen. This ends now. Naruto held out his hand and formed a swirling blue ball of energy before Naruto added a second hand over the top of it, coating it in a white buzzsaw-looking blade as he ran at Wanza. I'm sorry, ramen. Forgive me. Futon, Rasengan, Wind Release, Rasengan. Fukumen Tataku, Double Noodle Spank. Wanza sent both of his ramen arms at Naruto just as Naruto thrusted the wind-layered Rasengan at him. The small unassuming orb cut right through the ramen like nothing. Believing himself to be dead, he closed his eyes, however was simply dropped to the ground as his armor lay on the floor in tatters. Wha? I'm not dead? Naruto had tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, ramen. I love you. He then glared at Wanza. Of course you're not dead. I would never taint the ramen any further with your blood. Now give me the recipe for ramen. I can't make it to save my life and I can't teach Miss Valentine to make it off of pure memory. All I need are the basics and I can have some Ichiraku ramen again, or at least something close. Wanza shook in fear at Naruto and grabbed a nearby set of kitchen knives that he threw at Naruto, much to Sanji's chagrin. However, Naruto simply blurred from his position and threw a high front kick that was directed upwards. Konoha Shufu, Leaf Rising Wind. The kick planted directly under Wanza's face and knocked him headfirst into the air vent in the kitchen, dropping him back onto the ground, standing and dazed. Why? Wanza asked as he staggered about. Why are you trying to save that woman Nico Robin? You probably don't even know her true nature. He was doubled over when Naruto deposited a hard fist to his stomach, forcing him to back up while holding it. Everyone knows that she's the devil's child. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Naruto launched a low kick that hit Wanza in the body again before spinning through and kicking him in the face, releasing a spray of blood from his mouth as he sent him flying into a pile of dishes, breaking them on the floor. You shut up about Robin-chan. You don't know anything about her, so suggest you just stop talking and fall down now. My face. Wanza said as he got a look at himself in the reflection of one of the dishes. He now had a rather fetching appearance, however he didn't see it that way and pulled out a long kitchen knife with poison on the blade. I'll kill you now. That woman is deceiving you. She survived by betraying her friends over and over, and you'll be next. I said shut the hell up. Naruto said as he ran forward at Wanza. Wanza took a swing at him with his blade, but Naruto simply drew his arm back as the outline of a fox covered his arm in red chakra. He dodged the sword strike and hit him in the neck with his bicep and the inside of his elbow full force, Rariato, lariat. The power of the hit sent Wanza flying, forcing Sanji to dodge as his body crashed through the door and the other door behind it, flying into the car inhabited by CP9, who all looked impassively at the body that had just crashed in front of them. At the same moment, Franky fell through the roof of the same car with a beaten man that had the facial features of a weasel. He looked back and kicked the unconscious man he had defeated over towards where Wanza had landed. "So you beat the ramen guy?" Naruto nodded and looked at the members of CP9 with a feral grin. "Hey there. How's my ship coming along if you could tell me? It's so noisy now," Khalifa said in response to all of the ruckus that had just happened. Blueno looked at the doorway where Naruto, Sanji, and Franky were. "So all of the other marines escorting us were beaten?" Kaku shrugged. "Well, we didn't expect too much of them in the first place after all." Nero regained consciousness and was glaring murder at Franky when Rob Lucci called to him, "Hey, new guy." Nero looked up at the powerful leader of the group. "Oh, hello there. Don't worry, I'll kill that weird guy with the blue hair in just a second. You're supposed to catch him, but you let your emotions get the better of you." Lucci said plainly, "You have 3 seconds to run," he said, getting a look of disbelief from the young member until he started counting down, prompting him to vanish in his speed technique. 3, 2, 1. Lucci then immediately caught up to him and stabbed him in the back with nothing more than his finger before throwing him off of the train. "You half-assed, worthless trash. And you call yourself a member of CP9. You have to master all 6 forms of our style before you can claim to be one of us trash." He then looked at his teammates. "Khalifa, on the report put that the new guy was too weak. He was worthless to us." "Understood," she said without an argument. Sanji narrowed his eyes at them. "These are the agents of justice? They're way more evil than us." Lucci then turned his attention to the new arrivals. "What are you dash?" "Forget it, I don't need to ask. From the way you opened the door I can guess why you're here. If you're here for Nico Robin, just give up now. Her problem is beyond your understanding. There are some people in the world better off dead dashed. And I'm looking at one." Naruto said darkly, "What are you going to say, huh? That Robin needs to die? That she's a monster? Who do you think you idiots are?" Lucci's eyes rested on Naruto. "We should eliminate her for the sake of the people of this world. She has the power to destroy the world. Now she's a criminal with a much deeper history, but before all of that she'd already sinned by her very existence." Lucci then had to place his hand up to catch a kunai that was thrown directly at him, however it didn't go the way he thought it would when he looked at the blood coming from his hand. "What? I had Tekai, Iron Mass, active and he still cut me." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "That should have taken some fingers off if not the entire hand. I put Wind Chakra behind that one. This guy is no joke." With the stalemate on the attempted attack and defense, Lucci continued speaking. "Only her death can bring safety and happiness to others. She has no choice but to accept her fate. She should have died 20 years ago, and now before it's too late she must die for the sake of the world." Sanji ran forward and threw a kick that was blocked by Lucci's forearm, "But it will probably take the government a few years to harvest all of her knowledge and experiences. But then the woman will die in whatever horrible manner dashed. In your dreams." Sanji yelled at him. "Sanji, get back." Naruto shouted at him with authority. "Didn't you just see him punch a hole in that other guy and block my kunai with his hand? Don't rush in blindly or you're a dead man." "Wait, don't go in there, Robin." Usopp's voice sounded out from the car the furthest along. She walked into the car and looked over everyone standing there, and an overjoyed Sanji called out to her, "Robin. I'm so glad you're okay. Did they do anything to you?" Her eyes rested on Naruto, who grinned at her and pointed in a gun motion at her. "I told you we'd meet up again, Robin-chan. So do you trust me yet? Because I'm about to get you out of here in a flash. Just let us beat these guys really quick." A frown crossed her face, and in the blink of an eye a multitude of her hands hit Usopp and knocked him over towards Naruto, Sanji, and Franky. "It seems that words are meaningless to you people." "No," Naruto said firmly to her, getting a gasp of shock from her. "No, you don't get a choice. Remember that cute little note you left me on my ship? I'm supposed to be responsible for you still being alive. Well, I'm taking responsibility for it, and so is Luffy." Usopp got up and pulled out a smoke bomb. "Franky, cut the third car now." "Why?" Naruto and Sanji yelled. "So we can get away." He yelled back at them as he dropped it onto the ground, filling the room in smoke. From the smoke at the end of the car he jumped out, carrying Robin under his arm. "Because we've got her." Naruto and Sanji's faces turned from faces of outrage to faces of elation. "That's awesome." They both escaped with Franky and Usopp as the large man detached the cars. "How do you do that, man?" Naruto asked him. "Oh, I'm a cyborg," Franky said, getting Naruto to stare at him. "What?" Naruto realized he had been staring and broke it off. "Oh, sorry. It's nothing." He then looked at everyone in the room. "Wait, that was too easy. He looked out at the car that they had detached from and found that they were still stuck to the other car by thorn whips. Fuck. Naruto had a kunai emerge from his sleeve and was preparing to cut them when Blueno grabbed hold of them and sharply pulled them back, slamming the cars harshly together. Got M. The large man with the bull-looking haircut said as he and all of the other C9 members stepped into the car. Damn. Naruto thought to himself, 4 of them on all of us, none of these guys are pushovers, especially that Kaku and Rob Lucci guy, and we have to worry about Robin bugging out and leaving. And I'm stuck in this puny little car. I need space to maneuver and dodge to fight better. I'm going to be taking a few hits in this one. It's time to push these cars back apart. Sanji said as he ran up to Blueno and kicked the large man in the chest, his body not moving. What's with this toughness? Frankie yelled to the cook, they have a weird fighting style. Sanji pivoted on his hand and spun around rapidly on one arm before delivering a heavy kick to Blueno's face. Kankase, crush. The kick was hard enough to almost injure him through his defensive technique. Seeing that put a smirk on Naruto's face, so if I can muster enough brute force I can just muscle my way through their stupid toughness technique. That's good to know. Naruto followed up and jumped at the large man, spinning his body rapidly, almost turning to a mini whirlwind, Konoha Guriki Senpu, leaf-strong whirlwind. Naruto's kick bounced off of Blueno's face and sent him sliding back to the other members of his team with a bruise on his face. Ocho Fleur, clutch, 8 flower, clutch. Naruto and Sanji turned around to see Usopp bound and held by Robin's Hana no Mi arms, prompting the 2 blonde men to turn around abruptly. Robin-chan, what are you doing? How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my business? She yelled at them. And how many times do I have to tell you? Naruto yelled back, when are you going to trust in people? We came all of this way for you. Believe that we can beat these guys and let us help you. You should watch your opponents. Kaku said as he launched a blind attack at Sanji, catching him in the face with a hard kick. Damn it. Frankie said at seeing Sanji knocked back, you guys are so stubborn with wanting to protect your comrades, well here's your chance. He ran at the CP9 car and jumped at it fearlessly, unhooking it from the back car that the others were in. You guys don't worry about me. When you link up with Straw Hat just get back to town. That wasn't necessary, you idiot. Naruto yelled at him. Robin yelled at the cyborg, Frankie, what are you doing? I'm not trying to escape. Sanji turned to Robin, a nasty bruise forming on his head from the damage he took. Robin-chan, we've come this far to get you. What are you saying? We always knew the situation and came to get you. It doesn't matter if there's a buster call, we can handle it. Why won't you just come with us? The buster call is the problem. A voice said behind Sanji, reveling it to be Blueno, opening a door to seemingly nowhere unnaturally. Rankyaku, storm leg. He threw a kick so fast it seemed to cut into Sanji, sending him flying into a wall. These guys are good. Naruto thought to himself, gritting his teeth, I think I'm going to really have to go hard this time to beat them. I'll have to crush these guys, but I can't do it in here or else I'll destroy the train and kill the Straw Hats too. None of my attacks are subtle. Blueno shut the door he had opened to attack Sanji. Damn, where now? He turned and saw Usopp drop. No. Damn it. He launched himself at the door and growled when he missed, I wish I had more goddamn Hiraishin kunais. This guy would be dead if I had more. Stop it. Robin yelled as Naruto looked around, preparing for Blueno to appear once more to try and put him down. I'm not trying to run away. I don't want your help. Help them. She said, pointing at the downed Sanji and Usopp, let me go. Please. She lowered her head, don't let them die like this. Naruto looked at her, not moving or searching for Blueno anymore. You could never just leave Robin. When you joined Luffy's crew and when you wrote me that note, whether you know it or not you became precious to us. And guys like us just don't let our precious people slip away when there's something we can do about it. He sighed deeply, you should have some more faith in us. It's no use. Blueno said, reappearing right by her, Nico Robin won't go back on this. In the past there was a buster call invoked by the Navy. It happened to a simple island, the whole thing was burned to a crisp, no trace at all was left. The only one to survive that hellish incident was a young Nico Robin. The memories she got from such an experience are firmly planted in her and they cause her to turn on her comrades. He said as Robin walked over to him to leave with him. Robin-chan. Naruto said, I don't care. He motioned to the wounded Usopp and Sanji who were trying to get up, they don't care. None of us care about that. I know about wanting to sacrifice yourself for others, but that doesn't work when the others you're trying to protect can protect themselves. Don't go with them. She didn't even turn around to look at Naruto as she walked through the portal made by Blueno. The large man looked at Naruto with an uncaring glance, it's all for the sake of justice. That girl has our deepest condolences. Naruto simply glared at him, you know? I'm glad this happened. I was looking for a reason to make a statement anyway. I think I'll start with you, and every single person that gets in my way at Ini's lobby when I take her back. His eyes flickered red before setting back to blue. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and for twisting Robin-chan's mind and making her so scared she'd turn herself over to you, I'm going to destroy every last one of you. You'd better hope you don't see me again. Blueno found himself ensnared to stare into Naruto's eyes and felt as if he could see the future for a moment. Ini's lobby lying in ruins, massive warships in broken pieces all through the ocean, destruction. However, he shook his head and the visions left him. Don't be ridiculous, he said as he left in his portal. Naruto stared hard at the now unassuming space where Blueno and Robin had left from before, turning to Usopp and Sanji, who were both still unable to stand. Are you two going to be all right? Sanji grit his teeth as he tried to stand and made it to his feet slowly with the help of the wall. I'll be fine. What are we going to do now? Naruto looked out of a window at the choppy seas and set his head against the unruined glass. We have to wait, Sanji, we have to wait. Sanji limped over to Usopp, who was starting to get up as well. What about Robin-chan? What about Frankie? Naruto turned towards him with his arms crossed. We'll just go and get them. It's simple. There's nothing big or flashy about this. We don't need a plan, we don't need anything. We're going to go get her, and nothing is going to stop us from doing it. With your crew and my crew, and I know they're coming with Luffy, there isn't a chance that we don't walk out of there with Robin-chan. He looked back out the window and saw a pair of massive Yagura bulls pulling what looked like a house or something behind them, so just rest, because you aren't going to get a chance to in a moment. Chapter 24, New Age Outlaws. She doesn't believe in her friends. Naruto thought to himself as he was alone with his own judgment as to why Robin was fighting so hard to leave. He had the one Hiraishin kunai with him. A far cry from being able to use it with dozens at once like his father was able to according to legend, but even with one he would have been able to match or even overpower Blueno and save her, but he felt that Robin would have never forgiven him for it. Normally he would have simply saved her and dealt with the hate and been done with it. However, from the look in her eyes when she told him to stop that final time and assist Usopp and Sanji, it was clear to him that had he fought and taken her back he would have broken the small amount of trust that she had in him, and there was something about that prospect that made him sick. The idea of Robin hating him. He needed to change her mind, he needed to show her once and for all that being worried about her friends not being able to handle themselves would never be a realistic problem. If he had to walk right up to the CP9 after tearing his way through that place and grab her by her wrist to take her back to prove that it was no big deal, he would. This time he was going to leave absolutely no doubts, and he had never delighted in hitting a woman, but if she still didn't believe that they were strong enough after this he would have to slap some sense into her, because he wouldn't know what else to do. Naruto, Sanji, and Usopp, still in his Sogeking gear, were picked on the choppy seas by the Frankie family of all people, who were heading to Ini's lobby in an attempt to save their big brother, Frankie. Naruto didn't say a word as he stared out the window at the front of the seafaring house at an island where there seemed to be nothing but sunshine, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's Ini's lobby. One of the members of the Frankie family nodded. Yeah, the Judicial Island, it's a Nevernight island. The sun is always shining there as if it were daytime, just like right now. The sound of a train blowing and moving got their attention as they all looked out behind and everyone's spirits lifted up. Hey! Look over there, it's the Straw Hat Kid and the crew with him. A round of cheers broke out as Naruto grabbed Sanji and Usopp and quickly jumped the rather considerable distance to make it to the train that the others were riding on. As Luffy met up with his own crew, this left Naruto to only say one thing once he saw that his own entire crew was there as well among the crowd that were all about to attack Ini's lobby. Okay. I'm only going to say this. I'm pissed off that you're all here, but I can't be too mad about it because I knew that you were all going to show up anyway. But still. He pointed over to Vivi and Murat. What the hell are Vivi and Dr. Chan doing here? Vivi puffed out her cheeks in resentment. Well, Nico Robin may have conspired with Crocodile against my country, but she's a friend of Luffy and the others, and you told me to try to not hate her in case I saw her again. Well, I'm trying to forgive her by helping to save her. Murat's eye twitched as she explained why she decided not to stay in Water 7, the only other doctor here to handle all of the wounds that you, the others on this crew, the Straw Hat crew, the tons of Frankie family members, and the Galley Law guys that came with us are all going to get his chopper, and I'm sure he's going to be busy fighting too. She put her hands on her hips. You paid me good money, Naruto-sama, too much money for me to sit back and be a coward. You paid for a doctor, well, you'll get a doctor. She revealed a rather sizable pack on her back to him with a smirk. Nojiko was busy staring at how Luffy and Chopper thought that Usopp was a superhero in his Sogeking costume before turning to Naruto to give him her answer. There's no way you're going to do something this stupid without us backing you up, Naruto-kun. Did you really think that we would just leave you alone for this? Letting out a sigh, Naruto answered her, I was kind of hoping you would. This one isn't going to be pretty or clean. Miss Valentine appeared draped over his back, gently rubbing the whisker marks on his cheeks. Come on sweetie, you had to know that after all of that hellish training you put the lot of us through we weren't going to just sit this one out when you put your neck on the line, especially your two Rottweilers over there. She finished, pointing at Johnny and Yasaku. We've got your back Naruto and Ikki. Johnny and Yasaku stated at the same time, giving Naruto a very businesslike pose. Naruto couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face as he looked at his crew and rested his hand under Miss Valentine's chin, rubbing softly. And what about you Soren? What do you think? Soren chuckled, you're going to the face of the world government to whoop ass on some marines, some secret government agents, and who knows what else, and you didn't think that I wanted a piece of that action myself. And I thought you knew me by now. Naruto nodded before he and Sanji shared a look and the two called all of both crews together. Before we do this there's something you all need to know. They explained in detail everything that they had been able to learn about Robin from CP9 on the C train as Sanji for once didn't feel like smoking. I just wanted to point out that even if we get to her, Robin still probably won't be willing to go back with us. She's worried about all of you guys. Naruto said to the Straw Hat crew, she doesn't think that you can stand up to the full might of the world government and she's handing herself over so that you guys won't be associated with her and destroyed. Naruto looked at Luffy, so what do you think about that? Luffy immediately shouted angrily, I don't care, I'm going to kick their asses and get her back. Robin, that stupid dash. Gah. We tried to rescue her and she just refused to go. She shouldn't be worried about us, she should worry about her own safety. He looked at Naruto seriously, if we don't do anything she's going to die isn't she? A nod came from the blonde warrior, she doesn't want to die, she shouldn't have to die for us, especially for no reason. That's true, but dash. Nami tried to say before being cut off by Naruto laying his hands on her shoulders. But nothing. He said with a grin, this entire thing Robin-chan is doing is totally pointless. She doesn't need to do this in order to protect you guys, and this is going to prove that. Do you want her back? Nami's eyes hardened as she gave him a firm nod, then that's that. Let's go get her back. A small smile formed on the Straw Hat Navigator's face. Polly laid out a map of Enies lobby depicting the island from front to back. The first main gate, the front gate to get to the court, the waterfall surrounding the entire place, and the Tower of Justice and Gate of Justice at the very back of the island, it's a straight shot all the way through. If we can't get to Robin or Frankie by the end of the path then we fail. But even if we all charge on the island there are only a few of us here that have any chance of taking on the CP9, and that's you guys. There are only 70 of us but there will be more than 3,000 enemies on that island. Focus on the CP9. I'll focus on whoever is stupid enough to get in my way. Naruto said, taking his sage coat off and sealing it in one of the storage scrolls he had on his person, leaving him in his red shirt, white pants, white sandals, and orange sash. He tightened the forehead protector on his head and narrowed his eyes, I'm going in a straight line, and anyone that gets in my way, well I'm just going to have to get them out of the way. Hey everyone, look at the island. The old woman conductor said to everyone, prompting them to look at Enies lobby. Even behind the large mass of the island, the outline of the large looming gate behind it was the thing that truly attracted attention. Even the size of the faint world government symbol on the gate was large and imposing. Everyone stared at the structure in awe before Naruto finally spoke, so that's a gate of justice. Well now at least I know where to go to keep Robin-chan from leaving. He said seriously, if we want to save Robin-chan we have to do it before she gets through that gate, because I'm not sure that even my strongest jutsu could bust that thing down. It was the mass of a good-sized entire island all on its own. Nojiko pulled out her long-range rifle and planned to move outside to prepare, so what's the plan you guys? Plan? Naruto and Luffy said at the same time as Naruto moved towards an open window, the plan is, I'm going to turn this place into a lopsided war zone and go get Robin-chan back. That's the plan, that's all the plan I need. He then jumped from the Rocket Man to the Frankie family's vessel which was further ahead than their place outside of Enies lobby to the gate surrounding it and straight onto the island. Nojiko growled and made her way outside to the top of the Rocket Man prototype train, God. He couldn't even wait for us to tell him the plan we came up with on the way over here. So stupid. Luffy shouted and held onto his hat tightly as he quickly followed suit with Naruto, who needs a plan anyway? We know what we want to do and how to do it, so let's go. He then jumped off on his own as well. Soren and Zoro both watched their respective captains leave with similar deadpan faces, they couldn't have waited 5 minutes. They both looked at each other and grinned before shaking hands, both victims of the stupid captain curse. Luffy used his rubber body to grab a hold of the flag on the front gate and jumped right inside. We have an intruder? He just jumped right in. One of the Marines standing out front yelled in shock, "Get him. Kill that guy." Futon, Chikadukes, wind release, subterranean tunnel. Underneath the multitude of clustered soldiers, the ground cracked and exploded as massive bursts of wind were forced out of the ground, taking dozens of men and throwing them into the air with crushing might. With the path cleared, Naruto ran right at the front gate and formed a massive ball of energy between his two hands that he slammed into the huge front gate, Otama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. The overpowered Rasengan blew the doors of the gate right open from whatever was keeping it closed and attached, the gates open. Naruto yelled back at the others that had yet to land, as if they could hear him, "Hurry up and get in here." Naruto ran after Luffy, quickly catching up as he saw the Rubberman take out an entire squad of guards, allowing him to get close to him. "You ready, kid?" Luffy nodded eagerly. "Great." Naruto formed a cross-fingered hand seal, Tajuo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In a huge puff of smoke, over 100 Kage Bunshin were spawned with only one standing order from their creator: tear this fucking place apart and get Robinchan back. The Marines that had arrived to back up their defeated front guards almost turned tail at the sight of Luffy and Naruto leading the charge of over 100 Naruto clones, its Straw Hat, Luffy and the Seed of War, Uzumaki Naruto. Those two? That's a combined bounty of over 350 million. Luffy began taking out Marines by the droves with single punches and kicks, not even bothering to use actual attacks. "Where's Robin?" he shouted as he continued to tear through them like tissue paper. Naruto's clones had split off to terrorize other portions of the island and use their one-hit lifespans to soften up the forces before their inevitable demise so that the others could fight their way inland without too much resistance that Naruto and Luffy were doing a bang-up job of rending asunder all on their own. Luffy ducked under a wave of slashes from swords and all other kinds of weapons before he effortlessly disposed of those soldiers that planned to use numbers to take him down. "Hey Naruto, should we be keeping count on how many each of us can beat?" Naruto was backstepping and keeping just out of range of another group of Marines' bladed melee attacks. "I don't think you really want that, Luffy. Your ego might end up taking a hit today." "Chicken!" Luffy shouted at Naruto as he quickly dispatched another group of Marines with a stretched kick that caught them all. "Gomu Gomu no Muchi, Gum Gum Whip. And that's 10, you big chicken." Luffy started clucking obnoxiously, throwing the advancing Marines that saw and heard him off guard and allowed him to quickly pummel them. 15. He shouted before clucking again. "Fine." Naruto yelled with a tick mark on his head, "Hakirashi Shugeki, Destructive Storm Bombardment." Naruto stopped backing off from his group of Marines and began spinning in a circle as he got close to them, kicking up an windstorm that disguised his movements and swept the Marines up. However, the wind and dust storm didn't stop there as it carried over to another hapless group of soldiers and swept them up. It finally dispersed, leaving a rather tall pile of horrifically bruised and beaten bodies with Naruto standing on top of them, counting them out before pointing at Luffy and yelling, 18. "Now come on." Luffy blinked before being forced to dive between two slashes from Marines attacking him with Naginatas before he kicked them both in the face and kept running deeper into the base. "Stop them. They're just two unarmed men." Luffy jumped over a group of them to grab onto a large pair of doors that he used to jump over and enter the gate into the main portion of the island. While they were looking at Luffy who had scaled the massive wall, Naruto ran atop all of their heads and followed suit. However, he just sprinted vertically up the wall and jumped off of the top as he let out one loud shout, 42. They wondered what he was talking about until they saw some strange slip of paper attached to one man's back, burning down. Having a terrible feeling about it, they started to run away from him as he tried prying it off of his back. However, many weren't fast enough and got caught in the ensuing explosion from Naruto's explosive tag. Naruto jumped high into the air and looked down around the area to see Luffy surrounded by a massive crowd of agents and Marines that had him outnumbered by the hundreds. "Hey there, Straw Hat, Luffy, where's the rest of your crew? Enies lobby's forces number in the 10,000s. What are you supposed to be able to do alone?" Luffy cracked his knuckles and pointed up, "You'd be surprised, and, well, I have my old ship's resident hobo with me." They all looked up at a figure obscured by the sunlight but heard him yell, "God damn it, Luffy. I wasn't your ship's resident hobo. But I will settle for ship's resident army killer." Luffy jumped now. Naruto landed on the ground in a mighty stomp just as Luffy left his own feet, Doton, Ukiese, Earth Release, Magnitude. The ground began to crack and shake as if a relatively powerful earthquake and hit the Marines found themselves caught in the cracks, breaking their lower limbs, or just falling to the ground off balance from Naruto's jutsu. The shaking was forceful enough to crack the walls of a few nearby buildings as well. What? He can cause earthquakes like Whitebeard too? What kind of monster is this guy? One of the hapless Marines shouted in response to another of the things that Naruto was capable of. A grin crossed Luffy's face at seeing how Naruto had neatly set all of the Marines up for him to go open season on, Gomu Gomu no Storm, Gum Gum Storm. Luffy landed and immediately blasted away an entire side of the numerous discombobulated forces with a savage and uncountable number of rapid-fire punches while Naruto decided to finish off the other side himself. Futon, Mukenrugu Boku, Wind Release, Raptor Swarm Assault. After finishing his hand seals, Naruto placed his hands directly out in front of his body and breathed deeply, forcing a stream of wind that he directed and manipulated with his hands. The wind surrounded the area and turned into a multitude of light green bird figures that darted through the air, faster than the normal soldiers could keep up with as they were all cut down by Naruto's attack. 400. I counted every punch that hit. Luffy shouted at Naruto once he stopped beating on the large number of soldiers to face his shinobi comrade. Naruto grinned back at him, you know that half of that final score counts to me as well because I set the prep work for that attack, so that assist gives 200 more for me, and add that to the 300 more that I just beat with my second jutsu and that's 500 in all, so suck it. Luffy was about to complain about that little addendum to the rules when he let it slip his mind. Ooh. Vantage point. He shouted as he saw a large tower with many snipers posted up in it. Luffy ran towards it with a look of intent on his face as he barreled past a huge number of Marines as he finally got up under the building, Gomu Gomu no Kazan, Gum Gum Volcano. Luffy shot his leg straight up into the air with more than enough force to blow the roof and the entire top half of the building off with the kick, 50 more. Naruto's eye twitched as he formed two Raisengans in either hand, oh yeah. He started running through the crowd that Luffy had bypassed without doing much damage to and took advantage of their distraction towards Luffy's crazy attack of destruction. He pummeled through them with his twin Raisengans like a reaper cutting down wheat, Raisin Rengen, spiraling group spheres. I was created to do this kind of shit. The walls from the building Luffy destroyed fell down towards the Marines that were stuck between a dominant Naruto and a destructive Luffy, however they wound up paying for their indecision, Gomu Gomu no Gatling, Gum Gum Gatling Gun. Luffy's punches hacked the walls up and turned them into large stones that ended up working like artillery as they hit the overmatched Marines. Spandam. Sir. Straw Hat, Luffy and Seed of War Uzumaki Naruto aren't going to stop. They're running all over us. A Marine screamed into a baby Den Den Mushi on his wrist. XXX. With the others. The two massive Yagura bulls that had dragged the Frankie family this far along the stormy seas of the Aqua Laguna had pulled themselves over the water fence of Eni's lobby amid the shouts of panic from the Marines that remained out front. The group of ship dismantlers were raucous and ready for a fight against the government troops. As they immediately began to engage the Marines and their newly posted gate guardians, they received help from the Galley-La shipwrights Peeply Lulu, Tilestone, and Polly. With Naruto having busted the front gate open, the powerful train was positioned to rocket right on through once the way was cleared by the Frankie family and the shipwrights. However, a group of giants that had come to protect the front gate quickly tried closing it and broke into battle with the combined forces already ashore. In the ensuing battle, even a few of Naruto's clones diverted from their own job of causing as much havoc as possible to assist until they were dispelled. Waiting for just such an opening as to when they could get in freely, Nojiko was laying down on top of the train with her rifle trained on the gate, picking off any soldier that wandered within her sights before stowing her rifle onto her back once more. The gate is wide open. They signaled that they kept them from closing it. Go now. She held on tight to the top of the train as she waited for it to burst on ahead through the iron gates. Zoro and Soren stood out front on the head of the train with the swordsman of the two waiting for the train to charge ahead with some small talk. So where did Yasaku get that huge sword he has with him? Soren chuckled, it's from Uzumaki's stash or something. I swear, that guy has some super weird stuff in his collection. That thing is heavy though, even for me I wouldn't be able to use it that well, but he swings it like a Bakken. It's impressive. Zoro closed his eyes as a smile crossed his face. It doesn't seem that long ago that those guys were sitting back and letting me do most of the heavy lifting when we were bounty hunting. And now they're looking ready to walk right up to an army of Marines and take it right to them. I'm kind of proud honestly. You'd better watch your back, samurai boy. Soren quipped as he scratched his nose. Those two, all they want to do is prove that they're your equals in swordsmanship. And I'm starting to believe that they have more than a decent shake at pulling it off. Yasaku can already cut through steel like you with Kubikirabutsu. Zoro blinked, then why isn't he out here with me to get rid of the gate instead of you? Soren pointed his thumb backwards, because as strong as he is with it and as good as he is with the sword we're going to need more than 1 or 2 slashes to get through. I'm here because I can melt stuff, remember? I'm a safer bet than those two. He heard the train gearing up to gain speed and prepared himself. Alright, let's do this. You going to be okay back there, Nojiko? The girl nodded as she held on tight to the powerful steel contraption. Alright. IBI no hantai gamen, rot body screen. Soren stood straight up with his arms outstretched and focused heavily, forcefully pushing out a blast of acid that at first took the shape of his body before, after flying through the air for a moment, took the form of an ever-expanding acidic wall that passed through the iron gate after hitting the bars on it and continued on to land where it hit the Marines standing in wait for the rocket man to hit the bars. Zoro cringed when the attack that had been launched at a higher speed than it probably would have otherwise hit the Marines, as he could hear them cry out in pain of being hit with Soren's acid. However, he set that aside for the gate he still had to take out when the others called out from inside. Rolling his eyes at how complicated this thing was becoming, Zoro wasn't deterred. Yokozuna. Some help here? The massive frog from Water 7 jumped on the front of the train between Soren and Zoro and hit the iron gate with a powerful strike to bend it over enough for the train to launch off of it and obtain elevation. As they took off into the air, Soren looked at the huge creature that had assisted them. Uzumaki would totally dig you, big guy. He looked at Zoro, not frightened at all about a train hurtling through the air. Hey, I thought you were going to try and cut through it. Zoro sat calmly and explained it. I never said I was going to cut it, I said I had a plan to get through it. Everyone just thought I was going to cut it. How would I reach it? There's a good 10 feet from where we're standing to the very tip of the train. Inside, however, was a different story, as they found nothing to be excited about, hurtling through the air over the first gate. You idiots. Nami shouted at them as everyone inside screamed about how they were all about to die. Did you ever think for a moment about how we were going to land this thing? Leave it to luck. Zoro replied calmly. Nojiko shouted at him from the roof. She was gripping tightly as tears of fear fell from her eyes. If I weren't about to die and I could reach you without flying off of this thing, I would hit you for being so stupid. The train flew over the gate and crashed right into the back of one of the giants that the Frankie family and the Galila had been fighting. The group that had been ashore were mortified that with all that fighting they didn't even go through the gate, as it came to a stop not too far away with a dented front. A wounded Polly stood up and looked over at the train. Man, what a landing. Is anyone even going to come out of that? Nojiko shakily pulled herself over the edge of the roof of the train, shaking uncontrollably as she slowly made her way up to her knees. I'm not dead? She asked herself as she checked herself for injuries of any kind and cheered loudly when she found none. Yes. Woohoo! I'm not dead. Naruto-kun's damnable luck rubbed off on me at last. Johnny and Yasaku fell out of the train and immediately vomited as the sunglasses sporting swordsman recovered first, staggering to his feet. That was not cool. You tell people when you're about to do something like that, Zoro Aniki. Yasaku followed suit, nodding his agreement to his best friend's view on the matter. Zoro jumped off of the front of the train with 2 of his 3 swords drawn as Sanji ambled out and looked at the situation of the battle between their allies and the Marines thus far. So now what? One of the Marines panicked at more people joining the battle and managed to shoot a series of small rockets at the train before any more could come out. After rocking the train with explosions, they heard a growl from among them. I was still sitting on that thing. They turned to see that Soren had gotten within their defensive perimeter. IBI no tsum, rot claws. Before they could turn to respond, he had cut down the offending rocket-launching Marines assertively. The smoke hovering around the train then started becoming a solid cloud in the air above the Marines as Nami grinned with her staff separated in segments. This perfect climatact is amazing. She commented on the weapon in her grasp. Its speed and power are totally different from before. Now let's try it out. She shot a ball of thunder from a compartment in the weapon that hit the cloud. Sandabaruto tempo, thunderbolt tempo. Massive amount of lighting struck down from the crowd and hit the Marines under the cloud, although Nami was forced to swiftly flee before she was hit with the dangerous attack as well. She ran over to Usopp and smacked him in the head with her weapon. That almost hit me too, damn it. Chopper freaked out that she had hit their superhero friend. Nami, why'd you hit Sogeking? Nami crossed her arms and huffed as Usopp, keeping his cover, explained, you're the one to blame for using it so recklessly like that. Usopp-kun said he never designed it be used like that. But, it is a really strong weapon. That actually beat a few dozen of them. He said as he looked over at the downed Marines. Hey, damn it. Murit yelled over to where she was patching up the wounded men from the Frankie family. That almost hit me too. Watch that thing. Miss Valentine floated down from the sky with her umbrella. Phew, that explosion was close. I'm lucky that it just wound up blowing me into the sky. But anyway. She pointed off in a direction. I think I saw the path of destruction the 2 idiots who rushed over here made. Just as she said that, a loud explosion took out a tower in the distance she was pointing at, getting a laugh out of her. Kaya ha ha ha. See? Polly crashed through a large number of Marines while riding one of the Frankie family's massive Yagura bulls. Get on. All of you. This isn't where you all need to be, don't forget why you're here. As the crews all hopped on the Yagura bull, he noticed that the Marines weren't just going to let them leave. When you see the CP9 guys, tell them something for me, would you? You're fired, he said as he jumped off to get back into the fight. XXX. Eni's lobby, Island Center. This is so stupid. Naruto yelled as he grabbed one of the Marines and used him to slam into the other Marines as a weapon. Why don't they just get the point and get out of the way already? They haven't laid a hand on us yet. Naruto set the weaponized man up and kicked him hard in the face, sending him flying into a group of other attackers. Just keep fighting, Naruto. Don't stop. Luffy yelled back to him as he smashed his way through his own set of Marines with hard, looping punches before clasping the flats of his feet together. Gomu Gomu no Yari, Gum Gum Lance. Luffy kicked a man in the body and sprung off of him to an elevated position. These stupid soldiers just keep coming. We're stuck here. Speak for yourself. Naruto yelled as he found himself starting to get dogpiled. Oi. Get off of me, you idiots. He shouted before the pile grew to a crushing size and shut him out. Futon, Fujorui, Wind Release, Wine Fortress. Naruto yelled out in feral rage as a burst of wind with enough raw power to send the Marines that had piled on him flying like human bullets all over the place, taking out many of their own partners that they hit. Come on. Don't run away. I'm still being nice. I haven't even killed any of you on purpose yet. He taunted the Marines as he saw a large amount of them running away back towards the direction that he and Luffy had come from. Send half of our men to the front gate. A government agent in a black suit and hat shouted at a regular Marine, the other pirates have breached the gates. We have to stop them. Finally, Naruto said as a platoon of Marines got around him, all training rifles on him. However, he appeared to be ignoring them. It took them long enough. Fire. They all opened fire on Naruto to wind up with him disappearing in a puff of smoke and a bullet-riddled log covered with purple spores falling to the ground in his place. What? Mokuton, Hoshir Basudo, would release, spore burst. The log exploded, covering much of the area in a purple haze that had Marines dropping like flies. The cloud hung over the area until the sounds of Marine struggle stopped. Whoops. Okay, that one is obviously overpowered. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Naruto blew away the hazardous massive cloud for Luffy's benefit before it rose high enough to reach him, and he took note of all of the Marines that seemingly had their skin bleached purple as they all lay either incapacitated or outright deceased by the effects of Naruto's jutsu. Luffy. Where the hell did you go? Hurry up, Naruto. Luffy yelled from far down the path, so far that Naruto was almost unable to make out his features. Naruto growled and pulled his single Hiraishin kunai from his pocket that he then threw right at Luffy. Come on. You're so dash. In a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared in front of him with the Hiraishin kunai caught firmly in his grip. Oh, never mind. You're right here. You're really fast. Naruto pocketed the kunai and patted Luffy on the shoulder wordlessly before turning him around towards more Marines heading their way, getting a tick mark to form on Luffy's head as he jumped into them intent on running right through this group as well. Get out of the way, you assholes. He then stopped at a huge wall. Huh? A dead end? Luffy, up here. Naruto yelled from atop a high and very thick courthouse building that seemed to be able to overlook the dead end. The rubber pirate quickly made his way up there atop the spacious area and by Naruto's side. Look. He was pointing towards a massive tower that utterly dwarfed the courthouse they were standing on that sat across a huge chasm. Can you jump that, or use some weird rubber power to get across? No. Luffy said, how are we supposed to get over there? He saw Naruto pull out his Hiraishin kunai and stare at it with a frown on his whiskered features. That weird knife of yours again. Is that how? I wish. Naruto said angrily, this gap is like half a mile across. I can't throw this little thing that hard. His mood slightly improved to a dull smoldering anger when a door appeared out of thin air in front of them. Finally. Rematch time, you cow-looking son of a bitch. Blueno emerged from the door and looked at both Naruto and Luffy. It looks like intelligence is screwed up. Luffy pointed at him and shouted, the cow guy with the pigeon guy. I figured that we had more damage done than just 5 people down. Blueno said as he could see the trail of destruction that Naruto and Luffy had made all throughout the island. 2 men breaking into front fortification of the world government. This is unheard of. Just how long do you two plan on struggling? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Blueno. That's funny. You think that you can actually make me struggle. Robin-chan isn't here to keep me from tearing you apart this time, big boy. She kept you from fighting me for your safety. Blueno said, unintimidated by Naruto, and by coming here you've thrown away her sacrifice. Luffy clenched his fists. Robin's in that building behind you, so get out of our way, cow. You all still haven't noticed. Blueno said in a pitying voice, this sort of thing is a global grand-scale offense. In the oceans of the world we boast influence in more than 170 countries. The all-powerful organization the world government owns this island. When you invaded this place you all decided to revolt against it. You'll all be hunted down and crushed, suffering cruel deaths. Naruto picked his ear. I was never a member of your world government in the first place. I'm from a place called the Elemental Nations. A place that you don't own, and never will as long as I'm alive to say something about it. He then set himself in a taijutsu stance. Now take me to Robin-chan or get ready to get your ass kicked. The Straw Hat already knows that you cannot defeat our Rokushiki, 6 styles. Blueno asserted, so why even bother when you know you're going to lose? Naruto grinned at him ferally, because I'm Uzumaki Naruto and I never lose. We never even fought in the first place, all I did was kick the shit out of you one good time and watch you run away. Naruto yelled as ran at Blueno, now let's try this again without all of the interference. Naruto. Luffy shouted childishly, I wanted to test my new moves out on this guy. Keep M in the holster for now, Luffy. Naruto shouted back at the captain, you don't want to use your new aces when you don't have to. Naruto cocked his fist back and had it held back at the ready with his other hand on his punching shoulder, Chuseki Shigekiha, tidal shockwave. Blueno simply stood still, Tekai, Iron Mass. However he wound up paying for it when Naruto's punch connected in his belly and doubled him over, blood flying out of his mouth. What? When he kicked me on the train it hurt, but this is on a whole different level. Naruto used his arm that wasn't buried into Blueno's belly to push on the back of his punching shoulder. Impact. Like a piston, Naruto seemingly dislocated his arm at the shoulder and fired off a second punch of sorts that sent the man flying back and rolling along the ground until he retook his feet and glared at him, surprised? Good. He then noticed something about Naruto. His headband that had been on his head every single time he had seen Naruto was no longer in sight. You see, I'm glad I came on this journey. I've been very uncomfortable for a long time, and meeting the guys that I've heard about on the Grand Line has me really excited. I had to come up with a way to block off a lot of the strength that I painstakingly developed in tumultuous times, or else I would have risked hurting someone innocent just by being around. He pulled the headband out of his pocket and turned it over to the back to show that the entire thing was lined odd markings that spanned the entire inside of the headband fabric. Seals. These seals were meant to stifle my physical prowess. With this thing off of me I run faster, I jump higher, I have more chakra at my disposal, and I hit harder. He placed it back in his pocket. I don't need it to beat you, but I came here to make a statement. He cracked his knuckles. If I didn't have this on I would hurt people just by giving them hugs and handshakes. I needed it. And now I don't, because I couldn't care less if any of you CP9 losers survived this. Blueno grit his blood-stained teeth. That one punch. I don't understand. He cast away any doubts he had about fighting and continued to battle. Saru, shave. Blueno blurred out of sight. Ah? Naruto said sarcastically as he watched him vanish. You have a name for that? You want to know what I call it? I call it running. The sound of the air cracking softly was the indication of Naruto blurring out of sight as well. A loud dull thud of a blow landing and breath exhaling preceded Naruto and Blueno reappearing with Naruto's foot buried in his stomach before he flew off and smashed into a wall that stood atop the fortification. Damn, I've still got it. Get up. Get up so I can kick your ass in fast forward. I'm getting Robin-chan out of here and none of you can stop me. Blueno wiped the blood away from his mouth. I underestimated you. He said before jumping at Naruto, dashing seemingly on the air in a zigzag pattern. Jeppu, moon step. He then threw a kick at Naruto that released a blade of energy from his leg, Rankyaku, storm leg. He began to grow angry when Naruto simply stepped around his attack with not even a flinch. Tekai, Rin, Iron Mass, wheel. He rolled at Naruto rapidly like a wheel, trying to take him down with the consecutive kicks. However, Naruto seemingly dodged him like child's play. Suddenly doors appeared under Naruto's feet that the blonde ninja caught sight of before he could step into them. These damn doors again. He kept himself from trapping his feet and charged right at Blueno. I've fought a guy that had a power like this, and he was way better than you at using it. He saw a door appear by Blueno in midair that he opened up and stepped inside. However, before he could shut it, Naruto grabbed his wrist and jerked him back outside before he could fully step inside. No you don't, there's nowhere to run this time. XXX. With Straw Hat and Foxhound Pirates. One of the king bulls that had been assisting in the attack, Sodom, had been felled by constant mortar fire coming from the Marines and their dogged defense of Eni's lobby. Thus the strategy to get deeper inside the island had to change up a bit. Nojiko lay atop the head of one of the massive king bulls that were charging through the marine stronghold with her scoped rifle at the ready, picking off marines that planned on using mortars to attack and stop the huge animals. How far ahead did they get? Nami yelled up to her, "Just keep shooting, Nojiko. Are you running out of bullets?" She yelled to her sister in concern. After some near misses and some close calls from some errant rocket fire, Nojiko took the initiative and began covering their advance. Nami had to say that she was very impressed. She had no idea her sister could shoot so well. She hadn't missed a single shot. Looking down at her younger sister, Nojiko smiled. "Nope. I'm full up. I have more bullets than I know what to do with. Just worry about yourself for now and get ready to fight." She rubbed the top of the huge Yagura bull's head. "Gamara's doing a good job of keeping his head still enough for me to shoot." She then went back to doing just that as she cracked off 3 more shots before reloading. She growled as Gamara had to move his head to avoid a rocket coming his way. "This main road is totally choked. I don't think we're going to be getting any more support from Naruto-kun's clones either. I think they're all gone. We've got to go to the courthouse." Soren yelled over the sounds of battle. "That old conductor Lady Kokoro said that's where Straw Hat and Uzumaki are." He turned back to the side of the Yagura bull and fired off an attack at the marines trying to take them out. IBI no Jokin, rot hose. From his arms, a steady stream of acid came and hosed the soldiers down, repelling the ones that avoided the hits away from their ride. "This sucks. Me and Nojiko are the only ones out of all of you with any ranged attacks." He noticed something in front of them and shouted a warning. "Fuck. Watch out." A series of large iron balls attached to chains hit the large animal, wounding it heavily. Zoro glared at the new arrivals, a group of large men wielding the weapons that had injured Gamara. "Shit, who are these guys supposed to be?" The defeat of the second King Bull sent up a loud cheer among the marines who finally saw this as a chance to rally and counterattack. "Damn," Sanji said as the marines started surrounding them all. "If we get stopped here then we're done for before we even get started." Vivi pointed up at the large gate that Naruto and Luffy had made it to. "Look. That's where Kokoro-san said that Naruto and Luffy were. Are they fighting already? We don't have much of a choice then." Zoro muttered as he and his fellow swordsmen Johnny and Yasaku hand their hands tightly on their blades. "We're just going to have to cut through straight to the courthouse." Chopper yelled out before any of them could jump off and start fighting their way through the force of marines. "Don't get off." Gamara said, "Hold on tightly." "So hold on tight." Nojiko rubbed Gamara's head as he slowly raised it off of the ground. "You don't have to keep going. You can stop fighting now." However, he still painfully got up off of the ground to keep moving. Soren patted the king bull on the back as it stood up. This thing is tough as nails." He took notice of the marines planning to open fire on Gamara to put him down for good this time. "No you don't, you bastards. IBI no Damaku, rot barrage." He started firing small acidic bullets, machine gun style from his mouth that hit marines with deadly accuracy, clearing the area around Gamara for the massive animal to struggle to his feet. As he stood up, Gamara immediately ran into a building at his side, quickly alerting Chopper to what was wrong. "Oh no. He can't see. That attack damaged his retinas, he's lost his eyesight." Gamara kept charging forward amid the combat raging around him. He said that he promised Sodom. He then noticed that Gamara was running right towards the wall. "No, stop. It's a dead end. If you hit that wall you'll die." Zoro narrowed his eyes at the destination of the King Bull. "I don't see any dead end." Yasaku took Kubikirabuchu from his back, preparing for a fight the second they got past the marines and their defenses. "You need your eyes checked, Chopper, there's no dead end here," he said solemnly as everyone riding the animal prepared for the sacrifice it was about to make to get them through. Nojiko stood up on top of Gamara's head sadly and gave him a kiss on the top of his head as she prepared to jump off. As everyone prepared for impact, the powerful animal smashed right through the sturdy wall before finally collapsing on the ground, fully spent. Nojiko landed on her feet and ran to the injured Gamara, rubbing the gravely wounded animal's head. "You did great. You got us all in. We're going to get your brother Frankie back, and Robin too. Thank you." She put her rifle up and pulled out her pair of pistols as everyone else climbed off of the back of the King Bull. She then ran to the large courthouse that Naruto and Luffy were spotted atop. "Are they up there?" "There's no way up there," Nami said, before seeing Soren start to claw his way up the side of the wall with his acid technique and Miss Valentine float up above everyone else with her powers. "Never mind, they can get up there just fine." "Wait, how is she doing that? I thought she needed wind to do that." Vivi nodded. "She does. Naruto put something that looked like weird drawing on the inside of her umbrella that activates whenever she opens it up, giving a small gust of wind that lifts her off of the ground." The princess then frowned. "But that doesn't help us though, and the longer I'm out in the open like this the worse things can get for me." What if they can identify me as the Princess of Alabasta? We need to get up there and drop that bridge so we can cross. Follow us. Members of the Frankie family said, we know how to get you up there with Straw Hat and Uzumaki. Follow us through the courthouse. Seeing the opening to leading inside of the place, they ran inside and engaged the Marines stationed inside waiting for them. Meanwhile, in the air, Miss Valentine hovered over Naruto's fight with Blueno and couldn't help but smile at what she was seeing. XXX. Naruto vs. Blueno. Blueno was in dire straits as he was using every bit of the speed that Saru provided to keep out of Naruto's reach, and was failing miserably. How could someone this strong exist without the world government taking his seriously sooner? He was knocked back with a single punch to the face that almost turned his lights out, yet the man with the bull haircut proved to be durable as he never fell down from the hit. He took the punch and attacked Naruto with a single finger, Shurgan, finger gun. Naruto backflipped out of the way of the attack, and you fail again. I was right on the money when I thought that you weren't the strongest. It's probably that Rob Lucci guy. Blueno used Saru again while Naruto was in the air from his backflip and rushed at him with his fist drawn back to strike at Naruto's prone body. Tekai, Sai, Iron Mass, Smash. He hit Naruto's body and watched as it burst into smoke. What? How? There's never just one of me. Naruto said from a distance away from Blueno, my clones are always around somewhere, and they're always good enough sports to kawarimi with me when they see the opening. That's why I love Kagebunshin no Jutsu so much. My clones are good soldiers. Naruto shook his fist out, you're fast, but you're not even close to being on the level of that Kizaru guy. I could never keep up with him naturally, but you, it's really easy. He pointed at Blueno, I'm the strongest man in the entire world. And you may think that's all talk, but I'm going to be proving it very soon. You can say that you fought Uzumaki Naruto before he became famous, if you survive this that is. He looked up at the tower across the way with a glare, there's only one reason I didn't just dust you here and now. Because I need people to see this, and know that I'll kill them if they don't give me Robin-chan back. He saw a figure shirk away from the window once he shouted that. All talk. Blueno said, you may be getting the best of me, but there's no possible way that you can beat me in your next move the way you're suggesting you can. I said I was going to dust you. Naruto said threateningly, I never said I was going to do it in one move. Like I said, you're an example. Eat this. Naruto disappeared from his sight. I'll counter with my strongest attack, Tekai, go, Iron Mass, Strength. His body stiffened up as he shored up his defenses for Naruto's own assault. The stonewall look he took on didn't last as he ended up eating a punch to the face that he swore cracked his jaw. Naruto followed through with a spin kick to the face, multiple shots to his face and body, and a rising uppercut that launched him into the air. With a mighty yell, Naruto jumped high into the air as well and spun his body around rapidly before kicking Blueno down to the ground hard, Konoha Moru Sora, Leaf Burning Sky. Get up from that big man. Blueno's body hit the ground with enough force to crack the entire ceiling portion of the courthouse they were fighting on top of. As Naruto landed, he looked into the smoky crater and saw Blueno's bloodied, motionless body amid the rubble caused. Naruto took his headband from his pocket and strapped it back around his head, feeling the constricting effect of his seal take hold. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong person to piss off. Hope you're not paralyzed, but you were just shit out of luck. You all tried to exploit the wrong archaeologist. Naruto sighed and turned to Luffy, who watched the entire fight with a grin on his face. Man, that guy wasted a whole lot of my time. Luffy laughed, you kicked his ass. But that still only counts as one person you beat. Naruto rolled his eyes, get Luffy to laugh even more. I still wish I could have used my new special moves though. But they mess up my body, so I guess this is okay too. Naruto patted him on the shoulder, don't worry Luffy. You'll get a crack at one of them. That guy wasn't even the strongest. He then felt the light as a feather feeling of a certain someone drape over his back. Hi Valentine-chan. Miss Valentine gave him a quick kiss on the cheek as she looked at the beaten CP9 member. He didn't hurt you, did he? We just now got here and I just now saw the end of the battle. I'm fine. Naruto assured her, he didn't even hit me. He then noticed Soren finish pulling himself to the top of the wall. Hey Soren, I've got a question. Shoot. The acid-spewing man said in reply as he deactivated his claws from climbing. Naruto pointed to Blueno, this guy moves a lot like you when you fight, with his speed technique. Do you know anything about it? Soren nodded, yeah, it's called Saru. He laughed sheepishly, when I first started fighting Marines I kind of stole it from a few of the higher-ups that wound up pursuing me. It took a few years to get down though. Naruto nodded, the way he said that it sounded like he didn't know about the other powers this guy had. Maybe that Saru thing is just the easiest one to learn. That weasel guy on the train apparently hadn't learned them all and he could use it. Meh, it doesn't matter. That's not such a big deal, Naruto. Miss Valentine piped up cheerfully, you torturing me with working on my powers gave me a pretty good speed technique to use in battle as well, among some other techniques that I learned. Luffy grinned and added his own 2 cents, well if you would have let me fight him you would have seen that I can move that fast too. So it is learnable. Naruto said before a grin broke out across his face, that is just great to know for after we get out of here. Luffy turned towards the tower across the chasm and shouted at the top of his lungs, Robin. I've come to get you out of here. Naruto's good mood that came after winning a battle then quickly faded as he picked up Blueno from out of the crater his body had been laying in, if this is the best you assholes have got then cough up Robin-chan right now. Last warning. The two waited outside for a long while until Naruto got sick of waiting as did Luffy who actually voiced it out, hey. I know that you guys are all in there. Get out here. Naruto was seriously considering just taking the whole tower out then and there, but he didn't want to use anything too powerful and wind up bringing the whole tower down. Robin was still inside. Before he could throw the kunai and see if he could make it over, someone burst through the front of the tower holding another person, Frankie? And he's got Robin-chan. Across the way, Frankie used a fence that had been surrounding the portion of wall that he burst through to pull himself and Robin back up, super. Alright, that was really close. He looked over at Robin who he had set down, you aren't hurt are you? He looked across the chasm at the courthouse, damn if I had one more bottle of cola then I could just clear the gap with a few coup de vents and get to the other side, but I can see Straw Hat at the very least. At the sound of more Marines coming after them from inside the tower, Frankie turned around angrily and fired off the installed weapons in his left arm, taking out many of them. Alright. Naruto yelled as he flipped the Hiraishin kunai in his hand, Luffy, throw me at the tower so I can get the distance to throw the Hiraishin kunai and make it over. Naruto yelled across the gap, I'll be over there in a flash Robin-chan. Just wait and I'll get you out of there. It's kind of far. Luffy said as he stretched his arms to get a hold of the edge of the wall as he and Naruto ran backwards to use his rubber body like a slingshot, but it should still work just fine. Gomu Gomu dash. Wait. The sound of Robin yelling out to them stopped Luffy from attempting to rocket Naruto closer to the tower. I told you all several times that I'm not coming back, so go away. I never want to see any of you again. She continued to shout angrily at them, why'd you come to rescue me? In surprise to her enraged yells, Luffy let his arms go slack and return normally to his body. When did I ever ask you to do that? She took a moment to block a sob before yelling again, I just want to die. Frankie looked at her in shock, what's the matter with you? They risked their necks coming this far and now this. They did that on her own. Robin replied coldly. Don't be Stu Dash. Frankie tried to yell back at her before a kick to his head drove him face first into the nearby wall by Kaku. Damn it. Naruto yelled when he saw Frankie's figure go down from the attack, Luffy launch me into the air. Naruto ran at Luffy and was catapulted into the air by the powerful Rubberman who shouted in exertion from throwing Naruto so hard. As he was high in the air, Naruto put everything he had behind throwing his kunai at the tower. Robin-chan, I told you to never say that stupid shit ever again. A man inside the tower with long hair and a strange mask on his face yelled in horror as he saw the lone knife sailing at the tower, CP9. Stop him. Blurs landed on the ledge out front of the tower at the man's behest, revealing the 4 members that had been confronted on the train as well as 3 new members that Naruto had never seen before. Rankyaku, Storm Leg. A large number of blades of energy flew from the tower and hit Naruto's kunai, knocking it away. Naruto growled in anger, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He flashed to the spot where his kunai was in midair and as he began falling, he threw it again at the tower only for it to be knocked away again. You're all just pissing me off more by doing this. He kept trying to throw the kunai at the tower, but it kept being knocked away. The space between the courthouse and tower were filled with a mini battle of sorts between repeated bursts of yellow and blue blades of energy in the sky. Naruto finally threw his kunai back over at the courthouse with Luffy and stood, seething alongside the Straw Hat captain who glared at one CP9 in particular. The man in the black top hat with the pigeon on his shoulder, I call that guy when we get over there. Naruto simply grunted angrily in response. Kaku crossed his arms, Spandam, everything is fine. He isn't getting over here like that. If that throwing knife of his makes it over here he can immediately come to wherever it is. It's faster than our Soru, exponentially faster. It's more like Blueno's ability to enter a pocket dimension to move, but it's completely reliant on him getting that weapon where he needs it to be. The masked man, Spandam, laughed raucously at hearing that Naruto's ultra-dangerous technique was neutralized from being used here. I'm glad that I have the CP9, such powerful people. But this is extremely amusing though as well. The Straw Hat crew is falling apart right in front of us. Califa looked down at where only Naruto and Luffy were standing. They made it this far all alone. A man in a black suit that looked remarkably like a kabuki player did a strange pose that reminded Naruto strongly of his old sensei, Yoyoi. Even if they're alone they still made it this far unscathed. That's rather praiseworthy. A man with a Fu Manchu mustache and a long braid on the back of his head that wore an open suit and no shirt underneath grinned ferally down at them. Blueno got destroyed by these guys. Rob Lucci sighed as he stared with his hands in his pockets. I guess he's lost his touch after being a bar owner for so many years. Still, Kaku said at his side, even if he had lost his touch, would he really lose that easily? A large man in a black suit with a zipper on his mouth opened it and spoke. It shouldn't matter, he still lost. XXX. With Murit. Murit sat on the shoulder of one of the two giants that were carrying her, Usopp, and the Galila shipwrights further inland. She looked over at Usopp. I don't know how you managed to get these guys to help us, and I don't really care. The courthouse is right there. Usopp yelled and pointed at the two giants he had managed to turn to their side kept moving forward. Charge. The two giants smashed through the unsuspecting defenses of the Marines that had surrounded the courthouse and were trying to get inside to take down the Straw Hats and the Foxhound pirates who were fighting their way to the top. We'll be with your comrades in no time, my dear doctor. He tried to say heroically. Murit turned away and palmed her face. Yeah, sure. Why do I always have to be the one hanging out with the idiots? She then blinked. Wait, I might be able to get through more than a few of these guys, but how are we going to fight our way through all of those Marines? You're a long-range fighter anyway. The giant they were riding on grabbed them both from his shoulders in his hands. Huh? Grinning down at the tiny humans in his hands, the giant gave them both a confident smile. I've got a way to get you two up there. XXX. With Naruto and Luffy. Luffy stood, not moving an inch for the longest time while Naruto was thinking of some way to get over to the other side. Luffy finally spoke. Robin, do you really want to die? He asked disbelievingly. Yes. She yelled back. The man Spandam laughed cruelly. I don't think I've ever seen anything funnier than this. The captain that came all the way to save his friend and it's all been for nothing. He's been rejected for just trying to rescue her. Naruto was right. Luffy shouted back in immediate response to Robin's desire to die. That's really stupid to say out loud. An explosion directly behind Naruto and Luffy led to Chopper, Nami, and Nojiko emerging through the ceiling to join the scene. No matter what you say, we're going to rescue you anyway. And if you still feel like dying, then die afterwards. Naruto rapped Luffy on the head hard. No, stupid. It'd be better if she didn't die at all. At least as far as I'm concerned. While Luffy poked at a lump that rose on his head, Naruto turned to Robin. But he is right about one thing though. No matter what you say, we're getting you back. You don't get a choice in the matter because after all, I'm responsible for your ongoing existence. Am I right? He said with a grin. Suddenly, Zoro burst his way through the ceiling followed by Johnny and Yasaku, both of whom were all fired up from having fought their way all through the courthouse to get to the roof. Man. If we'd thought of just breaking the ceiling in the first place, we wouldn't have had to fight so many of those guys. Yasaku stabbed Kubikirabuchu into the ground and leaned on it. You suck at following directions, Zoro Aniki. How do you get us lost when all you have to do is follow the stairs up? Before Zoro could yell at Yasaku about his lack of navigational skill, Sanji broke through the ceiling with a kick before turning to help someone out. Let me help you, Vivi-chan. He said without even noticing the others on the roof. We're the first ones to get here after all. Vivi accepted his help as he pulled her up through the hole. Thank you, Sanji, but I don't think we were here first. She said, pointing at all of the others amassed on the roof waving at them. Damn it. Sanji shouted angrily before pointing at Zoro. How did your directionless ass get here before me? You must have gotten lost. Zoro said with a smirk before a masculine yell and a feminine shriek broke through the air. What the hell is that? Usopp and Murit flew over the side of the courthouse, yelling in fright at the top of their lungs. Nami looked at them in the air. Sogeking? What's he been doing since we got on the island? And he's got Naruto-kun's doctor with him. I wonder if they can land safely. Zoro wondered until the sounds of them crashing into the roof answered his question. Never mind. Murit stood up and stormed over to the edge of the building she had appeared from. Don't you ever do that again. Ever. You could have at least said something before you threw us. She yelled down all the way to the giant that threw her and Usopp. Standing on the Tower of Justice, the CP9 watched as the area filled with more and more of them. They just keep coming. Kaku said before squinting and taking note of a particular blue-haired girl on the roof across the gap. Hey, is that Dash? Yes. Lucci said, finishing his thought for him. That's the Princess of Alabasta. Nefertari Vivi, the one that has been kidnapped by Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Lucci say that Vivi was actually in his presence sent delusions of more power and prestige in the head of the CP9 shot caller. This is absolutely incredible. Both Nico Robin and Nefertari Vivi in the same day. In the same area. I'll be the man that captured and delivered the demon of O'Hara and returned the kidnapped princess of an allied nation to her home. They'll promote me right up the ladder. I might even wind up taking a Kiji spot with this much stature to my name. Vivi gasped softly before Naruto moved in front of her, keeping her from seeing the ones that had identified her. They don't know you're with us on your own, Vivi-Heim. Don't worry about it. As long as they don't get you, I'll still wind up taking the heat for this. Just don't fight. Taking the placement of the newly added suffix to her name with a smile, Vivi nodded. Okay, Naruto. Does this mean I'm on the crew now? Naruto laughed a bit. Well, you came all the way here with us, didn't you? With that said, to ease the princess's nerves, Naruto looked back at the tower. You see, Robin-chan? We all made it this far for you and we're just fine. You don't need to sacrifice anything for any of us. Luffy nodded in agreement as tears started forming in her eyes. Whatever you wind up deciding that you want to do, live or die, we want you to say it while you're with us. All of the Straw Hats called out for Robin to come back with them. Lucci ignored all of this as he gave orders to his people. We now officially have permission to kill them. Spandam laughed again and shouted, pulling a golden den mushi from his pocket. You moron pirates. You need to realize that no matter how brave you are, there's nothing you can do in the end. We have the full strength of the assassin group CP9, we have the gates of justice that no amount of mere human power can open, and moreover now I have the power to use this den mushi to trigger the Buster Call. He noticed Robin gasp in shock at recollection of what that meant. That's right. It's the power that obliterated your hometown 20 years ago, Nico Robin. The name O'Hara was never seen on a map again afterwards, was it? Stop it. She shouted at him, don't do it. Spandam continued to taunt Robin with the use of the golden den mushi. Oh, I like that response, it's very thrilling. I don't know though. I think I should press this Buster Call trigger. What do you think about that? Robin screamed at him, don't even joke with it. Do you even know what's going to happen when you press that? Of course I know. Spandam said with a victorious grin, the chances of these foolish pirates escaping will be 0. With just a push of this button dashed up. Shut the fuck up and hit it already then. Naruto yelled at him, getting everyone's attention. If you won't fight me, and your CP9 won't fight me, then you might as well send someone to fight me. His foot was tapping the ground impatiently. Naruto, be quiet, it's not that simple. Robin cried out to him before turning to Spandam. You said O'Hara disappeared from the map, didn't you? But you never said anything about the people that were supposed to be on that map. Something like that should never be used on anything. Ever. She dropped to her knees in near grief. If you use the Buster Call now, all of Eni's lobby will be destroyed, along with every single one of us here. That's insane. Spandam disputed, our own people won't be killed. Quit babbling. I know from watching it happen myself. Robin said, 20 years ago the Buster Call took everything away from me. It ended the lives of so many people from just one attack. And now you're going to target the only people that have ever trusted me. The only ones I've ever placed my own faith in. The longer I stay around them, the more danger they're all in. No matter what, there will always be people in the world that want my life, because my enemy is the entire world. She yelled off of the tower at the two crews amassed in front of her. First it was with Akiji and now this. I've gotten you in terrible danger twice. If this keeps up, then you'll all only see me as a burden and eventually you'll betray and abandon me. That's what I'm afraid of. That's why I didn't want you to rescue me. Spandam began laughing tauntingly at Robin. That actually makes sense. It really would be stupid for someone to lug you around all of the time with all of the problems that come with you. He pointed to the top of the building. See that flag, pirates? It represents 170 countries. It spans the 4 blue seas and the entire Grand Line. It is the world. His yelling seemed delirious at this point. You have no idea how small you all really are in the grand scheme of things. You all have no idea how great the odds are that are stacked against this woman. Luffy shook his head. I do know who Robin's enemies really are. I completely understand. Naruto was still anxiously flipping the Hiraishin kunai around in his hand. I got the point when I fought your CP9 buddy down here. I didn't care then and I still don't care now. Luffy turned to Usopp. Sogeking, I want you to burn that flag down. Usopp nodded and pulled out a long staff with a slingshot base at the end of it. This is my new weapon, the giant pachinko shooter, the Kabuto. Nojiko looked at the pistols in her hand and at Usopp's new sharpshooting weapon with a sense of envy. All it needed to her was a thick part to hit idiots with. Check out this firepower. Certain death, Hino Toribashi, Fire Bird Star. He fired off a fireball that took the shape of a phoenix and went right at the massive flag on the top of the Tower of Justice, engulfing it in flames and incinerating it. Robin went wide-eyed as she saw how casually they took to doing such an action. You can't? Do you know what you've just done? Do you know what it means to burn that flag? Naruto locked eyes with Robin all the way across the chasm. Yeah, I do. And I still don't care. He stomped at the edge of the building and leaned forward on his knee. I'm an old soldier, Robin-chan. I couldn't care any less about going to war. I'll fight for you because you're just like me. Spandam was beside himself. He thought that his little monologue would have unnerved them enough to keep them away. You're all out of your minds. Do you really think you all stand a chance against the world government? Luffy shouted angrily at the masked man his exuberant answer to the question. You're fucking right, we do. He then focused on the captive member of the crew. Robin. I haven't heard you say it yet. Say that you want to live. Freely crying at this point, Robin looked down at everyone that had come this far just for her. I thought I wasn't allowed to have a right to live. But if I'm allowed to keep at least a few words alive, then… Come on, Robin-chan. Naruto said under his breath to himself, however he knew that she could understand him. Say it, give me a reason to tear this place apart for you. Let me know you really need our help. Say it. I want to live. She finally exclaimed as loudly as she could, take me away from here. I want to keep sailing with all of you for as long as I can. Please get me out of here. Robin yelled to the heavens. As if magic, the massive bridge spanning the gap to the Tower of Justice began falling after her declaration to the others. No. Spandam yelled in cowardice at the sight of the only thing keeping the two powerful crews away coming down to allow them passage. Get away. Don't any of you come any closer. Rob Lucci looked down at both Naruto and Luffy with a grin reflecting excitement at the prospect of battle. Miss Valentine held her umbrella on her shoulders laughing casually as the bridge slowly fell. Kaya ha ha ha. It looks like the others finished their job after all. She panned her green eyes over to Naruto. Orders? Naruto looked over at her and back at Vivi. Keep any and everything that has even the slightest chance of recognizing Vivi any further away from her. If they get her they won't take her home. She'll be a glorified political prisoner of the world government. Miss Valentine nodded and looked over at Johnny and Yasaku. Oi, you two Rottweilers, you heard him. No one touches Vivi without losing a limb or two. Murat pointed her thumb back where they had all come from. I'm staying here. The Frankie family and the Galley Law guys are still fighting. Maybe I can keep too many of them from getting overly hurt or dying. She smiled humorlessly. I don't think I'd be any help against anything past this point anyway. I'd just be a hindrance. I'm with Nami. Nojiko said, smiling to her sister who returned it. We never have time to just talk anymore and we need to catch up anyway. And what better way to do that than to fight along with her? She said cheerfully. Soren rolled his eyes. I don't know, maybe talk? I'm just putting that out there. He flinched when he saw Nojiko flip her pistol around in her hand to grab the barrel. All right. Just no pistol whipping please, we're supposed to be on the same side here. He then raised his hand. I want that guy with the pigeon. He seems like he's got some bite to him. No way. Luffy yelled in dispute. I already called that guy when Naruto beat the cowman that came down here earlier. Get your own. Ah? Soren whined at the fact that Luffy had long since called dibs, but the rest of them don't look like they're worth it. He smacked his lips as he looked over the rest of the potential enemies. Okay then. I call Mask Boy. He said pointing at Spandam and grinning evilly as he elicited a yelp of fear from the man. Yep, he looks like one of those Marines that I told you the world would be better off without. I'm going to savor that one. Johnny was bouncing on his toes waiting for the bridge to drop. Come on already? I want to show Zoro and Ikki my mad skills. You don't have any mad skills. Yasaku taunted. I'm the talent here, you're my sidekick. He said before getting kicked in the side of the head by an angry Johnny. Zoro ignored them for the most part and stood with his fingers drumming the hilt of one of his swords. Drop the bridge, let's go. Naruto locked eyes with the teary-faced Nico Robin in the Tower of Justice and gave her a calming smile. We're going to get you out of there, Robin-chan. It's the promise of a lifetime. These guys can't stop any of us. Luffy punched his palm hard and grinned, ready to fight as he started cracking his knuckles. Just hold on tight, Robin. We'll be right there in no time. Chapter 25, Get Down to Business. On the inside of the Tower of Justice on the bottom floor, a battle continued to rage between the Marines and the government agents against Johnny and Yasaku. Hey Johnny. Yasaku asked offhandedly as he swung Kubikiribuchu mightily in a horizontal direction, cutting down 6 Marines in the process. Do you ever think that we're always going to be the ones stuck with playing cleanup, or buffer, or whatever? He pondered to his partner as he lifted the massive sword in his grasp to block a wave of bullets with the flat of the sword. Johnny was standing roughly 20 feet away with his sword in his sheath as he dodged and weaved through the strikes from the Marines after him. "I'm pretty sure that I don't know what you're talking about," he said in an exasperated manner before quickly drawing his sword and slashing so quickly that all that was seen was a silver blur, Yosen Ixen, primary flash. The single motion took down several Marines unlucky enough to be in his range. Yasaku lifted Kubikirahouchu over his head and slammed it into the ground, Inryoku Tsukumitsu, gravity grabber. A destructive trail ripped through the ground straight ahead, engulfing the tons of Marines that had been storming towards him until that point. "You know what I'm talking about, Johnny. How we never really get cool fights and we always end up fighting the weak guys like this, only we have to fight like 100 of them. We've fought way more than 100 at this point. We've been doing this for 15 minutes. Johnny jumped over an attacker, landing before breaking into a sprint towards another group of Marines with his superior speed, pumping an absurd amount of force to his leg muscles, forcing him to blur as he appeared sporadically in elaborate slashing motions in the middle of the crowd before blurring again and again, finally appearing on the other side of roughly 20 Marines as he kept running off to fight more. Subaru J. Sliding J. As he ran off, a spray of blood emerged from the Marines he had just run through as they dropped to the ground defeated. "We'd probably be fighting someone important if you didn't grab onto me like a scaredy cat when that train came through to jump the half-bridge. You got us both knocked out. I could have grabbed a hold of Luffy's rubber body like the others." Yasaku groaned. "Shut up about that, you crybaby. It wasn't my fault I got knocked out by that big-ass train when it flew through. Who jumps a train across a half-extended bridge? Even Naruto Aniki carried Nojiko Inu and Vivi across with his Hiraishin instead of taking that crash," he said as he blocked a flying iron ball with the flat of his blade. "Don't break the sword, you asshole," he yelled as he attacked the large man that threw it. Johnny grit his teeth as he resheathed his sword and ducked through the attacks directed at him. "Where the fuck did all of these people come from? I thought that the CP9 guys were the only ones in here." "Yeah, sure, just 7 people guarding this whole tower? Shut up and keep fighting," Miss Valentine said from the top of the stairs as she kept Vivi behind her in case anyone got past the 2 swordsmen. "We can't follow directly after them because we don't need these idiots trying to slow our guys down from behind." Both Johnny and Yasaku yelled at the bright blonde woman at the same time as they stopped fighting to glare at her. "Then get your ass down here and fight if you don't like how we're doing it." Yasaku then pointed at the Rocket Man train that had launched into the tower. "And why'd you get out of the train? You should have kept her in there with the old lady conductor and the little girl. They're civilians, you dumbass." Miss Valentine yelled down at them as the 2 embattled crewmates continued hacking through any Marine that got close enough for them to vent on. "The Marines think that we kidnapped them and made them get us in. We can't take cover with them or they'll think something's up and we'll have to protect them too. This sucks." The 2 young swordsmen yelled at the woman who apparently directing Foxhound pirate traffic as they continued to battle their way through the Marines when Johnny identified where they were coming from. "Oi. There's stairs going down over there. How many floors in this place are there? This tower is huge." Johnny pushed his sunglasses up on his face. "I'm going down there." Yasaku swung Kubikirabucho, smashing the flimsy swords that the Marines wielded. "If you're going to go, then hurry your ass up." Before he could even add anything to it, Johnny had vanished in a blur. Man, Naruto Aniki was right when he said we don't need the weights anymore. He decided to pick up the slack for his partner with one attack, Karaburosu no Hitsuna Ko, Yowl of Cerberus. Yasaku swung the massive sword 3 times, letting off 3 blades of jagged energy in forward directions that hit the Marines in groups and cut into them. A grin came to himself when Johnny came dashing through the advancing crowd of ever-present Marines, cutting them down and returning to his side. "So what did you find?" Johnny held up 4 fingers with a deadpan look on his face. "4 floors? There are 4 floors underneath this one and we're on the ground level." He then threw a mini-fit. "Who the fuck built this place?" He then lashed out at a misplaced Marine with his Uchigatana. "Gah. You'd better be glad that this place is so huge," Yasaku said, taking cover behind Kubikirabucho to prevent being hit by bullets, "because this place is going to be torn apart by the end of the day." He then looked over at the crashed Rocket Man and blinked. "Wait, where did that little girl and the rabbit go?" Flashback. Appearing in a yellow flash, Naruto kicked an unconscious Yasaku in the body after setting Nojiko and Vivi onto the ground safely. "Wake up already and watch Vivi." He looked at the princess. "Stay with Yasaku, Johnny, and Miss Valentine. Do not let anyone get a hold of you, okay?" Vivi nodded and stood by Yasaku trying to awaken him. "Stairs," Luffy said as he pointed at them. "Let's get to where Robin is, quickly." "Wait." There was the large man with the zipper on his mouth attached to the wall in a corner of the room with his hands and feet. "Choppa-papa. You've invaded." "Well dash." He was cut off from talking when a Hiraishin kunai appeared in front of him, followed by a yellow flash, an angry look on Naruto's face who had his headband off, and a fist with nothing but bad intentions behind it that pounded the unprepared man into the wall harshly, cracking the super thick stone behind him. I don't have time for this, tons of fun, I'm going to get Robin-chan back. He jumped off of him and went his way up the stairs. Wow! Nami said in complete awe. She had never seen Naruto's Hiraishin before, and neither had anyone else on the Straw Hat crew other than Luffy. Dropping from the wall, the man, Fukaru, stood up with a violent red mark of Naruto's fist on his face. Ugh, measuring. He said to himself before his eyes went wide, that Dariki, there's just no way. He said as blood came from his busted mouth, it must have been wrong. He caught me unaware and I wasn't able to accurately measure it. Yes, that has to be it. He wiped his mouth and continued talking, you cannot rescue Nico Robin unless you beat us and get these keys to the seastone cuffs that bind her. Nami palmed her face, God, I wish Naruto-kun would have been able to see that when he knocked this guy's block off. Now we have to fight him. Without the key you'll never get the cuffs off. Fukaru taunted, they're as hard as diamond and will last an eternity. Hand it over. Luffy said, launching a punch that missed him and hit the wall, cracking the thick stone further. This guy can use that speed technique too? Fukaru held up his hand, hold on their hot shot. I haven't even told you if this was the real key yet. He said, surprising them all, in this tower there are 5 CP9 agents and each of them has a key. Any one of them can be the real key to the seastone handcuffs. Nami grit her teeth, they're trying to buy time to get Robin to the gates of justice. Damn it, we have to scramble to take the key because we don't know which one is real. Nojiko had a smirk on her face, well then Naruto-kun has the right idea. Get Robin first and then we can worry about the keys. True, Fukaru said before holding the key up, but then again I could just throw the key into the sea and then you have nothing. We were just giving you a chance. Goodbye, he said before running away with Saru. End flashback. XXX. While Naruto and Luffy searched the tower like mad for Robin, the other Straw Hat pirates along with Nojiko had engaged the members of CP9, while Soren looked for Spandam so that he could, for lack of a better term, melt him. As the battles began throughout the multiple floors of the monstrous tower, Naruto and Luffy had somehow found their way to the floor where they knew Robin had been on. Naruto beat Luffy there and was frantically looking around. Come on, there's a trapdoor or something here somewhere. He said to Luffy as he darted all over the room in search, where could they go from here? Luffy and Naruto ignored the sound of the crashes of battle all below them, only stumbling slightly as it felt as if the upper levels of the tower had shifted slightly as the rubberman spoke, we know where they're going. Then we'll just have to head straight there. Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered the massive gate that they all saw looming behind the island. Luffy, you're the smartest dumb person I've ever met in my entire life and I love it. Let's go! He yelled as they both ran towards the hole that Frankie had made in the wall and jumped out. Landing outside on a stone wharf, the two stared out at the ocean between the Tower of Justice and the imposing Gates of Justice. Luffy frowned and scratched his head, for some reason I thought there was supposed to be a bridge or something. But what the hell is with the water? Can a regular boat even get us there? He said as he saw a small little rowboat nearby. Naruto frowned as he looked at the water, whirlpools. Huge whirlpools with absolutely no wiggle room between them completely span the miles of water between the Tower of Justice and a prominent platform in front of the Gate of Justice. I can't walk on that, and all of my water ninjutsu make the waters tumultuous, not calmer. What if she's there already? Luffy said worriedly, we don't have time to just sit here and think about it, we have to do something. He immediately jumped in the rowboat and started paddling as fast as he could. Naruto screamed far more shrilly than any grown man should sound, ah! Luffy! Stop being stupid! He yelled as Luffy immediately was overturned in the violently churning waters and nearly drowned. Suetun, Mizu no Muchi, water release, whip of water. A whip of water formed from the ocean into Naruto's hand as he wrapped it around Luffy's wrist that was flailing about above water. Once he had Luffy back on land he stepped on the back of his head. You can't get across whirlpools in a boat. He's right, you know. A little girl in pigtails accompanied by a rabbit said, you're pretty dumb for trying that. I know the way to the gate. Baldy with the acid powers found it and told me to tell you guys that Pigeon Man went down there. Naruto blinked. Soren found it? And that jerk didn't even try to tell anyone else? He said angrily, I'm going to kick his ass when I see him again after this is all over. He started ranting to himself angrily, all fired up about Robin being gone towards the gate. What are we waiting for? Luffy shouted, picking up the little girl and the rabbit, let's go. He took off with them, leaving Naruto behind as he kept fuming about stupid bald guys and how they can't inform their captains about anything. Eventually he stopped ranting to himself and realized that Luffy was gone. Naruto looked around and yelled, yeah okay. You go that way. I'll be fine out here, not knowing where the tunnel is. He looked at the Tower of Justice. It's going to take too long for me to search that thing on my own, and I can't send off more than a few Kagebunshin right now after what I set up for. He then turned back towards the turbulent water and the Gate of Justice off in the distance. This is going to suck, because I am not risking the Hiraition Kunai on that water. He stepped back a far distance and got a running start before jumping as far and as high as he could, not getting anywhere near getting close before forming the Kagebunshin hand sign, Kagebunshin Kyuden, Kagebunshin platform. A clone formed under his falling body that Naruto jumped off of, allowing him to jump further over the water. He repeated the process with another clone, and then another, as he used this to cross the way. I'll cut M off at the pass, Databeo. XXX. With Luffy. He had followed the little girl's directions to get to a hidden stairwell where at the bottom he found an unmovable and tightly sealed iron door that would take some serious force to open were it not for the fact that he burned his way through. Luffy asked the little girl with him. Yep. She replied cheerfully, I told Baldy that I heard that ugly masked guy laughing behind a wall somewhere and he just melted a hole where I told him I heard it and we found the stairs down here. Then he just pressed his body up against the door and he just started burning through it and said, come back in a few minutes and it'll be open, so I went to find you. Luffy grinned, thanks a lot Chimney. I'll be catching up in no time now. He said as he thanked the little girl as ran through the human-sized hole in the door through an underground passage. Just wait for me, Robin. I'll send that pigeon guy flying and get you out of here. Luffy sprinted at full speed through the tunnels in an effort to catch up to the people that had Robin. XXX. With Soren. Further down the path, Soren was running at a swift pace, however he was moving slower than he could as he pondered what he had gotten himself into. I am a pirate with a 200 million belly bounty running through a narrow-ass tunnel towards the Gate of Justice all by myself and I'm operating on half a tank right now. This is hands down the single stupidest thing that I have ever done. He chuckled bitterly, I am moving towards the gates that can take me to Impel Down because Uzumaki wants Nico Robin back, the things I do for friends. He then stopped as he heard loud rapid footsteps behind him. Is that Uzumaki or Dash? His question was answered when Luffy barreled past him, knocking him aside into the wall of the tunnel. Sorry acid guy, but you were all in the middle of the tunnel and you weren't moving. Soren sat on the ground against the wall, holding a lump on his head with an angry look on his face as he stood back up and dusted himself up. Don't turn Straw Hat into a puddle, you need that acid. Don't turn Straw Hat into a puddle, you need that acid. He kept repeating this mantra to himself as he began to run after Luffy through the tunnel. XXX. With Nami and Nojiko. Both girls lay on the floor of a large bathroom right by the door to the room. Nojiko pulled herself on her hands and knees, gripping her pistols tightly and shakily as she was unable to pick them up. Nami, did we just get the crap kicked out of us by some woman laying in a bathtub? She asked as she glared at Califa who was carelessly taking a bath as if they both weren't in the room with her. Yep. Nami said, crawling up as well, trying to get back to her feet. I can't even sit here and pretend that we didn't just walk in here and get smashed just now. What even happened? All I remembered was walking in and then feeling my energy leave me. What exactly was that supposed to be, girls? Califa taunted from inside the tub. You're both done already? The fight has just started and it's already over. Shouldn't she be powerless? Nami asked her sister as for some reason they both found it hard to stand up. She's submerged in water. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. Right now you're both as powerless as me. Califa said as she stood up out of the tub to dry herself off and change into her clothes. Excuse me for a moment. Nami snapped at her as the woman began placing her clothes on. What did you do to us? Half the fun of fighting a user of the devil fruit is finding out their powers for yourself. Califa said as she slowly kept getting dressed. I won't take away the last bit of fun you two will be having with the short remainder of your lives. Nojiko finally found the strength in her body to lift her pistols up. I'm getting my strength back. How about you, Nami? I can move my legs again, she said, as the two slowly stood back up. Alright, it's time to show her just how strong the perfect Climatact is. She charged up the Thunder Ball portion of her staff and swung it at Califa. Sonda Chouji, Swingu Amu, Thunder Charge, Swing Arm. She sent a powerful electric attack at Califa who seemed as if she hadn't been phased. Not deterred, Nami smirked as she detached a portion of her staff. Well, I wasn't just laying around the entire time that we were down. She fired a thunderball at a cloud that had subtly amassed over Califa close to the ceiling. Sandabaruto Tempo, Thunderbolt Tempo. This is what you get for underestimating us. Lightning from the cloud blasted Califa's body harshly before the smoke from the attack cleared to reveal a shield that then dissolved to reveal Califa unharmed. Nojiko narrowed her eyes at the dissolving substance. Are those bubbles? What the hell? Nami was sweating nervously. Maybe that fruit she ate turned her into a soap woman or something? She noticed Nojiko giving her a deadpan look and took on a defensive tone. Hey, don't say anything about it. I've seen weirder powers than that out here. That's right though, good guess. Califa admitted to them rather reluctantly before regaining her confidence. I've become a soap woman after eating the awa awa no mi, bubble fruit, and I can now produce bubbles from any part of my body. I'm cleanliness personified. Nojiko raised an eyebrow and rubbed her head with his pistol, but isn't a fruit like that inconvenient for fighting? It doesn't look very strong. I think I can shoot right through it. Califa laughed slightly, but I can control the bubbles any way I want to. She used her hands and motioned them towards the tub she had just gotten out of to begin directing the large amounts of bubbles from it. Instead of attacking, she used the bubbles to form a shape around her body. Awatsukai, Sekenyu, Bubble Master, Soap Sheep. Both girls stared at her with twitching eyebrows due to the stupid-looking technique before Nojiko lifted both of her pistols and took aim at Califa. Right? I'm going to shoot her now, she said, getting a reply of "feel free" from Nami. Appearances can be deceiving, girls. Califa warned. Hitsuji Gumo relax awa, sheep cloud relax bubble. Large puffs of the foam that had been forming the sheep shape on her body flew off of Califa at the two girls. Why do you both think you lost your power when you first came in? We walked in and the floor was covered in bubbles. They both concluded in their minds as Nami was caught in the shoulder with one of the puffs. Nojiko tried to shoot through the bubbles, but before she could pull the trigger, she was hit on her right hand and left forearm with bubbles. Rankyaku, storm leg. Califa launched a wave of energy at the two girls that hit them hard and knocked them along the ground. Don't forget that I'm still an assassin in addition to having these powers of mine. Nojiko growled and stood up, as the last attack blew the bubbles off of them both and gave her enough strength back to get up. Heinkaru Canaria, spinning canary. Nojiko spun around rapidly and fired off every shell of both of her pistols before pulling her shotgun from her back and letting off a thunderous blast at Califa. Saru, shave. Califa vanished from Nojiko's view, however, as if directed by a sixth sense. The gun-toting girl turned around before Califa could attack her from behind and attempted to smash her with the butt of her shotgun only for it to be blocked by Califa's forearms. I don't know how you kept up with me. Your eyes shouldn't have been able to follow me at that speed. She then proceeded to kick Nojiko in the stomach and send her across the room once more. Nami watched her sister take the damaging kick and shouted out to her, Nojiko. However, before she could respond, Califa was behind her now, rubbing the bubbles from her devil fruit on her legs. Wadash? I can't move. She yelled as she fell to the ground. My legs. Nami's legs were coated with a shiny luster and altered in appearance. Califa laughed at Nami's immobile form. Garuden Awa, golden bubble. Isn't it beautiful? Allow me to make every inch of your skin shiny, just like this. XXX. With Soren, bridge of hesitation, prop interior. Stupid straw hat. He muttered as he continued to run, knocking me out of the way, couldn't even say excuse me or anything. Jerk. He then came upon a door that had been busted open, leading to an open area where he saw Luffy and Rob Lucci facing off with one another. Oh shit. He muttered to himself as he stuck to the far wall and slowly tried inching his way around the length of the room intended for their battle. I'm not here. I was never here. None of you saw me. He whispered softly as the two stared at each other, intently ignoring his presence. I'm just going to go around and let you two hash this one out. He made it to the other end of the room and smirked as he had bypassed the conflict, when he saw a shut massive steel door ahead of him. Fuck. This again? He whispered to himself before he activated his acidic skin and pressed his body to the door as he slowly began eating through the thick metal with a low hiss noise emitting from it. This is going to take even more time. And it's draining my acid stores doing this for so long. As Luffy and Rob Lucci began coming to blows, Soren blocked the sounds of the tumultuous battle going on behind him out as he focused on working through the door. XXX. With Spandam and Nico Robin. Spandam was crying tears of fear as he ran frantically and dragged the shackled Nico Robin with one arm up the stairs. Hurry up. Damn it. What did I do to deserve this? How did those pirates make it all the way down here? He quickly pulled a Den Den Mushi from his pocket and pushed it down repeatedly. Hello? CP9 respond. What are you doing? There's pirates down here. He got no response and panicked further. God damn it, are you listening to me? Robin noticed what he was pressing on and gasped. It was the golden Den Den Mushi. What? No. Spandam was now crying freely in fear. No. What the hell did I do now? I triggered the buster call. This island is done for. He pulled out the real baby Den Den Mushi that he was trying to use to communicate with the other government troops on the island, never realizing that he had turned that one on as well, and had projected his ranting to the CP9, the pirates currently fighting them. the entire island of Marines, and all of the other troops. What the hell have you done? Robin cried out, cancel it. Cancel it now. Spandam sneered at her and continued dragging her along, the Den Den Mushi still active. Cancel it? Who do you think you're talking to? Bring it on. I'm the chief of Cipher Pole number 9. In order to deliver you to the world government and return the Princess Nefertari Vivi to her home safely, I triggered the buster call. That's a good enough cause to do so, isn't it? It will slaughter all of the pirates and save the day. You're such an idiot. Robin yelled as he continued to drag her up the stairs. There's absolutely nothing controlled or even remotely human about that attack. It will raise every single thing on the island to the ground, the buildings, the people, even the island itself. It will eradicate everything without prejudice to carry out its goal. That's what the buster call truly is. You have your own stupid way of categorizing it because you weren't at O'Hara 20 years ago. That's fine. Spandam said manically, that just shows how important this is for the government. Now that the Pluton blueprints are gone, you're the only way to get us the ancient weapon. And returning Nefertari Vivi from that upstart Uzumaki Naruto will only assert our power and strengthen ties with Alabasta. We will have free and full use of their soldiers as our own. Military strength that will overturn an era is dependent on it. Even if several thousand soldiers die here, as long as the idiots who are trying to take you away are dealt with, we can say that it's a necessary sacrifice for a glorious future. He cruelly laughed even more. Most importantly, my promotion depends on this. Robin tried to dig her feet in, but with the seastone cuffs on her she was as weak as a normal powerless woman. What do you think human lives are? Spandam jerked her along angrily. CP9 is the world government's secret intelligence organization. If 100 need to die to save 1,000, then we'll kill those 100 on the spot. Sacrifice is required for true justice. And either way, those useless soldiers are better off dead. They couldn't stop a group of measly loser pirates. Nico Robin smirked as she could see the baby Den Den Mushi he was still holding in his other hand. That Den Den Mushi is active. Spandam paled and stopped to look at it to find that she was right. By the way. This is Straw Hat Luffy. He lied pitifully to try and cover up everything he had said out loud. Robin shouted as loud as she could so that the others could hear her, everyone please get off of the island. The buster call is aimed at Eni's lobby. No one that remains on this island will survive. Spandam reared back and slapped her across the face, dropping her on the stairs. Don't tell them that. He said as he dropped the Den Den Mushi, allowing the broadcast to end as he kept dragging her along. XXX. With Soren. Soren had finally burned his way through the door, nearly completely exhausting the acid in his body so that he could subtly eat his way through without alerting Lucci away from his fight with Luffy. After making his way through, he slowly started making his way up the massive stairwell that lay behind when he heard all of Spandam and Robin's conversation far further up in the massive spiral staircase. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'm heading right towards the gate of justice with this buster call thing coming right for me. I'm so screwed. Whatever it is, I'm going to be hit with it first. And I haven't rehydrated since we left Water 7 to come here. I've been running and fighting and using powers nonstop. He stopped and leaned against the wall on the side of him before he quickly squashed that negative thought. Fuck it. If this is really how I'm going out, then I'm taking that woman-beating piece of shit ahead of me down, kicking and screaming with me. Taking a deep breath of courage as he was about to face off first, right off of the bat, against a military power that struck fear in the heart of one even as notoriously infamous as Nico Robin, Soren pulled his flask of lemon juice from one of his pockets and took a deep and long swig. As he sighed in contentment of his thirst being quenched, Soren smacked his palm against the wall as it began to slowly melt a deep handprint into the stone, signifying that he was refilling his acidic stores of power. Spandam. I'm going to melt your still beating heart in your chest, you bastard. He yelled up the towering stairs as he felt his body's hydration refill and his acid regain its potency. Just need to wait to finish recharging. XXX. With Johnny, Yasaku, Miss Valentine, and Vivi. The pirates and the Marines all stopped fighting after the announcement from Spandam echoed from the Den Den Mushi that was downstairs. Everyone stood with looks of shock, awe, and in some cases complete and utter horror on their faces. Miss Valentine raised her hand to offer up a thought. How is everyone getting out of here? With that being said, all of the Marines yelled in fear and ran outside of the tower, scrambling all over the island in terror and panic. Johnny pushed his sunglasses up on his face to hide his bulging eyes. All for getting our asses the hell out of Dodge? Aye. The three others all chimed unanimously as Vivi eagerly hit her palm with her fist. That's it. All we have to do is find that way to the gate of justice that the strange man Spandam took Nico Robin through. That should be far away enough from this island, shouldn't it? Johnny and Yasaku both shot her an enthusiastic pair of thumbs-ups. Good plan, princess. Johnny patted his friend on the shoulder as Vivi giggled and gave them a victorious peace sign. You see? I guess that whole thing about royalty having more common sense was true after all. Right. Yusaku said before taking on a pondering look, that, or she had to have a kamic balance for all of the shit that she walked us into that nearly killed us in Alabastus Desert, and that made up for it in the form of her actually coming through with a common sense idea. Vivi glared at Yusaku, pumping her fists angrily and wishing that she could just hit him and be done with it. Or, Miss Valentine started, and stay with me here. She said, getting everyone's attention, you guys can all run for your lives trying to find that tunnel and get to somewhere that might not kill you but still probably will, and I on the other hand will fly away with my umbrella, away from the gate of justice, and avoid everything altogether. She started laughing when she felt all three of them direct intent to kill at her. Kaya ha ha ha. I was just kidding. Kind of. She added under her breath before perking back up, now let's find that tunnel. She said, getting everyone to begin scrambling about looking for the way to the gate of justice, because no matter what I'll still be able to fly away even if we don't. Miss Valentine said to herself before laughing and searching for the way out herself with the others. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto was still jumping from clone to clone over the seas that he was repeatedly forming and dispelling in the air one by one as he felt a tickle in the back of his head that was trying to tell him that something important had just happened. I'm so glad I made those clones to go off and hide on those summoning scrolls earlier, because I think I'm going to have to act a bloody fool in just a bit. He then growled at the ongoing waters he was passing over. Why is this bridge so far out of the way? How is this convenient to anyone? XXX. With Nojiko and Nami. Poor little dears. Califa said as Nojiko coughed up blood, pulling herself to her hands and knees. You don't even have the slightest hope anymore, do you? Nami, still unable to stand up, scoffed, please, save all of that overflowing concern you have. We're all used to situations like this. Each and every one of us. XXX. With Murat. All of the members of the Frankie family and the Galila shipwrights that had been defeated earlier had been captured and left in the courthouse as the Marines all fled towards the front of the island to escape. We're all going to die. They left us all here. Peeply Lulu said. Polly sighed as he had a lit cigar in his mouth. Obi men, will you? If we're going to die, then go out with some pride. If it's over, right? Not really. Murat said, as she ran down the stairs leading from upstairs. I'm still here. She pulled a pair of razor-sharp scalpels from her pack and began cutting them free. I'll have you all free in no time at all. She winked reassuringly at the captured men as she began to cut them free. I still need you guys to help me get out of here. I can't do anything on my own. When she got to Polly, he responded calmly, no, that's okay. He said as the ropes around his body dropped and she remembered his ability. Murat's eye twitched as a tick mark formed on her head. You tied yourself with your own ropes, that's why you were trying to act so cool just now. She palmed her face. Ugh, just help me get everyone else free. She fumed to herself and returned to freeing the captured allies of her crew. I'm always around the most uncool people that just swear that they're awesome. XXX. Nami and Nojiko versus Califa. Califa pocketed the baby Den Mushy she had heard Spandam's message through. Well, it looks like things will be getting busy around here soon. If we stay in the tower with the rest of you, our lives will be in danger too. Nami glared at her and stood back up with help from her staff as her legs were still covered from Califa's last attack. If you're going to run, then drop your key and leave. You won't need it. Califa vanished with Saru and appeared behind Nami. I'm sorry. I wanted to have more fun with you first. She grabbed her around her body as bubbles flowed from her body and began coating Nami completely, starting with her waist and going up over her hands, just like her legs, but it's unfortunate that we have to evacuate so quickly. Garuden A-. Get away from my sister. Nojiko shouted with her pistols lined up directly beside each other. The tops of them each had a semicircle with designs drawn on them that when joined made a complete seal. Sara no Kajugakafu, wind blank bullet. From the barrels of both pistols, a ball of air formed, slightly larger than both holes of both barrels and fired with a small shockwave of air emitting instead of a muzzle flash that would occur with regular bullets. Califa let go of Nami and encased herself in a hardened shield of bubbles to escape harm instead of using Saru to move. However, when the compressed ball of air hit the wall, it burst with incredible concussive force and knocked Califa's shield back into the far wall, cracking both the wall and blowing away most of the shield on impact, revealing a slight portion of Califa's body before the shield dissolved back into normal bubbles. Still unharmed from the attack, however, Califa glared at Nojiko, who had let both pistols fall to her side as she was breathing heavily. That attack was rather lucky. I wasn't aware that you could use attacks like that. I just assumed you were some little girl with guns. I won't let this happen again. She vanished in a blur and reappeared in front of Nojiko, who was once again ready to respond, but still didn't seem to have the speed to do so. Shurgon, finger gun. She stabbed through Nojiko's body with her finger only for it to be revealed as a fake that dispersed into haze. That's so cute. Khalifa heard Nojiko's voice from the other side of the room. You call that a gun? She thought she saw Nojiko and rushed over again to stab her only for it to be revealed as another fake. Nami's voice laughed as it echoed in the massive room. She really can't find us. You're a good distraction, Nojiko. Shut up, Nami. Nojiko grumbled in response. Before the fight could continue, through the floor of the room crashed a massive furred figure with a large red hat on its head. It let out a roar, alerting Khalifa to its presence as she turned to fight it. Which one of you two were the Zoan Devil Fruit user? She said, mistaking the monster as either Nami or Nojiko. The appearance of the monster was actually very similar to one other person that they knew, especially the red hat on its head, Chopper. Nami wondered as she could finally find the resemblance. How could this monster be sweet little Chopper? She saw Nojiko slowly lift her pistols for another attack and lowered her sister's arms to prevent her from shooting Chopper. In this case it would either injure him, or just piss him off. Khalifa didn't get that memo. Jeppu, moon step? She began jumping off of the air at Chopper before kicking him right in the face. Rankyaku, storm leg. Chopper took the kick as if he had seemingly wondered what had just happened. Nami moved forward slightly. Chopper, are you alright? Why do you look like that? Instead of any kind of intelligible response, Chopper attempted to smash Nami and Nojiko into the ground with a massive paw. Nojiko had to grab Nami due to her immobility and dive with her out of the way. Yes, because calling out to the giant monster that just busted through the floor is always a good idea. She said sarcastically. Why doesn't he recognize me? Nami asked as she saw Chopper attacking a dodging Khalifa. My upper body still looks normal, or is it because he isn't Chopper anymore? She and Nojiko stood back up, ready to move again. Chopper, what happened to you? It's me, Nami. Calm down. Chopper ripped up Khalifa's massive bathtub straight out of the ground and threw it at all of the women, missing them and sending it sailing through the wall to Khalifa's room and down over the balcony outside. No. Sanji was supposed to be at the bottom of the stairs out there. Letting out a loud roar, Chopper charged at Khalifa, Nami, and Nojiko. One of them avoided him better than the other two did. As he ran through the wall he had already broken and ran through the halls of the tower on a rampage. Nami tried to stand up on her hard to mobilize legs. We need hurry and stop Chopper before he does something to one of the others. Nojiko held her head where a piece of wall had hit her and gave her a nasty gash. How are we going to do that? This bubble lady kicked him right in the face and he barely even flinched. That's your comrade? Khalifa asked incredulously. What a creepy pet. You sure are a weird group of pirates. The CP9 assassin got a tick mark on her head when she realized that the girls were ignoring her in favor of Chopper. How insolent. It's none of my business how you stop that monster, but my duty is to stop you, so I'll just end this quickly. Rankyaku, storm leg. Nojiko shoved Nami away from her as the blade of energy passed between them. How am I supposed to try and fight her and help Nami escape at the same time? If I break off to try anything she'll just keep attacking Nami and she can't dodge any attacks with her legs covered in that slippery stuff. Nojiko, cover me. The gunslinging girl turned and got a mortified look on her face when she saw Nami running away on her own. Nami. What do you think you're doing? I can get the soap off with water. She yelled to her sister. Nojiko gasped and then nodded before lifting her pistols back at Khalifa. Flashback, day before arrival at Water 7. Okay Noji-chan, check it out. I am a genius. Naruto said as he showed her all of her arsenal of guns laying on the desk in his room. Nojiko looked over the firearms appraisingly as she wondered what he was referring to. All she could see were some weird markings she hadn't seen on her gun drawn until he had taken them away from her. Okay, you're a genius. Why are you a genius, Naruto-kun? She noticed a huge grin on his face. What? What's the matter? Naruto held up one finger and pointed it at the guns that fire without bullets. He laughed at the astonished look on her face. You may feel free to do whatever you wish as a thank you to my greatness, he said as he outstretched his arms and shut his eyes and waited for Nojiko to thank him accordingly. After a moment when he didn't feel her barrel into him and knock him onto the bed, he opened his eyes. Oi. Where's my thank you, sex? Nojiko had one of her pistols in her hand and was looking it over before she pointed it and pulled the trigger, getting an empty click. It didn't fire, she said with a frown. Naruto muttered as he took the pistol from her. Ungrateful girl has no faith in Fuinjutsu. He grabbed the second pistol from the table and held them both together side by side. Now check it out. He pulled the triggers and a powerful ball of wind flew from the guns, smashing through one of the walls to his room. Fuck. I can fix that. What the hell was that? He heard Murat yell from the common area. Naruto yelled through the hole, experimental accident. I shot a gun inside of the ship. Who shoots a goddamn gun inside of a ship? Murat yelled in response, grow up Naruto-sama. Naruto ignored her with a twitching eyebrow and turned back to Nojiko, who had picked up her shotgun and had it aimed from her hip, ready to fire. No. He yelled as he threw the pistols into the air and snatched the shotgun. Nojiko caught the pistols and grinned, aiming them the way she had seen him do. Damn it, Noji-chan, stop trying to shoot these in my room, go outside. Nojiko pouted and lowered the pistols. Ah, no fun, Naruto-kun. She handed him back the pistols when he held his hand out. Naruto took the guns and began to explain, this is the single most hazardous thing I have experimented with in years, but it's a total success. He said in a prideful fashion, whenever you're out of bullets, these guns can now also fire using your chakra in a myriad of super fun ways. Wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, like a mini jutsu. These elements, depending on the state of mind you're in, will fire from your guns when you pull the trigger. With some practice though, you'll learn how to use each element. This is something you'll have to do on your own because I don't know which of your emotions would control which element. Every person is pretty different with that kind of thing. He pointed at the pistols. These were too small to inscribe the seals on both equally, so I had to split them. You need to join them together to fire an elemental attack with them. Nojiko took all of this in and nodded. So, theoretically of course, I can shoot fireballs at people? She looked at her pistols inquisitively as she took them back. Naruto nodded. Theoretical nothing. Yeah, your bullets will be elementally enhanced too if you shoot a loaded gun with your element. I just wouldn't try using bullets with fire, especially with the shotgun. Don't do that. Seriously. I'm not kidding, don't even fuck around with that. He stopped her from going outside. One more thing. These actually forcefully convert your chakra to the right element you're using. Depending on the element, it will use more or less chakra with the attack. Cool. Nojiko gushed as she rubbed her pistols against her cheek. I can use that chakra stuff you told us about all the way back then. No, you can't. Naruto said, unfortunately shooting her down on that front. It forcefully takes your chakra when you fire. Everyone has chakra, I'm just forcing it out of you for attacks with the seals on your guns. He poked her on the forehead. Right now you have the same amount of chakra as an 8-year-old shinobi prospect just about to undergo training. Nojiko smiled at the comparison until he shook his head. That's not much at all. Right now at full capacity of your reserves, and the incorrect theory that all elements will take the same amount of chakra, I would say that you have about 5 good shots with the pistols, 2 good shots with the rifle, and 1 good shot with the shotgun. Well, that will pretty much take everything you've got right now. So until you build up your amounts of chakra, never use the seals on the shotgun, especially if you've already fired something else. The shotgun blast is a monster. Nojiko looked at her pistols wantonly and then gave Naruto puppy dog eyes. Please? Can I? Naruto rolled his eyes and looked at the hole he had created in his wall. Fine, go ahead. But you do know that we can't have sex if you shoot down my walls, right? Nojiko smirked at him. I still have my own room, Naruto-kun. She said before taking aim at the same wall that Naruto had hit, finally pulling the triggers and releasing the ball of wind that Naruto had let loose earlier, only smaller, leaving a deep crack in the wall that one could see through. I wasn't thinking of anything when I fired that shot. Naruto grinned at her. Then that means that your natural chakra element, if you were a ninja, would have been wind, just like me. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. Take care of those. I know you'll do well with them. Now I need to patch my walls with something. Nojiko placed her pistols in the holsters around her waist and grabbed Naruto by his wrists with a sugary sweet smile. Grab the other guns and take them to my room for me, then I can properly thank you, Naruto-kun. She purred to him. Nojiko had never been transported from Naruto's room all the way to hers so quickly since she had joined the crew. End flashback. This is too. Nojiko thought to herself as she fired the shot. Sara no Kahugakufu, wind blank bullet. She shot off her ball of wind from the guns at Khalifa, who simply blurred out of the way. Nojiko jumped forward and cried out in pain as blood flew from her back and she hit the ground. She gasped and lay face down on the floor with a fingertip-sized wound in her back. You're very good with your surroundings. Khalifa said as she looked at the blood coating the top portion of her finger and the bleeding wound on Nojiko. I missed severing your spine with that last Shurgan attack. But you shouldn't be getting up from that anyway, little girl. She turned to Nami, who was struggling to reach the water pipe that was gushing from Chopper ripping the tub out. Now for your sister. She blurred over to Nami and kicked her in the face away from the pipe. That was a little too simple, wasn't it? There's no way I'd let you undo Garuden Awa just because you figured out how. Hitsuji Gumo relax Awa, sheep cloud relax bubble. She fired off her torrent of bubbles at Nami again. I'll just use wind and blow them away. Nami shouted before her perfect climatact slipped from her hands. No. Not the climatact. She thought as the bubbles hit her and she felt her strength fading. Califa rushed towards her with an attack that forced her arm to resemble a whip. Shinaru Shurgan, Hoipu, bending finger gun, whip. Her finger stabbed Nami in the shoulder and sent her flying back. I let your sister live for a little while longer, so I guess I'll give you the same chance to struggle a bit more. Nami got to her hands and knees and looked over at Nojiko, who was painfully crawling towards her pistols. Nojiko? I'm not going to be weak enough to let what happened to Mom happen to you too. She turned and glared at Califa, who seemed to be far too overconfident in her ability to win. However, the woman didn't seem to realize that her bubbles that were keeping Nami from using her body to its fullest were growing weaker. The weather is cloudy, bitch. Kumori Tenpo, cloudy tempo. She shot out a cloud that took shape over Califa's head. Oh? Califa said offhandedly, are you going to make more lightning? I'll just block it again. The clouds are too small for that. Nami said as she quickly reconfigured her staff and shot a cool ball at the cloud. I'll just condense it. The weather is rainy. Califa narrowed her eyes and attacked with a quick kick to try and stop her when Nami blocked it using her staff. Aim no tempo, rain tempo. A rainstorm formed in the room and washed the layer of slick substance off of Nami, returning her fully to normal. You're not very cute anymore, are you? Califa taunted as the water poured down. I made your skin all shiny and pleasant and look what you did. Nami glared at her. If being cute meant letting my sister die, then I'd rather not be. She swung her staff again. Kuru Chouji, Miraju Tempo, Cool Charge, Mirage Tempo. Nami's body vanished from Califa's sight, keeping her from view. The CP9 agent turned to search for Nojiko only to find that she was gone too, but a small trail of blood gave her the direction that she had taken off in. She took off to search for the easiest one first when 5 different wavy forms of Nami appeared in the room. One fat, one tall, one chibified version, one that was muscular, and one that looked normal. I don't care how strong you CP9 all are. But as long as there are people that I have to protect, I can't let you win. Miraju Tempo, Fata Morgana, Mirage Tempo, Fate Morgana. It doesn't matter. Califa exclaimed, only one is real. The rest are illusions. Nami and her copies all smirked at her. You're right. It doesn't matter, but all of my attacks are copied too. She said, all of her clones sending thunderballs at her. Only 20% of this attack is real. Califa was intent on focusing on dodging each one, not willing to risk any guesses as to which were fake. Too bad that was all just a decoy. Sara no Kajugakafu, wind blank bullet. Califa was smashed from behind as a hard burst of wind hit her with hammer-like force and sent her flying directly into one of Nami's real thunderballs that wound up, shocking her. Nojiko appeared from behind her, breathing heavily, and that's 3 shots. Phew. I didn't know that using chakra was so tiring. Naruto-kun throws the stuff around like he can't even give it all away. Smoke came off of Califa's body as she stood back up, bleeding from the mouth and angry at being wounded by the 2 girls. So what if you control the weather and the elements? Rokushiki is a technique that surpasses human comprehension. Saru, shave. She rushed at the Nami that looked real and kicked through it, revealing it to actually be the fake. This isn't the real body? As she had kicked the wrong body, the original Nami, who had been masquerading as the Fat Mirage, formed a dark cloud on the end of her staff that was rumbling. Today's forecast is in a stable atmospheric pressure. Small black clouds that contain severe air currents will remain, and lightning will eventually strike your heart. Kuraikumo Tenpo, dark cloud tempo. I protected myself from your lightning earlier. Califa said as she formed the soap sheep around her body. I'll just take you out before you can even try it again. Hitsuji Gumo Tsunami, sheep cloud tidal wave. She sent every last sud of bubbles she had at Nami. Even if I have to pick from your clones, this will hit them all. Whoever's left is the real one. Psychoron Tempo, Cyclone Tempo. Nami bent one end of her 3-piece staff and disconnected the 2 bent pieces that she threw to blow away the bubbles coming her way. She blew them away. However, as the Chibi Nami ran ahead and picked up the staff pieces and reattached them before continuing towards her, she figured which one was real and formed her solid soap defense. No, you don't. Nojiko yelled as she pulled her shotgun out. You blocked the other one, well, block this. Sheru Ohokaifu, wind collapsing shell. From Nojiko's shotgun, a thunderous blast of wind took the form of a large jagged arrow 3 times her size and hit Califa's shield, tearing it apart instantly on contact and even immediately cutting Califa herself in multiple places on her body. Is that is? She said, swaying in place, as she was still standing due to her Tekai ability and her shield having done most of its job before being blown away. Is that all you 2 have left? Nojiko fell to the ground on her hands and knees from exhaustion. You really should listen to a navigator's forecast. Nami said from beside her sister as she held up her staff with the black cloud on the end. The thunder from this attack comes to the climb attack from a black cloud I've left already. She pointed behind Khalifa to the spot she had been in where she reattached her staff. A black cloud hovered slightly off of the ground. Nojiko smirked though she was on one knee at this point. I guess you were right, Nami. I am a good distraction after all. Sandao Ransu Tenpo, Thunder Lance Tempo. A lightning bolt struck Khalifa from the cloud as it was attracted straight to Nami's staff and the CP9 agent had been standing between them. As Khalifa's body hit the ground, Nami helped Nojiko stand up. No matter how strong you are, you should never try to fight a pair of navigating sisters. She helped Nojiko over to Khalifa and reached down to her body. I'll be taking that key that you have on you now. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto was still using his clones as platforms as he was clearing the ocean towards the Bridge of Hesitation as fast as he could form clones and jump. I don't know why they call this Enies lobby place one whole island. The way I see it, there are 3. Since none of the fucking islands are connected above water and this shit is separated by miles. If I didn't need to keep my number of clones down, I would have made a pile of them in the air so I didn't have to wait for one to dispel. He then saw the gates in the distance slowly open down the middle and he grit his teeth. It's not ending like this. If Robin-chan goes through that gate, I'll just tear it open and get her back that way. I'll find a way to jump over the damn thing. It doesn't matter. I'm getting her back. He renewed his efforts to reach the gate. XXX. With Nico, Robin and Spandam, Bridge of Hesitation. Spandam was panting heavily as he started dragging a beaten-up Robin over the bridge by her hair. Due to her trying to escape, he had to stop her himself, being all alone, and drag her all the way out onto the bridge. Do you see it, Nico, Robin? We're here. The gate of justice is already open and ready to welcome me. It's been a long journey, but once we pass through the gate I will be the government's dash. No, I will be the entire world's hero. Robin continued to try and struggle, but with the cuffs on she was powerless to do anything but continue to be led on by the wicked director of CP9. Now let's go. It's time to cross. He pulled out his baby Den Den Mushi and yelled into it, hey guards. Get out here and salute the hero that has captured Nico, Robin and discovered the location of Princess Nefertari Vivi. Spandam-sama is marching through. He sneered as he hung up and looked at an archway up ahead. Ah, look at that. That small entrance is practically the entrance. The first step through there will be the border of heaven and hell for you, and the moment that I carve my name in history. Robin saw the archway and jerked herself out of his grip, pulling out some of her own hair in the process as she turned to run. Spandam recovered quickly and tackled her to the edge of the bridge. I really do sort of sympathize with you, but what can I do? Your life is worthless. He tried pulling her up by her hair to find that she wasn't moving. That bitch. She's stuck. Robin was actually biting into the side of the bridge to keep herself from being taken any farther. You're such a terrible loser. He yelled as he tried to pry her away. You're nothing more than a greedy criminal. You can only make anyone happy by dying. How many times do I have to say it? This is hopeless for you. He got off and began kicking at her harshly to make her let go. I won't quit here. I know someone will save me. She thought to herself resolutely until a few kicks to the head finally dislodged her grip on the bridge. Spandam laughed as he grabbed her and began dragging her towards the now wide-open gate of justice. Now let's finish securing my future, shall we? He looked down at her and grinned cruelly. You want to know something? I planted a mine at the top of that staircase we just climbed. If anyone makes it up here they'll be blown away with the opening to the staircase. I won't go through. Robin said weakly. They told me that they would come to save me. No one's coming. Spandam yelled as he began to tie her up to keep her from escaping again. The Buster Call will finish off all of those idiot pirates that burned the sacred flag. It'll be just like when that giant marine rampaged in O'Hara 20 years ago. He continued to drag her towards the gate. I know everything, Nico, Robin. I know everything that happened. About former Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Saul's violent revolt, about your mother Nico Olivia, I know everything. I know it because everything that was done was originally triggered by the former chief of CP9, my father Spandine. He leaned down over Robin and glowered at her. They thought they got everyone but they missed one brat that snuck out. He decided to break the last of her spirit to keep her from trying to fight any longer, making his job easy for the rest of the way. So how was it? How many times were you about to killed by adults as an 8-year-old brat for money? No one to trust, no place to get a good night's sleep, no food either. I can't even imagine such a shitty existence. How many times did you cry? The one who put that bounty on your head as a child was my father. Ha ha ha, all for world peace. And now 20 years later I, his son, have the last survivor right here and the Battle of O'Hara is finally over. I'm still alive. Robin roared at him. And soon you'll be dead. Spandam fired back just as an explosion sounded out from the stairwell all the way back at the start of the bridge. Frankie's body flew through the air and fell into the water right under their spot on the bridge. Cutty Flam? Why is he here? He asked before laughing raucously, but the moron fell for it. Hell, I'm glad I prepared so well for everything that's happened. He shrugged and grabbed a hold of Robin, dragging her the rest of the way towards the arch. All right, Marines. He shouted arrogantly at the Marines stationed on the other side of the arch, have a good look at the new hero of this era. He yelled, just as a massive fireball hit his body flush. Chief Spandam. The Marines who had just witnessed the attack shouted as they tried to spot where it had come from. Where the hell did that come from? No one else is here. Search. Before they could, they were all shot down by similar fireballs. No way. From the Tower of Justice. Robin cried tears of joy at being rescued and got to her feet to begin running the way she had been dragged from, away from the gate and the Marines who weren't all down yet. Spandam got up and pointed at her. Stop her. Shoot her, but don't kill her. As the Marines opened fire, Robin's body was blocked by Frankie's cyborg form standing in front of her and taking the bullets in her place. Sorry boys. I'm as tough as steel. He glared at Spandam. There's no more mines, right? There better not be any more goddamn mines. Soren appeared behind the Marines who had all opened fire prior to handily dispatching them with his bare hands before they could turn around. He glared at Spandam himself as Frankie pointed at him. Wait, I pushed you out of the way of the explosion. Soren rubbed a mess of bruises on his bald head. Yeah, and that shit hurt. So what? I can melt the blocked stairwell, remember? Thanks though. He then pointed to a bundle next to Frankie. Hey look, keys. All of them? Spandam said, panicking at the turn of events. Soren laughed evilly at Spandam. Yep. It looks like it, I'll be with you in a moment. He then turned to Robin. Oi, Nico Robin. I may have beaten him here, but Uzumaki sent me to bail you out and kill that guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frankie said as he tried all of the keys on Robin's cuffs, finally getting her free. Got it. I've got Nico Robin's cuffs. He yelled into a baby Den Mushi on his arm before catching her as she fell into him, exhausted by the events that had occurred all day. All right, now that the lady is safe. Soren said before turning and assaulting the rest of the nameless Marines on the bridge that had come to escort Robin away. You poor bastards picked the wrong side. An explosion of massive proportions rang out, obliterating a great portion of the iron ring fence surrounding the island. Oh shit. He said with wide eyes. XXX. Tunnels between the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Miss Valentine, Johnny, Yasaku, and Vivi were running through the tunnel heading towards the Gate of Justice, the only place that had a chance of being safe from the attack. Miss Valentine was running and talking to herself with tears streaming down her face. I should have just flown away. I should have just left like I knew I should have when I had the chance. But now even if we were above ground for me to do it, I would still get picked out of the sky. She cried out. Stop whining and run. Vivi, Johnny, and Yasaku snapped at her as they all kept their legs moving close behind Zoro and Sanji, who were carrying Usopp, who was also doing his fair share of complaining. XXX. With Nojiko and Nami. On the other end of the tunnel, however, the two sisters, accompanied by the little girl who had assisted Luffy and the conductor woman, were running away from the Bridge of Hesitation. The reason being that due to the damage done between Rob Lucci and Luffy's ongoing battle, a tower of water that was filling the tunnel chased after them, forcing them to flee. Nami yelled as she kept out of reach of the water filling the underwater tunnel. Why is there water here? No, better yet, why is there no escape hatch? Just run. Nojiko yelled at her sister and the others. I am not drowning to death in a tunnel. With Naruto. After the Gate of Justice had fully opened up, the current that had been forming the impassable whirlpools died down and calmed to the extent that Naruto could stop playing leapfrog with his clones and stand on the surface of the water. I really don't like this for some reason. Just as he said that, the Tower of Justice was hit with a massive explosion, and that was not normal. He looked towards the open Gate of Justice as shadows of massive ships in the distant fog took shape. The shadows were all the size height-wise as the single Tower of Justice that stood behind him and seemed to be comparable in length to the Bridge of Hesitation. As they emerged from the fog and passed the Bridge of Hesitation to show just how massive the ships really were, Naruto's eyes hardened as he bared his sharp canines. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is the Buster Call Robinchan tried to warn us about. Triggering the Buster Call. Targeting the pirates Straw Hat Luffy and Uzumaki Naruto along with their respective crews. Approximate count, 68. However, under previous instructions given by Admiral Akiji due to directions given to us by a tip from Chief Spandam, the criminal Nico Robin on the Bridge of Hesitation will be spared. In addition, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, must be kept watch for and retrieved if at all possible as the secondary mission. Other details are unimportant. Destroy the entire island of Eni's lobby. That announcement was sounded out over loudspeakers over all of the 10 ships coming towards the island, giving Naruto his answer. That's what I thought, he said before shutting his eyes and reopening them to reveal orange pigment around the edges and yellow toad-like eyes themselves as he bit his thumb and formed hand seals. This is my buster call. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. In 3 puffs of smoke the size 25 stories high each formed atop the surface of the water. A rather booming, yet young toad voice spoke with excitement. You see, Dad? I told you he'd summon us again soon. Yep, I can always smell when Naruto and I is gearing up to get into some trouble. At least he summoned me in water this time and not a desert. A second rather grizzled, booming voice grumbled. Yeah, Gamakichi, he summoned us in water. Salt water. Where's that stupid brat? I'm going to throw him halfway to the moon for this. I'm going to break out in a rash. Naruto's voice chuckled from the smoke. Sorry, Chief Toad, he said apologetically, but I kind of think you're going to want to get a piece of this one. You haven't seen the new world yet and I thought you'd want to before you were Fukasaku's age. Don't you want to be as famous as you were in the elemental nations? Cut the kid a break, Bunta. A third, calmer yet still massive in origin voice said, I think it's good he thought to summon us again. It proves he ain't too big for his britches. Mr. Child of Prophecy, how's that working for you, by the way? The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto with a frown on his face. It's pretty rough actually. The world is fucking huge and I haven't seen even close to all of it yet. But this is going to help, I think. Just be careful, they have these weapons called cannons. They're seriously no joke. Normal cannons would give you guys some problems, these cannons aren't normal. A grin crossed his face as the smoke completely cleared to reveal a massive trio of toads. One was magenta with markings going down its eyes. It had horns, wore a robe, and held a shield and a Susumida in its hands. The second toad was dull, rusty red with brighter red marking around his eyes, lips, and chest. He had a scar over his left eye and had an open blue kimono, and a sword. The final toad that Naruto was standing on the top of was orange with blue markings around his eyes, lips, and chest. He was slightly smaller than the other two and wore a blue open jacket as he seemed to be way too happy to be there. So, what's the plan, Naruto and I? Plan? Naruto said as his grin dropped and a hardened look remained. Well, the original plan was to turn this place into a lopsided war zone. Now it's time to actually go ahead with that. Gamakichi nodded with Naruto still on his head. So is this that blast of hellfire thing that I talked with you about when we were in that desert? All ships commence attack. Naruto cracked his neck in preparation. I don't know. It could be.